Guys, subscribe to my Boosty because there is a lot of lemon and hint content link in the description.
Chapter 1. Naruto, only 5 years old, a child. Yet he already knows how cruel the world can be. His parents neglect him in favor of Menma, his brother. The only thing he has to pass the time is a pencil and notebook. Drawing and writing being the only thing he really did. Even when most kids his age can't even speak in well-structured sentences. He would have never even knew how to write if it wasn't for the darkness helping him from behind the scenes with certain letters. Looking out his window, Naruto saw his parents training Menma like usual. He frowned at the thought of it all. Not really enjoying being pushed to the side like trash even though he was older. It should have been Naruto who got the Kyuubi, but instead it went to Menma. Naruto looked away from the window and back at what he was doing. Knowing there was no use in getting angry over them. Naruto was drawing like usual in his room, drawing something that in this time and age, to most don't even exist. He was drawing a purple scaly beast with long great wings to allow it to fly. A long purple tail behind it along with great sharp talons that could be used to cut even the strongest of metals. Most would find this odd, but Naruto oddly felt at contempt when seeing the small fairy tale on his page. Almost safe even. While he was drawing he didn't happen to notice that the darkness was watching him and it decided that its host was finally ready to have his own dragon. Only a few small changes here and there were needed, but in other words the dragon its host drew looked fine. The darkness made Naruto pass out so he wouldn't have to deal with the pain and have to see the two heads coming from his back. Once it was done forming the dragon it went back into Naruto's body. The image of the darkness drawing itself onto Naruto's back. All of this occurring in attempt to hide the true power of the darkness until he was ready. Physically and mentally prepared to deal with all of its power and side effects. The dragon, who had finished forming, made its way over to Naruto. Lifting up his shirt and placing a clawed hand on Naruto's chest on the opposite side of his heart. It then gently pushed its claws into Naruto's skin, its claws secreting a dark and thick black substance. The substance stained Naruto's chest, leaving the mark of the dragon, so that way it can better serve its new master. The dragon then disappeared in cloud of black smoke, almost like it was never there in the first place. It would stay close though. Close to its master so that way it can protect him if the time called for it. For now though, would stay out of sight, just like they want. Chapter 2. Waking up to the sound of Menma's laughter, the sound ringing off the halls and to his room all the way from the dining room. He also woke up to a throbbing pain in his chest. He could check up on the pain later. For now he had to get out of the house before his parents forced him to spar with his brother. Though it was really more like his brother beating the crap out of him. So doing what any logical 5-year-old would do, he opened his window and jumped out. Landing on the branch of a tree next to his window, the running down the trunk of the tree and straight to the forest. Some place he felt much more at home in than his own house. Once he was a good distance away from his house he looked back at the window. Seeing the strangest little purple blur that seemed to jump out the window and shut it at the same time, but that couldn't be possible, right? It had to have been the wind or something, though Naruto didn't have time to gawk at the now closed window since he saw the door to his room open. He took that as a sign to run for the hills and turned around running deeper into the forest. Finding the symbols that he carved into the trees for navigation. He soon made it to a shaded outcropping that he often traveled to. It being a place he used to calm down and relax in. There was nothing more than the shade of the trees to cover the ground. It giving off a night-like kind of darkness. Though when Naruto entered the area his chest began to feel heavy. Then a searing pain enveloped the entire right side of his chest. The pain in his chest seemed to only get worse as the searing pain turned into an unbearable pain. Once the pain died down Naruto began to feel extremely sick. He began to grow dizzy and tried walking over to a tree for support. He didn't make it very far before he tripped on a large branch causing him to stumble and fall. A clawed purple hand catching him just before he hit the ground. Balancing him out and helping him stand. He no longer felt extremely sick so he focused on the matter at hand. Who had caught him? He looked up only for his eyes to widen as he sees the dragon that he drew in front of him. How? There was no possible way for his drawing to come to life. How could it possibly be standing right here in front of him? Naruto rubbed his eyes and looked at the beast, thinking that maybe he was just tired or Menma's beatings were really starting to affect him. The dragon was still there though and had eventually laid down. It had sensed its master's confusion so therefore was trying to get him to relax. The dragon got down as low as possible and tilted its head at Naruto. Naruto slowly reached his hand out and pet the small dragon, earning a purr from the fire-breathing beast. Naruto smiled softly at this and sat down in front of the dragon. To the dragon this seemed like a good thing so it decided to speak to its master. "Hello master." Naruto's eyes widened and he retracted his hand, being caught off guard by the fact that the beast spoke. "You can speak," Naruto said warily looking at the dragon closely. The dragon nodded and stayed in its spot, not wanting to seem threatening in any way. "If you wish for me not to speak then I will not," the dragon said and Naruto shook his head slowly. "You just caught me off guard." Naruto looked at the dragon, a look of confusion plastered on his face. "What is your name, so that way I don't have to call you dragon?" Naruto waited for a name but looked confused when the dragon merely shook its head. I do not have a name yet, master. That is for you to decide. Naruto nodded and thought for a bit, crossing his arms and looking down at the ground. Then Naruto looked up and he smiled brightly. How about Azar? It means fire. Seeing as you are a dragon, you most likely breathe fire. The dragon nodded. If that is the name you wish for me to have, then I will now be referred to as Azar. Naruto smiled, then held out his hand. Azar tilted his head at him and took his hand. Naruto shook Azar's clawed hand and Azar shook back, not really fully understanding the gesture's purpose. It is nice to meet you, Azar. Thank you for saving me from falling flat on my face. Azar then smiled a dragon-like smile and nodded his head. It is an honor to serve by you, master. Naruto scrunched up his face and shook his head. We're equals, partners. You don't have to call me master. Just call me Naruto. Azar looked a little dumbfounded by this, but it was what his master Naruto wanted. It is an honor to serve by you, Naruto. I look forward to our time together. They both looked in each other's eyes and just knew that they were going to be best friends. Chapter 3. Walking around the forest, the two just enjoyed each other's company. The dragon, Azar, attacking any small animal that happened to cross their path. Naruto found this quite entertaining, watching the dragon do such. Whenever Naruto asked, the dragon would reply with a simple, I am only making sure you are safe, but Naruto knew better. The dragon, after all, was still young, therefore needed constant exercise and attention. Naruto didn't mind these facts. He himself was still young. Naruto watched as Azar pounced on a squirrel, growling lowly at it, then releasing it. The small animal then bolts off in a different direction and Naruto shakes his head. Naruto and Azar make it to a small clearing, one where there happened to be a lake and plenty of shade around the edges. A huge tree sitting in the center of it. Naruto walked up to the tree while Azar followed, then getting distracted by a small butterfly that happened to fly across his face. The dragon then going off to chase the butterfly while Naruto looked at the tree. An idea forming in his head. What if they built a tree house? That way Naruto won't have to live with his family. After all the times he ran away from home and camped out in the forest at night, he should be able to take care of himself. That idea alone sounded amazing. Then he could live his life in peace and not have to deal with all the villagers and his family. Naruto walked over to the lake and saw plenty of fish swimming in it. He could also catch some of the forest animals and cook them. Naruto smiled. This seemed like a great idea. All he would have to do is build the place and bring all of his things here. Naruto jumped in surprise when he heard a splash and looked over to see the dragon had jumped into the water. The dragon had then splashed Naruto with some water and Naruto looked even more surprised. Then he gained a determined look on his face and took off all his clothes besides his underwear and then jumped in. Resurfacing at the top of the water, Naruto then splashes Azar with some water. Azar lets out a dragon-like laugh and splashes Naruto back, causing him to chuckle. They go back and forth splashing each other with water and playing together till the sun started to set. Then they both climbed out of the water and sat near the huge tree in the center of the clearing. Watching the sun set and drying off, the dragon curled up around Naruto and drifted off to sleep. Naruto doing the same and they both fall asleep. Naruto wakes up to see some other animals curled up around them. Some wolves. They had helped keep Naruto warm, seeing as he was still only in his underwear. Smiling, Naruto reached out and petted one of the wolves, earning a small purr from the beast. Naruto just accepted the fact that the animals had come to stay with him. He enjoyed the company. If anything, these animals were more human than those in his village. Those in his village were the real beasts that are mentioned in fairy tales. Naruto sighed, knowing full well that he should go back home. He really didn't want to though, but he knew he should. Naruto stands up. He gets dressed as quietly as possible, but that wasn't quiet enough. As he hears shuffling behind him and he looks back, waking up the wolves and his dragon in the process. They all look at him and Naruto smiles softly back at them. They stand up with him and Naruto shakes his head. Stay here. I am just going home for the rest of the night, Naruto said softly, and the animals whimper in return, not wanting him to go. Naruto just shakes his head and begins walking off. The animals whimper louder in an effort to get him to return, but he continued walking away anyways. Walking back to the compound that he calls home, Naruto walks upstairs and right to his room only to see Menma sitting on his bed. His brother looks at him and frowns, then stands up and walks over to him and grabs him by the collar of his shirt. Where were you? I didn't have anyone to spar with, so I had to practice on a training dummy. Naruto shrugs and Menma frowns deeper and shoves him against the wall. Answer me. I can and will beat you if I need to. Naruto tries to contain his fear. He didn't want that, so he gave the simplest answer and just told him. At a tree. Menma tilts his head, not at all understanding what that meant, and Naruto smirked slightly. Menma saw this though and punched him in the gut, knocking the wind out of Naruto and causing him to hunch over slightly. Then Menma kicked him in the face, most likely leaving a mark as well. Menma leaves blow after blow on Naruto and he did nothing to fight back. After about 10 minutes Menma grew bored of beating him and left the room, leaving Naruto there curled up in a ball crying softly. Naruto slowly got up and began to grab his things. He was not going to stay here any longer. He was going to go live in the forest, where he would train and become strong. Getting all these things together and walking downstairs, Naruto sneaks into his mum and dad's room, going through one of their drawers and stealing some money that he can use to build his new home. Once he got the money, he steals some food as well. He then leaves the compound, not once looking back as he walks into the forest, following the symbol trail back to the clearing, seeing the animals still there asleep, but they wake up once they hear his footsteps. Looking at him, the wolves and Azar run over to him and comfort him. Naruto sits down on the ground and cries more. The wolves lick his cuts and bruises, causing Naruto to smile softly, eventually falling asleep due to exhaustion, the rest of the animals following suit and curling up around him, keeping him warm through the rest of the night. Chapter 4. Waking up to a bright morning sun and warmth, Naruto looked around. The animals were asleep, all except one lone wolf that stood off to the side watching everyone else sleep. Naruto seemed confused by this. He tilted his head at the wolf and it walked over, licking his cheek and then laying down with the rest of the animals, falling asleep soon after it did such. It must have been up keeping watch, Naruto thought. Naruto got up and stretched. Then, being careful not to step on anyone, he walked out of the small group and over to the large tree in the center of the clearing. He looked at it then bowed. He was going to be building his new home here soon. He had to respect the tree. When he bowed, Naruto noticed his beaten up shoes. Then he looked to the rest of his body to see his clothes were in the same destroyed condition. He would have to get new ones. There was nothing else he could do about such an obvious fact. He would go into town later and get new ones, along with supplies to start his build. This was going to take a while, but it was going to be worth it in the end. For now though, he would fish. He would also collect some berries. He was hungry after all. Fishing was something that he did often. He ran away from home many times before to stay in the forest. All those times he learned how to fish, by hand. Naruto took all his clothes off except his underwear. Then he waded into the water. He crouched down and waited. It was early out still, and so not many would really be awake. Naruto heard a soft snort behind him and turned around to see his dragon, Azar, waking up. Azar looked at Naruto and got up. He flapped his wings slightly and flew over the wolves that surrounded him, then flew over around Naruto, hovering beside him, as he watched Naruto. Naruto, what are you doing? The dragon asked. Fishing, Naruto said, concentrating on the fish in the small lake. The dragon said nothing after this, just waited to see his friend catch a fish. They sat in silence for a while. Then suddenly a fish jumped up slightly. Naruto quickly took this chance to catch the large fish, grabbing the fish by the tail and holding it as it moved violently in his hands. He then threw it to shore and went back to his crouched position. This went on for some time and eventually Azar joined in, helping catch fish as well so they all could eat. By the end they had 20 large fish, enough for everyone to have two. The wolf pack of 8 and then Naruto and Azar. Naruto and Azar climbed out of the water and onto land. Naruto then starts to walk off to the edges of the clearing. Once there he picks up some sticks and rocks. He walked back over to their pile of fish. A few feet away from it he set the rocks down in a circle-like pattern, then put the sticks in it. He looked over to Azar and motioned him to come over. The dragon nodded and walked over, then inhaled deeply. When he exhaled, purple and black flames came from its mouth, lighting the sticks on fire. Naruto looked warily at the flames and then back to the dragon. He sighed and shrugged, not really caring, as he put the fish on sticks and began to cook them. They both sat in silence as Naruto stared at the flames in wonder. They heard the familiar sound of the wolves and looked over in their direction. They woke up one by one and stretched. Naruto smiled at them and waved them over. They came over and smiled wolfish grins and sniffed around. They sat near the fire and the biggest wolf, the alpha, sat next to Naruto. Naruto looked at him and smiled. How are you doing, small one? Naruto jumped at the sudden voice and looked at the wolf. He smiled down at him and Naruto's eyes widened. You can talk too, Naruto said, tilting his head to look at the wolf. The wolf just shook his head and smiled down at him once more. It is not that I can speak per se. It is more that you can understand us. Naruto seemed confused by this. I can understand you, Naruto said, looking at the large wolf. Yes, you may not feel it just yet, but there is something about your aura that is allowing you to do such. You are very different. We have not had someone with an aura like yours come to the forest before. Naruto sat and listened, not really fully understanding but trying his best anyways. Normal human auras are white and as they get older they turn grey. Yours, however, is many-colored, though it has a dark glow to it. All the colors are much darker too. I want you to be able to see what we see. You are strong, child, very strong. How would you like to become a part of our pack? You could train with us and grow strong. Have a family. Naruto's eyes widened at this. He never knew that he would get the chance to have a family again, let alone one that cares. He smiled, tears coming to his eyes as he hugged the large wolf. The wolf hugging back and smiling at Naruto. I will treat you like one of my own. Once we awaken that power of yours we will see all that you can do. You will be a fine pup indeed. Naruto nodded and the rest of the wolves, who were all listening, smiled and hugged Naruto too. All of them saying things along the lines of welcome to the family, or it is nice to have a new pup around here. The fish, that was now finally done, was eaten quickly by the group. Then after that the alpha stood up. Naruto, to become a part of the family you must first be accepted by the forest. Walk over to the tree. When you get there, place your hand on the center of it. The rest will come naturally. Naruto nods and walks over to the tree. He was a little nervous, but he did what he was told. He placed his hand in the center of the tree and sighed, waiting for whatever was going to happen. He waited for a while, and for a bit nothing happened. Then suddenly he felt dizzy. He felt the world spin around him and felt like he was going to fall over. His eyes went out of focus, so he could not see what was going on around him. His hearing also seemed to be failing him, as it sounded like he was underwater. He did not see the wolves walk over to the tree and sit around it in a semicircle. They all sat behind Naruto, and the alpha walked over to him. Strange markings appearing on the wolf's fur. The alpha then scratched his front leg, it bleeding slightly while he walked over to the tree. His blood dripped onto the ground and went around the tree, making a symbol appear around the tree. The forest grew dark, and it seemed that the only things there were the tree, the wolves, and Naruto. The symbol then began to glow brightly, and the alpha's blood slowly made its way up Naruto. The blood then going into Naruto's body, filling his very being with the alpha's blood. All while this happened, Naruto seemed to be having a conversation with the tree. He felt like he understood it as he watched it sway, captivated by its absolute beauty. He felt like he was one with his surroundings and the forest. He felt like he could feel what the forest felt. He felt like he was finally able to breathe for the first time. He finally felt free. On the outside, Naruto's body was going through a change. Strange symbols similar to the ones on the wolves appeared over his skin. A tail and ears similar to the wolves grew on him. His hair had changed as well, from the bright yellow that it used to be to a now shiny white. His ears and tail also being white to match his hair. The wolves knew that Naruto to easily make these ears and tail disappear with the right amount of training. They also knew that he could shift into a wolf, also with the right amount of training. For now though, he would be stuck in this hybrid state until he was trained properly. As for his hair, they do not know what had happened. Nor do they know if it can be fixed. The transformation though, was complete. The forest had accepted Naruto with open arms. If not, Naruto would have been killed during the transformation. The wolves all stepped away. The glow from the tree subsided and the blood disappeared. The symbols on the wolves however stayed. Naruto's hand fell from and he stood there not moving for a while. Then he blinked. He looked around and then looked down at his hands, seeing the strange symbols on his skin. He didn't mind it though. His mind had been opened up to a new world that he had been oblivious to before. He had noticed something move behind him and he saw the tail. He felt something move on his head as well. Reaching up on top of his head, he felt the two fluffy ears. He smiled slightly. He was a part of the family now. He didn't have to be alone anymore. He turned around and smiled at his new family. They all smiled back and he ran over and hugged them all. The alpha female, or the Luna, grabbed him by the back of his kimono, something that he had just realized he had on. He doesn't know how he got it or where it came from, but he did not mind it. She walked over to an area away from the others and sat him down. Then she laid down behind him and curled up around him. Naruto just realized that he felt extremely drained. He laid down with his new mother and closed his eyes. Azar had came over and curled up beside him. They all drifted off into a peaceful slumber. The other wolves talking with the alpha over the good news of a new pup. They had all agreed to just let him rest for now though. Tomorrow they would let him get used to the new changes that had happened to him. The day after, training would begin. Chapter 5. Waking up, Naruto looked around. The pack was all laid around and about, all over the area in a circle-like formation, probably guessed to make sure nothing happened to Naruto. He was their new pup after all. They had to make sure he was safe. It was mid-afternoon when Naruto awoke. He yawned, his sharper canines showing when he does so. He then lays back down and tries to sleep more. Then he feels something lick his face and he groans and tries to push whatever was licking his face away from him. It doesn't work because it seems that only made whatever it was lick him more. He opens his eyes and looks up to see his mum licking his face. So in return, Naruto hides his face in her fur, trying to avoid her affection and sleep as best as possible. She laughs a wolfish laugh and continues her affectionate assault on Naruto. Eventually he gave up on sleeping. He knew that he wasn't going to sleep anymore. No matter how hard he would try. He sits up again and looks at his mum and pout, playing at his lips. "Why did you do that, mum? I was trying to sleep." Naruto said, his eyebrows knitting together in frustration. She only laughs more and looks at him. "Pups need exercise. Not only that, but you should really start getting used to all the changes you went through. Sleeping won't help you do that," she says, a smiling tugging at her lips. Naruto groans and then sighs. He stands up and in the process wakes up Azar, the dragon, looking up at him and then standing as well. Looking around the forest, Naruto noticed that all his senses were heightened. He could see, hear, and smell things he never could before. Or at least couldn't smell, see, and hear unless he was close. He began to walk around, talking in as many small details that he could. Then he looked back at his mum. He wanted to explore, but he knew he wouldn't be able to go alone. She got the hint and stood up, prepared to watch and protect her pup if needed. Without thinking, Naruto crouched down and began sniffing around, walking slowly around the field, remembering the scent so he would be able to make it back here if he were alone. Then he got up and ran off in a random direction. His mother followed close behind along with his dragon. Naruto took the time to admire the forest in a new light. He looked at all the flowers, along with all the small designs on them that he couldn't see before. He reached out to a certain flower. It was a patch of flowers really. They seemed to glow slightly and somehow Naruto felt like he should touch one. The flowers were purple, with many other colors glowing around them. They were growing in the shade of a tree. Looking around, Naruto noticed that these flowers seemed to stop where the shade stopped, not going into broad daylight. As Naruto reached out to touch the flower, it grew towards him. Like it was reaching out to him too. Just a little bit more and he would have made contact with the flower. He couldn't remember if it was him who touched the flower first or if it was the flower that touched him first. All he knows is that once he did, something changed. The symbols that had been on his skin began to change before his very eyes. They still looked the same, but this time he could understand it. The symbols printed on his skin said something. They meant something. The guardian of the forest, he shall be the strongest of them all, he read out loud. He looked back at his mum and he could read her symbols too. Leader of the wolf pack. Now that he thought about it, everyone in the pack had symbols on them. Were these their roles? Naruto sat confused for a moment. His mum seemed to already know what happened but wanted him to speak first. He was about to ask when he heard something, his ears flicking in the direction of the sound as he looked in that direction. His tail swayed slightly and, for a second, he just stood there, listening for any more sound. He heard the sound again and he bolted off in that direction. His mum following close behind him as he ran, Azar flying beside him to keep up. Once they got in range of the sound by about a mile, they slowed down. Naruto wanted to make sure they weren't heard by whatever it was making the sound. They were near the edge of the forest by now, so they knew it was highly possible for them to run into people. With that thought in mind, Naruto stayed in the shadows, his mum and Azar doing the same. They saw some kids, two really. None of them Naruto knew, but they seemed to be up to no good. Their chakra was next to none, so they must have been villagers. What could they be doing out here? The thought of them trying to hurt the forest, his second home, scared him deeply. It caused his hairs to stand up on end and his tail to fluff up slightly. He was scared, yes. This is the first time he had been through a situation like this. Pushing those thoughts aside, Naruto listened to the boys closely. Do you really think some wolves live out here? Why would they live here? I don't know, but wouldn't be cool if we caught one. We could skin it and take the meat to our parents. It's getting late. Can we come back tomorrow? I don't want to be late going back home. The other boy sighed and nodded. Knowing it was probably best, they both went home. They walked out of the forest and Naruto growled. He didn't like their idea, nor would he let it happen. He was going to train and become strong, so that way he could protect the things he cared about. He looked at his mum, a determined look in his blue eyes. She understood why, and they all began the trip back to the center of the forest. Today, training will start. Not tomorrow. Today. There was no room for discussion by anyone. Naruto had made up his mind. He was going to protect his family. He was going to protect his new home, even if it kills him. Chapter 6. Once back in the clearing, the Luna runs over to her mate. He was in a group with other wolves, talking about something that Naruto didn't really focus on or care to. They needed to start training. We had to protect the forest. Now, the Luna rubs up against her mate, nudging him slightly but in a rushed manner. He looks at her, confusion in his big wolf eyes. She says something to him and his eyes widen. Then he looks over to Naruto. He was pacing back and forth quickly, running his hands through his hair occasionally. They could tell he was worried and anxious. They also knew he would be. They just didn't think this would all happen so soon. Naruto's mother and father walk back over to him after his father says something to the other wolves, causing them to all run off in random directions. Once back over with Naruto, his mother licks his cheek in an attempt to calm him. That did little to help him. His tail was still puffed up and his hairs still stood on end. His ears flicked every now and again in all directions, making sure he didn't hear anything that would be suspicious. Pup, you must calm down some. If you don't and you try to rush training, we won't be able to train you properly. Naruto's father says, looking at his pup stress so soon. He didn't enjoy it one bit, but he knew that if they didn't train him, his stress would only get worse with every passing second. Naruto sighs heavily and looks at his father with determination in his eyes. His eyes glowed a slight black when Naruto looked at his parents. They seemed a little taken aback. They didn't think he would be so upset that he began to tap into the power that lays dormant within himself. They realized in that moment just how serious this situation was to him, and the two parents looked at each other, then pulled Naruto over to the lake. Naruto was a little confused, but he complied with them. Naruto was then told to strip naked. He looked at his parents completely shocked. He did not know why he was being asked to do such, but he knew he didn't want to do it. Even if they were his parents, he was not going to comply so easily. What? Why? I'm not doing it without a reason, Naruto said, crossing his arms, a look of pure defiance on his face. His parents sighed in unison. Then, without warning, his mother pounced on him. His father chuckled and sat down, watching the situation with amusement present on his face. Mum, what are you doing? Naruto completely panicked and tried to get away. She only dragged him back and took off his kimono and his underwear, Naruto panicking and uses his tail to hide his parts. Naruto then looks at his mum and growls loudly. I could have done that myself, Mum. She laughs and licks his cheek. Naruto wades into the water and then he looks back at his parents. So what? I'm taking a bath. Naruto sees the rest of the pack come back and carry plants and leaves with them, along with some other things that Naruto couldn't recognize. The items are then dropped into the water and the water begins to glow. Naruto's eyes widen and he looks at his parents and the rest of the pack. He was about to ask them what was happening when he was suddenly pulled underwater by some invisible force. Naruto panicked and tried to swim back to the surface, but that didn't seem to help at all as he was pulled further and further under the water. This was it, he thought. I'm going to die. I might as well make it easy for myself. Naruto closed his eyes and stopped holding his breath. He inhaled and let the water fill his lungs, giving into the darkness as he relaxed completely. Naruto drifted there, peace flooding his system. After a while of not, well, dying, Naruto opened his eyes and looked around. He was just floating there and he could breathe. Naruto was a little confused by this but didn't question it. Naruto still seemed to be going down, so Naruto decided to turn around and swim down too. He seemed to be getting closer to some surface of some sort because there seemed to be light shining above the water. Now that he thinks about it, when did the lake get so deep? Before he could stand in it and it would come above his waist when he was in the shallows. When he went in he made sure to stay in the shallow water, so how is it that now he can fully swim in the water and not see the land above him? When he looked back the way he came he could only see darkness. How is it possible that the world he was once in before suddenly vanished? Or is it that he just got turned upside down somehow? Naruto realized that he had finally made it to the surface. Breaking the top of the pool of water, Naruto gasped and took in a huge gulp of air. Sure, he could somehow breathe underwater, but it still didn't feel right. He looked over to the shore and swam to it, quickly getting out of the water that he thought would kill him. He closed his eyes and just enjoyed the feel of solid land beneath him. He opened his eyes and looked at the sky. It was nighttime. How? When he got into the water it was mid-afternoon. How could it possibly be nighttime? He looked at the full moon in awe. Even though it shouldn't be there, it was still beautiful. He looked around him and realized that he was no longer in the forest he knew. He was still in a forest surrounded by trees. The trees and bushes looked amazing. So beautiful and full of life. There was a small building. Naruto didn't quite understand what it was doing there and there were no people around, so where could it have come from? He got up slowly and looked down at himself. He had clothes on. They just weren't the normal kimono he had worn previous to entering the water. Image, I am a lazy author today, had lots of schoolwork, so he seemed confused to say the least. He looked around and walked over to the structure. It was made out of some sort of marble. It shined in the light of the moon. Naruto walked around it, then a bright light shone, blinding him momentarily. Then he saw a Chapter 7. He saw a swan. Naruto was completely baffled by this. What was even going on? He didn't even know what to think anymore. Maybe he could go back the way he came. Naruto turned around fully prepared to go back until he heard a voice. I am sorry, small one. You cannot go back until you are ready. Naruto looked back at the swan. Pure confusion written all over his face. Naruto then nodded slowly. Come, small one, it is time we awaken your aura and open your eyes. Naruto deadpanned and nodded again. Opened his eyes. They look pretty open right now. The swan began walking off towards the forest and Naruto followed behind closely. He did not know what or where this place was. Getting lost didn't seem like a good choice. They kept walking till they got to a cave. The swan then turned around and looked at him. You will stay here for 3 days. Here you will overcome your physical capabilities. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. 3 whole days. How could he possibly survive 3 days without food or water? If you leave the cave before time is up, you are admitting defeat, so you will never be able to protect those you cherish. The swan walked off, then disappeared in that bright flash of light, leaving Naruto all alone, in a place he was unfamiliar with. Naruto sat down in the cave. What was he supposed to do for 3 days? Naruto looked around the cave for anything to do. He sighed and laid down on the cold hard ground. If he was going to do anything he might as well sleep. The swan wouldn't have put him here if it wasn't safe. Right. Naruto woke up to see that he was still in the cave. He looked around more and sighed. Then he heard something snort. Azar. He looked over at a dark corner to see his dragon friend looking at him. Azar, how did you get here? It doesn't matter, it's just nice to have someone to talk to now. Naruto got up and began walking over to his friend. Then Azar growled loudly, stopping Naruto mid-step. Azar, what's wrong? Naruto asked, looking at his dragon friend full of concern. Then Azar lunged at him, pinning him to the ground easily. Naruto's eyes filled with shock and he looked back at his friend. Hey Azar, let go, why are you doing this? The dragon however did not answer. Azar just growled louder at him and scratched him across his face, leaving 3 long gashes across Naruto's cheek. Naruto's eyes filled with fear and confusion as he looked back at his friend. Tears filled his eyes as he looked back at him. Hey Azar, why would you hit me? What did I do? Azar just raised another clawed hand and scratched him across his arm. Naruto screamed. The pain he felt was something he was supposed to be used to, and yet it hurt more when it came from someone he thought he could trust. Azar continued, leaving long gashes and cuts on Naruto, ripping his skin off slowly as he attacked. Naruto's screams never ceased until he began to choke on his own blood. a gurgling sound filling the cave as he felt his life slip away from him. Then, darkness. Naruto woke up screaming and crying as he remembered the nightmare that just happened. He was terrified, horrified, at what just happened. Naruto curled up into a ball and cried silently. He was shaking violently and he feared that if he looked up he would see his dragon friend, ready to kill him again in the same painful way. Naruto touched all the places where he got cut at in the dream. He didn't find a single cut or scratch there or anywhere. This didn't make the dream feel any less real. Naruto didn't think he would be able to fall asleep after that. He just sat there. He didn't know how long he was sitting there, but that's what he did. Moving as his eyes darted around the cave. He looked over to the entrance of the cave and realized that the moon was still out. Would the moon always be out? Is there no sun? If there isn't, how would he be able to tell time? Was there really any way to tell at all? He looked back into the cave, looking at the deeper, darker parts of it, and he shook slightly. He inched closer to the edge of the cave where there was more light for him to see with. He really wanted to run out of the cave and never look back, but he knew that if he did that he wouldn't be able to protect his family. Naruto sat there quietly, the nightlife comforting him slightly. He knew that this was going to be a long 3 days, but there was nothing he could do about it. Then after a while, Naruto got bored of just sitting there. He looked deeper into the cave and inhaled deeply. He decided that he was going to venture deeper into it. He wanted to see if there was anything else there. He stood up and began walking deeper. Then he heard a voice, voices to be exact. Turn back. You are weak. You are not ready for the power you wield. Hearing the voices made him tense up slightly. He looked around quickly, then began to move again, continuing his quest deeper into the cave. The voices grew louder and louder the deeper he got, and eventually they were screaming. Naruto tried covering his ears, but the sound seemed to be coming from his head. He grew a headache and began to get dizzy. Maybe he should turn around. Maybe the voices were right and he wasn't ready. Naruto dropped to his knees and looked deeper into the cave. It seemed endless, like he would never reach the end, and it would only cause him more pain to try to reach for something that isn't there. The voices were still screaming at him to go back, though he couldn't move anymore. He felt exhausted, like walking anymore would kill him. He sat there, his eyes going out of focus as his mind slowly slipped into the welcoming darkness. Just before his eyes slid closed, he heard something. It sounded far away compared to the screaming in his ears, but he still heard it. Don't give in. This is only what they want. You're so close, Naruto. Naruto blinked his eyes a few times, trying to get the black dots that clouded his vision to go away. That voice, though small, had gotten his attention. It made him want to keep going. Maybe that voice was there the entire time and he just couldn't hear it because of all the noise. Slowly Naruto used the wall for support as he stood up. He could do this. He would do this. He felt like he could overcome this. He just had to persevere. He had to stay determined. Now I couldn't help that reference. Naruto's eyes glowed slightly and he stood up with newfound strength. Naruto traveled deeper into the cave, not once thinking about turning back. The voices were still screaming, but as he continued they got quieter, and the one that was telling him to continue grew louder. The farther he went, the stronger he felt. He could do anything. He could protect those he loved. This was nothing. He is stronger than this. He will overcome. Naruto felt something inside himself shift and he saw his skin glow slightly. On his arm a tattoo of a wolf with wings appeared right on his shoulder. He knew that this meant that he had done something good. Then he heard the voice that had been encouraging him. You passed the first test, Naruto. Congratulations. Naruto smiled brightly. He had done it. He passed the first test. He wondered what the second test could possibly be. What could this cave possibly have in store for him now? Chapter 8. Naruto sat deep in the cave. He felt at peace being so deep inside it, though he was beginning to grow bored once again. He hadn't slept much after that nightmare and he really didn't want to, but, without his consent, his eyes began to droop. He was really hoping that he wouldn't have that nightmare again. Naruto sighed as he stood up. He decided that he should exercise. This way it would wake him up and he wouldn't fall asleep with the chance of having a nightmare again. Naruto began to run laps around the cave. He ran near the opening of the cave but was careful not to get too close. His eyes had gotten adjusted to the darkness and he didn't want to harm them. After he ran a few laps he began doing push-ups. These tasks were waking him up and keeping him occupied. He switched from push-ups to jumping jacks, then jumping jacks to handstands. This way he can learn how to keep better balance. Every now and again he would take a break from such tasks. Though when he took a break he didn't stop. Instead he would do some yoga to relax his muscles. After that he would start back up again, doing push-ups, jumping jacks, handstands, handstand push-ups, running laps around the cave. He wouldn't take a break until he was drenched in sweat and could barely move. After a while he was too tired to do anything. He laid down on the cave floor out of breath and breathing heavily. He looked at the ceiling of the cave and closed his eyes, immediately falling asleep there, darkness filling his vision as he passed out. Naruto woke up again, still looking at the cave ceiling. He sighed and closed his eyes again. Then he heard a growl. His eyes widened and he looked over to the dark corner once again. He saw the familiar form of his dragon friend and he panicked. He quickly got up and ran deeper into the cave, trying to get away from what he thought was his friend. His friend had caught up to him though, tackling him to the ground and forcing him to lay on his stomach. Azar dug his claws into Naruto's back, leaving long claw marks in his back. Naruto screamed and tears fell from his eyes at an alarming rate. He wasn't used to the nightmare yet and was hoping that it wouldn't happen again. Naruto tried crawling out of his friend's grasp. His friend only dug his claws deeper into his skin. Naruto screamed and his friend inhaled deeply, blowing fire onto Naruto's back, burning the skin on his back. Naruto's screams only grew louder as his friend continued to burn him. Naruto could feel himself slipping into the darkness again, but just before he could, Azar stopped burning him. Azar flipped Naruto over onto his back and Naruto hissed in pain. He tried to turn back over, but Azar just dug his claws into his shoulders. The dragon dug his claws deep into Naruto's chest and ripped his organs out. Naruto's eyes faded as the light slowly disappeared from them. Naruto coughed up blood and his head leaned to the side. Naruto watched as his blood pooled around him. It felt warm against his skin, like he was taking a warm bath. His mind fell into darkness as his eyes slid closed. Naruto woke up in a cold sweat and breathing heavily. He took off his shirt and felt his back, feeling his smooth skin and sighing in relief. He wiped his forehead of the sweat on his skin and sat there trying to regain his breath. He wanted to get up and begin exercising, but he knew he wouldn't get very far if he couldn't breathe. An idea came to Naruto as he decided that he would meditate so he could get proper breathing techniques. Naruto sat in the middle of the cave and straightened his back out. He sat crisscross and laid his hands palm up on his knees. He closed his eyes and began breathing in and out, trying to get his breathing under control after the nightmare. After a while of sitting there and breathing, Naruto got up and began exercising again. He would go until he was out of breath, then he would begin breathing again. He was getting hungry and thirsty and didn't know where to find food. Looking out into the night, he saw lots of berries. His mouth watered at the thought. He shook his head and turned away from the potential food. Instead, he exercised and meditated to take his mind off it. He did this same routine for what felt like hours. He imagined being full the entire time he did it, knowing that if he thought about being hungry would only make him more hungry. He imagined eating a full meal and laying in a warm bed. Slowly, after a while, he didn't feel so hungry or tired anymore. Almost like he tricked his mind into thinking that he was resting, that he had more energy than what he really had. He began to run faster and push himself harder. The more he pushed himself, the more energy he felt like he had. He kept running and pushing. He still continued to meditate to keep his breathing steady. He did this constant routine for what felt like hours, days maybe. Yet he just didn't feel like stopping. He enjoyed the feel of his blood pumping in his veins. After a while he was running laps again, he began to glow faintly. He stopped to see what was happening again, and when he looked at his arm, he had another tattoo. This time it was a tattoo of a forest with a large tree in the middle. The moon and the lake in it as well. The forest glowed slightly, then returned to black. Naruto smiled. He had done it again. He had completed another test. The second test. He grinned and jumped around the cave, happy with himself. The voice appearing to congratulate him once again. Good job, Naruto. The second test is over. Now will you be able to conquer the final test? Use what you have learned. You have already faced the third test before. He had already faced the third test before. That doesn't make any sense. Wasn't this going in order? What was the third test then? After he finishes this test, will he be allowed to leave? Naruto sighed and sat down, leaning against the cave walls. All he knew though is that he had to be ready for it. If he wasn't, then he will just have to try again until he passes. He will get out of this cave soon. He will protect his family and the forest. He has done all of this to become strong for them, for everyone, but mainly, for himself. Chapter 9. Naruto was continuing his usual routine. He couldn't tell what the test might have been. The only hint he was given was that he faced it before. He had done multiple things in this cave that had been challenging, so to him that was a pretty bad hint. Naruto didn't sleep as much, seeing as he knew how to trick his body into thinking that he did. Sleep had slowly become an unnecessary thing. Naruto sat down to meditate again. He had thought that maybe if he kept doing all the things that he did, then the third test would make itself known to him. Yet he feels like he did the same things over and over for hours now. Naruto punched the cave walls. He was frustrated to say the least. He wanted to know what he wasn't doing right. Why hasn't he seen the third test yet? Did he already see it when he was doing all the things he did but didn't notice it? Really, how hard is this third test? Naruto knew he had gotten stronger. Much stronger than what he was before. Yet now he couldn't find a stupid test. Naruto growled and looked at the ground. His ears were flat and pulled back slightly in frustration. His tail swishing violently behind him. He sat down and sighed heavily. He seemed to be sighing a lot lately when he entered this cave. He can only keep himself entertained for so long. He is still a kid. 5 years old still. How is he going to figure out whatever this tested? This is like growing up. Even though he sort of already had to grow up some when his parents had his brother beat him and things of such a manner. Naruto shivered when he recalled the day he left his house to come live in the woods. He wasn't too happy about that, but at least now he should be able to defend himself. Naruto lays down on the cave floor and looks up at the ceiling. He has taken up doing this when he was fully stumped and had trained all day. Training was fun, he just needed to be able to do something else once in a while. Even though this usually resulted in him being extremely bored. Naruto curled up slightly and hugged his fluffy tail closely, using it to keep himself warm as he looked back at the cave entrance. He wanted to leave. He wanted to see his family. How did time even work here? It seemed like it was always the same time. He never saw the full moon move from its high peak in the sky as an eternal night had taken up its keep. Naruto got up and sat close to the entrance of the cave. None of the temptations of leaving got to him anymore because he knew why he was here. He made himself stronger and he felt like he was ready to travel outside of the cave. Though he knows he is not allowed to leave till the 3 days are up, and during that time he had tests to pass. I will let you all know now. I had to take a test and I had to close out all tabs on my computer. I had in turn lost half of the damn chapter. I am legit crying, I cannot believe it's gone. So if the rest seems a bit rushed out, doesn't sound good, it is because of that reason. I am sorry for my inability to keep things. After that he would protect the things he cares about and make sure his new family stays safe. He doesn't know what he would do if he lost them. Naruto grew angry just thinking about losing them because he was too weak to protect them. They are his saviors, his world is that forest now. If he ever lost that, he would be losing himself. Something that would be catastrophic to all others who interacted with him. Naruto began to study all of the rough parts of the cave walls and all of the rocks laid around it. He didn't want to trip over any of them, nor did he wish to scratch up his back if he decided to lean against the cave walls. He had grown somewhat fond of the cave. It somehow taught him a lot without even having to do anything. What was it that made this cave so special anyways? How did it make all those voices? Make it seem endless? How is it giving him these nightmares? Naruto sighed and yawned slightly. Laying down has made him tired and he knows that he should probably get up and move around, but he hasn't slept much as it is. He is still a child and needs his rest. Though he knows he'll regret it when the nightmares come, he let his eyes slide closed and he relaxed slightly. Using his tail for warmth as he slipped into another nightmare-filled sleep. Waking up, Naruto looked around the cave. He already knew what was going to happen next before he heard the loud growl come from a dark corner. Naruto stiffened and stood up, running over to the cave entrance and staying in the light of the moon. His friend would always come from a dark corner, so maybe if he stayed in the light it would be better. He smiled triumphantly when his friend did not come into the light, but then frowned, his eyes widening as the light slowly retreated and his friend inched closer with every passing moment. Naruto didn't have much time as he had to think quick on his feet. He looked around quickly and saw a rock near the entrance of the cave. Naruto's eyes widened in realization as he remembered that that rock had been there before. It was in the exact place that it was in the cave when he fell asleep. If that's the case, then that means that this cave might be an exact replica of the real one. Naruto looked around as he began identifying parts of the cave that he remembered had rocks or nicks in the wall. He didn't want to hurt his friend, but at this point he had to come to terms with the fact that this is not in fact his friend. Just a mere copy of him. A fake. Naruto picked up the rock and threw it at the dragon. It didn't hit him and may have only distracted him for a second, but that was all the time Naruto needed to sprint to the next rock, Azar soon following after him. Naruto picked up the next rock and threw it at his friend. This time hitting him square in the face. Naruto cheered silently as he ran over to the wall. Remembering that it had a few pointy parts on it, his dragon charged him and lunged at him. Naruto jumping out of the way last minute, watching his friend collide with the wall. The dragon became disoriented as it stumbled around for a second. Naruto took this chance to pick his dragon friend up and ram him against the wall. He had then used this chance to pick up a sharp-pointed rock and aimed it at his friend. He was going to end this. Once and for all, Naruto stabbed the rock through his dragon friend's belly, that being the only soft spot where the rock could get through. The rest of Azar's body being covered in scales. Naruto tore through the soft flesh and then dropped his friend to the ground. Naruto was breathing heavily and turned around and looked away. Even if this wasn't real, he didn't want to see his friend bleed out in front of him. Naruto walked towards the entrance of the cave in silence, turning his back on his friend's corpse. This, however, in this situation, was a bad choice. He had failed to see his dragon friend rise up and take new form. He looked exactly like Naruto, just everything on him was black. This second version of Naruto chuckled evilly. Naruto whipped his head around and looked at him. He was questioning what had happened but felt like this wasn't the proper time to be worried about that. "Who are you?" Naruto said, stepping forward slightly. He was prepared to fight if he must. He did not know if this look-alike was a friend or foe. "Who am I? I'm you. I'm every dark thought and wish. Every shadow under one's bed and in one's head. I am what you seek and what you must keep. I am power. The power that you hide away inside of you. I'ma call him the Dark One, or the Dark Side. You guys can decide that for future chapters, hey." The darker version of Naruto said as he walked slowly towards Naruto. "You can run from me, but you will never escape me. You have two choices. Accept this power you hold or reject it. If you accept it, you will become stronger than everyone. The strongest being ever to exist. If you reject it, it will slowly corrupt your mind and destroy you from the inside out. It will become uncontrollable and will run rampant." Naruto nodded and walked closer to the darker version of himself. He really wasn't left much wiggle room, but he already knew what he wanted from the start. Naruto held out his hand towards the darker version of himself. The darker Naruto took Naruto's hand and slowly disappeared into Naruto in a swirl of black mist. Naruto's eyes glowed and he dropped to the ground, his eyes filling with darkness as he passed out. Waking up inside the cave, Naruto noticed the faint glow around himself. He looked down at his arm to see the solar system appear on his arm. They each glowed their respective colors, then the tattoo faded back to black. Naruto smiled, then jumped up and cheered. He did it. He finished the final test. Naruto felt as giddy as a schoolgirl. The tattoos were proof that he is strong. Naruto's celebration was cut short due to a sudden bright light shining around the room. Naruto was forced to cover his eyes and look away. When it died down, the swan was there. Naruto stared at the swan, tilting his head slightly. Congratulations, Naruto, I knew you would pass these tests with flying colors. Naruto's eyes widened. You're the voice, the one who has been talking to me this whole time. The swan nodded and another flash of light filled the cave. When it died down, a lady was left in the place of the swans. She was a short girl. She had wings on her back and wore a dress that exposed her legs. She wore a bracelet and a headpiece, along with a necklace and some sort of belt that went around her waist. She had big blue eyes and blonde, almost white, hair. Naruto stared at her in awe as he listened to her speak. I am very proud of you, Naruto. I have watched you all throughout your time in this cave, and for someone so young you are very strong. I have never met anyone else like you, nor have I ever seen such perseverance. You are now ready to go back home. The rest of your training is up to you, young one. I was merely here to assist you on your path. Naruto nodded slowly as he watched her walk out of the cave and down a path. Stopping to make sure Naruto did not get lost, Naruto walked to the edge of the cave entrance and stood there for a second. He was not sure if he felt like leaving, but he knew it was necessary if he wanted to protect his family. Stepping outside the cave slowly, Naruto followed. They walked back to the lake where Naruto had first emerged from and smiled softly. Thank you. I learned a lot because of you, Naruto said, smiling at the lady. I have taught you nothing. You have learned all of these things on your own. She then disappeared in another flash of bright light and Naruto shakes his head. She seems to enjoy big entrances and exits. Now that he is standing here with the choice to go home, he realizes something. If he stayed here for 3 days, then doesn't that mean that those kids already attacked his family? Naruto panicked and jumped into the water quickly. He was not about to lose his family just because he wasn't there to save them. That will be the one thing he will never forgive. Hey, longer chap than what I had planned, but hey, better for you guys, right? Chapter 10. Naruto swam through the water as fast as he could. He was not ready to lose the only family that cared about him. He looked up, seeing light shine over the surface of the water. He was close, he knew that very well. Even so, fear clenched at his chest as he pushed himself to go faster. He had to admit though, that place, where the moon was always in the sky, had become a second home to him. He felt connected to it regardless of the fact that his home lay in another world. As Naruto reached the top of the lake, he swam there for just a second, staying in this watery void-like space as he looked at the surface, sticking his hand through it. Would anything have changed when he gets back? He was a little scared to go through, but he knew he had to. Breaking the surface of the water, Naruto emerged slowly. It was daytime. He didn't see anyone around either. That thought worried him. What if he was too late? Naruto quickly swam over to the edge of the lake and got out. His clothes had stayed the same from when he was in that other dimension. This was better than coming back and being fully naked, so Naruto was not complaining. Naruto walked around the area slowly. Everything seemed to be fine. Just no one was around. Sniffing around, Naruto got a whiff of the scent of one of the pack members. It seemed to be a few hours old, but besides that it was somewhat recent. He followed the scent deeper into the woods, making sure that he didn't lose it. The more he followed it, the stronger it got. He was getting pretty deep in the woods. He wasn't accustomed to being this far in. He didn't have his symbols this far out, so there was no way he could use them. After a while of running, Naruto made it to the end of the scent. He was relieved to see one of his pack members, but was still worried as to why he didn't see the rest. He ran over to the wolf and hugged him tightly. The wolf, who had smelled the scent of the pup, had smiled and licked Naruto's cheek, then nudged his head slightly. Naruto could tell that the wolf was happy to see him as well. Naruto could tell by the amount of aura coming off this wolf that they were the Beta. Naruto had smiled more, then a serious look came over his face. Excuse me, Beta, but do you know where everyone else is? The Beta smiled and then howled loudly. There were some howls received in return as Naruto knew what the howl said. He was calling everyone back to come and see him. Naruto smiled happily. He was ready to see the rest of his family as he had missed them greatly. Naruto sat on the floor and waited. He was excited to say the least. His tail wagging happily and his ears flicked slightly. The first wolf he saw was his mum. Naruto jumped up and ran over to her, hugging her tightly and snuggling into her fur. He was happy to finally see his mum again. He had gotten very attached to all of them in the past few days. She licked his ears and smiled down at him. My pup is finally back. I'm so proud of you. Naruto smiled and rubbed the back of his head. While doing that action, Naruto had gotten a quick look at his arm. The tattoos, they were all gone. He didn't see them anymore. Not even the ones he had after he got accepted into the pack. His sun-kissed skin had paled slightly due to the fact that he was in the dark for so long. He didn't worry though. He knew that the tattoos were still there somehow. Just that they weren't visible right now. Naruto snuggled closer to his mum, purring softly when she comforted him. Naruto heard paw steps come up behind his mum and looked up to see his dad smiling down at him. Naruto smiled back and his father nuzzled him affectionately, then sat down along with his mum. Naruto sat down with him and smiled brightly. That was short-lived as he got tackled by a flying purple ball. Groaning slightly, Naruto looked up to see his dragon friend on him. Flashbacks of the nightmare filled Naruto's mind and he backed away quickly from his friend. Everyone looked at him a little weird and Azar whimpered when his friend moved away from him. Naruto took the time to calm down, some not enjoying the fact that he couldn't get along with his first real friend due to the nightmares. Once he calmed down, he reminded himself that this was a friend and he slowly got up and hugged Azar. He was a little tense and he tried to relax more but he really couldn't. Naruto, his mum called out to him and he turned around to look at her. Yay mum, he turned around to his mum and tilts his head at her. Don't force yourself to do something you're not ready to do yet. Naruto nods and walks over to his mum and sits next to her, snuggling deep into her fur. He was really tired and felt like he would be able to sleep in peace for once. Closing his eyes, he lets his mind slip into the welcoming darkness of sleep, falling into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 11. Naruto was awoken by his friend, Azar, due to the fact that he kept nudging him with his snout. Naruto cracked one eye open and looked at Azar, clearly annoyed with his constant pestering. Once Azar saw that his friend was up, Azar had jumped up and run around the field, showing that he was up and ready to play. Come on Naruto, you've been sleeping for hours. Don't you feel like training or exploring? Azar said, a little too much excitement in his voice. Naruto wasn't happy with having to get up, so he did what any other 5-year-old would do. He laid back down and ignored him. Naruto curled up and relaxed against his mum. He just wanted to rest, something he has not gotten for 3 days. Azar, however, had other plans and he began to poke and nudge at Naruto once more. Naruto used his tail to block the annoyance, growling slightly at his friend in an attempt to tell him to leave him alone. Azar didn't stop though and Naruto was getting to his wits' ends. Eventually Naruto got up and looked at his friend, anger evident on his face when he looked at him. Naruto then walked over to the other side of the field, laying in the shade of a tree as he curled up once more and closed his eyes. Azar walked over to Naruto and laid down in front of him, whimpering slightly as he crawled closer slowly. Naruto heard this and sighed heavily. I would guess that now would be a good time for you to practice using your power. Naruto's eyes snapped open and he sat up looking around. He wasn't too sure if he heard that right. It sounded like he heard the darker version of himself a moment ago. You were correct, you did hear me Naruto. This time Naruto jumped up. He understood that there was a darker part of himself that he had to get under control, but he didn't think it was actually a physical being or voice that is now attached to him. He was guessing that hearing this voice would become a normal occurrence, but he knew there was nothing else that could really be done about it. So hearing you will become a normal thing, isn't that right, Dark One? I don't know if I can get used to having a second voice inside my head. Naruto heard chuckling as the Dark One laughed. Naruto didn't know how, but somehow the darker side of himself found what he said to be amusing. This caused Naruto to smile softly. Well, I have always been here Naruto. Just before you were not fully ready for me to reveal myself to you. Naruto tilted his head at this. You've always been here. Where? How come I never noticed you? The Dark One sighed. You always managed to ask more questions than anyone I've ever seen. I must keep in mind your age. It is common for young humans to ask many questions. While this entire conversation was going on between Naruto and the Dark One, the rest of the pack and Azar stared at Naruto with confused and concerned looks on their faces. They do not know who or what Naruto was talking to, and they were deeply concerned that going to the other side of the lake had made him lose it somewhat. His mum and dad began talking quietly, eventually coming to an agreement as his mum walked over to Naruto, who, in her eyes, seemed to be talking to himself. Naruto heard the poor steps and turned around to look at his mum as he smiled brightly at her. She smiled back and pulled Naruto close. Pup, if you ever feel like you need a break, you are welcome to stop. You need to make sure you relax sometimes too. Naruto nodded in understanding and began speaking to himself again. Well, that's what everyone else thought. Eventually someone had to say something. It just so happened to be Azar who said it. Naruto, who are you talking to? When Naruto heard this, he laughed somewhat. Now that he thinks about it, he probably looks crazy right now. I'm talking to the darker side of me. I just call him the Dark One since that's easier to say anyways. Everyone stares at Naruto a little confused and Naruto points to his shadow. The Dark One. His shadow morphed slightly, forming a creature that had 2 heads and a demonic grin speed across its 2 faces. Empty eyes staring at them in shadow form. Everyone looked taken aback as they stared at Naruto's shadow. Azar, who had recognized what was going on, said nothing, sitting there trying to keep a look of indifference. Naruto's shadow morphed back to his normal one and he smiled at everyone. Then he turned around and began walking deeper into the woods. Everyone watched him slightly confused as to what just happened. More or less they knew that Naruto had a dark power inside himself. They didn't think it would be in the form of another being. They watched in silence long after he was gone. Then Azar got up and ran after him. Everyone silently agreed that they would not let this affect their view of Naruto. He was still a part of the pack, so this should not change that. Everyone got up and went back to doing what they were doing before Naruto's arrival, which was securing the border. After they had heard about the humans coming tomorrow to attempt at killing them and stealing their pelts and meat, they decided to be extra cautious about what goes on in the forest. Now someone will have to take border patrol for the mornings, afternoons, and evenings. In case anything was seen or heard, they wanted to be ready. The Luna and Alpha both sat down in the middle of the field talking about ways to make the forest safer for their pack. Eventually the conversation made its way to the subject of Naruto. His aura is now awakened and he seems to have grown much stronger while he was away for those few hours. The Alpha agreed with the Luna's statement and added his own commentary into the mix. Yes, he has grown stronger physically and mentally. Yet he has yet to train with his power. His aura seems to glow much brighter though since he had left. I'm starting to think that Naruto's power doesn't have a limit to it. If that is the case, then what will happen when he taps into it more and more? The Luna looked over to where Naruto left and a look of concern graced her features. I hope he does not become consumed by the power he holds. If he does, what will happen to everyone in contact with him? Alpha nodded, pondering the questions that his mate brought up. I would just have to assume that we don't want to let it get there. We need to make sure that his power is evenly used. We must not let him just tap into the dark sides of his power. The Luna nodded and stood up, the Alpha standing up with her. The Luna rubbed up against her mate once, then nuzzled him slightly. I am going to go and watch our pup. I would like to see what he is up to. She then runs off in the direction that Naruto went in, following his scent to a deeper and darker parts of the woods. Once she got to where Naruto was, her eyes widened when she saw him holding a purple and black fireball in his hands. His back was turned to her so she could not see his expression. However, he seemed quite pleased with himself. He was tossing the fireball between his hands and laughing slightly as he played with it. He threw it high up into the air and caught it. Then he stopped what he was doing for a second, then nodded. He pulled his arm back as far as he could and then he threw the fireball at a tree. The tree burst into flame and quickly burned down, nothing but ashes remaining in its place. Naruto ran over to the spot where he burned down the tree and put his hands on the ground. He waited for a bit in that position before a green light engulfed his hands. The Luna watched silently as a new tree slowly grew from where the old one used to be. She was shocked to say the least. He had only been training for a short period of time and yet he was already learning how to use his power. Once the tree was done growing into a full tree, Naruto stepped back and stared at it. It was a tall tree, taller than the one that was there before. Naruto didn't seem to mind though. He then ran up to the tree and tried climbing it, without his hands. The Luna was confused as to how he would be able to do such but continued to watch regardless. Naruto got about halfway up the tree but then was flung off it violently. He crashed into another tree and groaned. He rubbed his head and got up once more and ran at the tree, trying once again to climb it only to get the same result. The Luna watched as he continued this cycle. Each time, however, he would get farther and farther up the tree. However, he did not make it to the top just yet. Naruto seemed to be growing tired and was panting heavily. Then the Luna saw something odd happen. Naruto began to glow. Then he slowly got up and as he did, the glow died down. When it faded away, Naruto seemed completely rejuvenated. He didn't look tired at all. The Luna was shocked. How did her pup learn such a technique? He replenished his strength without having to rest or take a single break. She watched as Naruto ran at the tree again, not slowing down even for a moment. He was getting very far up the tree now. Whenever he would get tired, he would use that skill of his and his strength would be replenished. He continued this for hours until it got dark. Eventually he grew frustrated. He punched the tree in half. Wait, in half. The Luna looked fully shocked into awe at this. Since when could her pup do this? How much power does he hold? Naruto sat down and began to meditate. She watched as he breathed in and out slowly. She would have to guess that this calmed him. He sat like that for some time, not moving an inch. Then his eyes snapped open and he stood up, turning around and looking directly at the spot that the Luna hid in. She seemed taken aback by this. She had thought she had hidden quite well. She even masked her aura and sent so he wouldn't be able to find her. Yet somehow he still did. Naruto's eyes glowed brightly and he walked over to where she lay in the bushes calmly. The Luna looked around quickly, trying to find another spot to hide in. She soon came to realize that there were none. So she did the only thing she could think of. She turned tail and ran away. Naruto watched this in silence. He did not chase after her, nor did he have any intention to. He could tell it was his mum and knew she had been there the whole time. Naruto walked back over to the tree and began to meditate again, keeping track of how far away his mum was from the rest of the pack. The Luna made it to the rest of the pack and everyone looked at her confused. She walked over to her mate and laid down next to him. He began comforting her as best as possible to calm her frayed nerves. She began to tell him what she saw when she went after Naruto and he listened to her in silence. Then he asked her something that she hadn't even thought about. All right mate, I understand. However, where was that little dragon that had run off with him earlier? She looked at him as realization hit her. She didn't see him once while he was watching her pup. Where could that little dragon have gone off to and when? Chapter 12. Naruto sat in silence as he meditated. He thought about what just happened and frowned. His mum, she looked scared almost. Like she feared what he could do. Isn't that what they wanted? For him to be strong and be able to fight and protect the forest. Why did she run? Was it something he did? Negative thoughts began to fill Naruto's mind. What if they didn't want him anymore? What if they would treat him like how his old family treated him? What if they hated him now and wanted nothing to do with him at all anymore? The more he thought about it, the more he grew upset. He didn't want them to hate him just because of what he is, nor did he want to lose the first people that ever treated him right. Naruto stood up and held his hand out in front of himself. He then focused slightly and a purple and black ball of fire appeared in his hand. He then threw it at the tree and watched as it burst into purple and black flames. The flames died down and left nothing but ashes in its place. Naruto bent down and placed his hands on the ground and they glowed a vibrant green. The tree growing back in seconds. Naruto stood back and looked at the tree. First, he would make it to the top. Then he would go see his family. He needed to talk to them but he thought it would be better to give them space first before he decided to do anything at all. He didn't want to go and see them when they were all worked up. Naruto took a running start and ran up the tree. He got about a few feet up the tree and began to slip. He didn't use enough, he thought, and he fell from the tree and landed on his butt. He got up and shook off the leaves and dust that had gotten on him during the fall and ran at the tree again, bolting up it as he got a few feet further than his last attempt. However, this time he was viciously flung from the tree and landed headfirst into another tree across the way. He hit his head hard and fell to the ground. He didn't move for a bit, then slowly got up holding his head. It hurt a lot, more than when he hit his head before. He had used way too much this time. He was slightly dizzy and disoriented but he got up slowly regardless. Running at the tree, Naruto only made it a couple of feet before he fell back to the ground. He laid there, unmoving, just staring into the treetops. He thought about taking a break but knew that he shouldn't if he wanted to keep his family safe from those who want to hurt them. Though the pain in his head was only making him want to stop more. Regardless of that though, he sat up and sighed. Maybe you should learn how to heal yourself first. Naruto nodded and looked down slightly. So how do I heal myself, Dark? What do I do? Naruto stayed silent as the Dark One spoke. It is not at all complicated. In fact, you have pretty much already learned such a skill. Naruto seemed confused by this as he tilted his head somewhat, but immediately regretted it seeing as the throbbing pain in his head got worse with the movement. So when did I learn how to do this? Well, it's more like you're tapping into the same power. You have many different gifts and each of them has a certain color to go with them. Like when you grow the trees. Healing is another property that goes with that power. Along with growing things, you can also heal things. This includes yourself. Naruto nodded slowly and placed his hands on his head. He sighed and relaxed, thinking about how he grew the tree. He didn't have much to go off of, so this was his first guess. When Naruto still felt the pain, he sighed. Then he heard laughing. Naruto looked back to see that Azar had gotten back from the task he asked him to do earlier on, but for some reason he was on the ground laughing. A look of confusion came across Naruto's face as he looked at his friend. What's so funny? Naruto asked, only for Azar to point a claw at Naruto's head. Naruto still looked confused and then he heard chuckling. The Dark One was laughing as well. This caused Naruto to get frustrated. He wanted to know what they were laughing at and he wanted to know now. Naruto stood up and began walking back to the clearing in the forest that he had come to call home. He walked at a brisk pace, trying to ignore the laughing dragon that followed behind him along with the laughter of the Dark One. Naruto pushed any tree branches that threatened to hit him in the face out of the way. He made his way back into the clearing and everyone stopped and looked at him. Then some snickered while others broke out into laughter. Naruto grew an irk mark as he listened to all the laughing. Naruto quickly walked over to the lake and looked over into it. He stared at his reflection for a while. Then he frowned as his eyes widened and embarrassment flooded his system. His face flushed a deep red as he looked at the tree that was sticking out of his head. It had white leaves to match his hair and sat directly in the middle of his head. He had grew a tree on his head, a whole tree. It was small, sure, but it was a tree nonetheless. Naruto looked back at his pack members and pouted, balling his fists up at his sides as he stomped off back into the forest. He did not like being humiliated, but he knew that they didn't mean anything bad by it. He was still embarrassed though. His friend followed him back to the area with the tree Naruto grew in it. Naruto set his hands on fire. Then he used the purple and black flames to burn the small tree on his head. The flames can't burn him, so he didn't care. Once the tree was gone, Naruto dusted his head off to get rid of some of the ashes. He would take a bath later, but for now he would like to get to the top of the tree. Naruto looked back at Azar and motioned for him to come over. Azar complied and walked over. The whole time Azar had this little pouch on his side. Naruto reached into the pouch and pulled out a rock. Yep, a rock. Naruto smiled and nodded. This was exactly what the Dark One said he needed, so that way he could use it to make his weapon. Naruto thought it would be smart to have a weapon to use just in case he ever got too tired or just didn't feel like using his power. Naruto set his hands on fire again and the rock slowly heated up. Once it was hot enough, Naruto was able to break the rock apart. Inside the rock was a grey metal. Naruto smiled to himself and he pulled out a small little vial from Azar's pouch. Inside the vial was blue liquid. A key hung around the neck of the vial. It was a skeleton key. The Dark One said that it would be helpful to have such. It apparently can open up doors to any place. Just think about it and twist the key in the air, he said. Naruto took the key and put it in his pocket for future use. Naruto took the key and put it in his pocket for future use. Naruto took the vial and used his teeth to open it up. He then poured it onto the hot metal. The liquid slowly seeped into the metal, making it glow a vibrant array of colors and then go back to gray. Then Naruto slowly infused his aura in the metal. This would make it so he could morph its shape to whatever he wanted. The metal began to hover slightly in Naruto's hands. The metal glowed again as it morphed through many different shapes. Then it settled into one shape, a bracelet. It had a small circular medal in the center of it. Inside the circle was a star. Many other small and intricate designs graced its features. Naruto smiled and put the bracelet on. He would be able to use this whenever he needed, and it could be any shape or form that he willed it to be. He decided that it needed a name. He decided to name it Sajurios. I no speak this language, just used Google Translate. It is Scottish Gaelic. I know random. Sajurios, meaning destruction. He felt that would be fitting for a weapon. Naruto smiled and then turned back to the tree. He would begin training once more and try to get to the top of this tree. He wasn't going to stop until he did. Any breaks he took would be used to meditate and train to work with Sajurios. Naruto ran back at the tree. He continued his ritual for hours, running at the tree, sometimes stopping to meditate. It was a long process that went well into the night. Naruto eventually realized that it was dark out. The moon sat high in the sky and Naruto knew he was running out of time. Naruto stopped trying with the tree and decided that it was time to train using Sajurios. He held out his arm with the bracelet on it and imagined it as a dagger. Naruto had set up training dummies to use earlier for this specific purpose. Naruto ran at the dummies, making different cuts along them. He kept going until the dummies were unusable. Naruto heard some chuckling and frowned, then looked over to a tree to see the darker version of himself sitting there. The Dark One had told Naruto already that he really couldn't appear in the day, or at least not that much. So he sticks to being in Naruto's mind majority of the time during the day, and at night he takes a more physical form. He's more of a walking shadow if anything. The Dark One disappeared and reappeared in front of Naruto. Naruto was not fazed by this, however, as he had grown accustomed to the random things that he would do. I don't think that will help you grow much stronger. You need a live target. Naruto nodded at this, agreeing with him. Hitting something stationary is easy. Hitting a moving target will be much more difficult. So where would I get a moving target at? Naruto asked, to which the Dark One sighed. Me. I would be your moving target. I am much stronger than anyone that could train you, so you would become very powerful training with me. Naruto nodded again and set the remains of the dummies on fire. He was beginning to really enjoy setting things on fire, and somehow he knows that that is a bad thing. Regardless of that thought, he still watched as the dummies burned into ashes and then blow away in the wind. You're going to have a real problem with fire, aren't you? The Dark One said, and Naruto looked back at him and smiled slightly. Naruto faced the Dark One and smiled. So when do we start? The Dark One chuckled and looked at Naruto. A grin was plastered on his face as he spoke. You wish to get stronger now, do you not? Naruto nodded and the Dark One grinned wider. Azar had sat down somewhere farther away and took a nap. Then now would be when we are starting. The Dark One said. Naruto didn't like that look of excitement he got in his eyes as he nodded slowly. This was going to be a long night. Chapter 13. Walking to opposite sides of the field, Naruto and Dark One then turned and faced each other. Naruto looks at his counterpart nervously while Dark only grinned in response. This is going to hurt a lot, isn't it? The Dark One chuckled and looked Naruto in the eyes, causing a shiver to run down Naruto's back. Oh, this was going to be great. Naruto stared the Dark One down. He was not at all prepared to fight him. He just knew he was going to lose regardless, but he wanted to try anyways. Naruto was going to go down fighting then. Since I am nice, I will allow you to go first. Good luck. You're going to need it. The Dark One said, and Naruto nodded. The wind blew around them slowly, the moon shining brightly in the night sky as they stood there. No one dared to move or make a sound. The tension in the area grew to an overwhelming amount. Naruto was starting to get tired of just standing there and staring at each other. He knew, however, that he was being tested. If Naruto looked away for a second, then he would leave many openings. Well, more openings than what he already has now. Naruto was beginning to think that eventually the Dark One would walk over and start dancing with him. He just kept staring at Naruto and it was starting to get creepy. Then without warning, Dark One sprinted at Naruto, catching him off guard as he quickly went to block his attack. The Dark One sent a kick aimed for Naruto's head and Naruto blocked it. The Dark One smiled darkly, then quickly sent another kick in Naruto's direction. Went to block it, but a fist connected with his face before he could. The Dark One faked that kick and used it to hide the punch that hit Naruto in the face. Naruto flew back a few meters and landed on the hard ground. He knew this was going to be hard, but couldn't he lighten it up a little on his face? Naruto focused back on the battle and got up slowly, just to duck quickly again, just barely missing the kick aimed at him. Hey, watch it. The Dark One chuckled again and started to walk around Naruto in a circle, a smirk evident on his face as he walked around Naruto. Naruto took a deep breath and watched Dark One closely. He was not about to make that mistake twice. Then Dark One raised his hand slowly. Naruto was confused by this. Why was he doing that? Then Naruto felt like something was approaching him and fast. Naruto jumped out of the way just to narrowly avoid a shadow spear. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw it. He wasn't able to look for long though, seeing as Dark had then appeared in front of Naruto. He was in the air, so getting away wasn't an option, and a roundhouse kick was sent to his midsection. He tried his best to block it, but it still sent him flying and crashing to the ground. Naruto skidded across the ground until he came to a halt about 20 feet from where he was before. Naruto didn't dare move as he panted softly. He looked over to where Dark stood and growled softly. Then he stood up and bolted towards Dark. He was tired of playing offense and knew that Dark was just toying with him. Naruto aimed his dagger at Dark, hoping to hit him at least once. Dark dodged it easily and then sent another punch at Naruto's midsection. Naruto gasped and held his side as he stumbled back a few feet. Dark took this opening as a chance to lay another blow on Naruto, this time punching him in the face and sending him flying backwards. Naruto crashed into a tree, roughly causing it to snap in half at the contact. Naruto coughed up some blood and laid on the ground. Okay, so just running at him was not going to work and he still got beat when he played offense. Naruto needed to figure out some way to beat him, and soon. He was not stopping until he won at least once. Naruto slowly stood up. He was tired but not really at the same time. Maybe it was the adrenaline coursing through his veins that made him feel like such. Naruto, however, did not enjoy the slight pain he was in. He knew that his ribs were probably heavily bruised and that his face probably didn't look the best right now. Regardless though, Naruto carried on. He was going to win even if he had to get his ass kicked to do it. Naruto spit out some blood that was beginning to fill his mouth and walked back over to Dark. Naruto sent a determined glare at Dark and looked down at the dagger he held. Naruto breathed in and out, then slowly got into a battle stance. Whatever it takes, Naruto thought. Dark stood still, his face showing a mocking look, but Naruto knew better than to let him provoke him. Naruto ran at an alarming rate towards Dark, catching him off guard slightly. Naruto aimed his dagger at Dark's face and Dark went to block it just like Naruto wanted. Naruto quickly used this chance to send a punch towards Dark's stomach. The punch connected and Dark seemed caught off guard by the surprise attack. Naruto needed to keep Dark like this, so he sent another punch to Dark's face and Dark stumbled backwards slightly. Naruto took this chance and sent a kick aimed at Dark's face. Naruto's eyes widened when Dark stopped his kick dead in its tracks. Dark grinned as he chuckled slowly. Naruto had to think and fast, so he did the only thing he could think of. He changed his dagger into a bow. Now he did not know how to use it, of course, but it was the only thing he thought of that could get Dark to release him. Dark saw the bow and began to laugh louder. Naruto pouted slightly and quickly set up the bow and aimed it as best as he could at Dark's face, then he pulled beak back and fired. The laughter he heard before was cut off by a scream. Naruto looked to see that he had hit Dark in the eye with his arrow and it was now leaking out a black substance. Dark let go of Naruto and held his eye. Naruto took the chance to quickly get away from Dark. He knew he had made him angry with that little stunt of his, but now wasn't the time to worry about that. The arrow had disappeared and Dark was left standing there with his bleeding eye. He growled and disappeared just to appear in front of Naruto and stabbed his spear right through his chest. Naruto coughed up blood and looked at Dark. Shock completely ridden over Naruto's face and eventually on Dark's face too. He did not intend to hurt Naruto much. After all, Naruto was his host. He was staying in Naruto's body without his permission to begin with, and to top it all off, he had grown close with Naruto over the small period of time that they talked. Dark backed away slowly. He didn't remove the spear because he knew it would only cause more blood to be lost. Naruto didn't know how to heal himself yet, so Dark would have to somehow try and do it for him. Just when Dark was about to try to help his host, Naruto began to speak. Dark's eyes widened when Naruto spoke. He was still surprised that he was even standing and didn't know how he was. Most people would have collapsed by now and even passed out. He was losing a lot of blood fast and Dark wanted to help, he just didn't know if he could help. Naruto repeated as he slowly made his way over to the darker version of himself. Dark looked taken aback. How was he even moving, let alone standing? Dark watched as Naruto made his way over to Dark and then stood in front of him. Dark just stared at him, speechless and unsure as to what he should do. Naruto grabbed the spear and pulled it out of his chest. Dark watched him, not able to say anything to stop him. Naruto then broke the spear in half and dropped its pieces to the ground in front of Dark. Then Naruto stood straight up and grinned at Dark. His eyes were hidden slightly so Dark could not see what they looked like. The wind picked up speed slightly and blew through the trees. Naruto still stood there grinning at Dark like he was not bleeding out from a wound in the middle of his chest. Regardless of that, Naruto chuckled. It wasn't a happy chuckle that Dark had gotten used to coming from Naruto's lips. No, this was a much darker chuckle. It scared Dark slightly. The chuckle started off low but slowly got louder until it turned into full-blown insane laughter. Dark had backed away at this point. He did not wish to know what had gotten into Naruto. He knew Naruto had a dark side, of course. Well, Dark was that side of him, but seeing Naruto like this put fear into his eyes. Naruto slowly looked up at Dark and what Dark saw scared him even more. His eyes. They were black, not a single shred of light in them. Dark slowly began to realize that he had messed up. He already knew such before, but this was even worse. A dark aura slowly covered Naruto's hands and slowly made its way over Naruto's weapon. It changing from a bow to a scythe. The dark aura covering it, making it glow slightly. Naruto's tattoos had reappeared on him and only helped make him look more dangerous. Naruto giggled madly and looked Dark straight in the eyes. Dark felt himself visibly shiver at the look Naruto gave him. Dark knew that he couldn't hold back anymore. He knew if he did, even just a little bit, it would get him killed. That thought frightened him more than anything. How could he possibly die? He has never run into someone that could match his power, let alone overpower him. He knew that he had given Naruto such a power, but that didn't explain how he was stronger. Then he remembered all the different colors Naruto's aura had. If he had only just the power Dark had given him, then he would only have a dark aura. It would have been black, but it was not just black. Dark realized that Naruto already had that power inside of himself. His own addition to his power was just merely a bonus for Naruto. Dark felt himself freeze up at such a realization. What was Naruto anyways? Just how strong was he? What did he have in store for Dark? These were all thoughts that ran through Dark's head as he stared down the 5-year-old. All Dark knew, however, was that he needed to calm Naruto down and fast. Chapter 14. Dark stared Naruto down. He couldn't look away for 2 reasons. 1, it would get him killed if he did, and 2, Dark just couldn't look away from him. He feared Naruto's power more than anything in that moment, and something told him that this side of Naruto wasn't an idiot. I heard that he. Dark's eyes widened when he heard Naruto's voice say that. However, that was not what scared him the most about hearing him say that. What scared about hearing Naruto's voice was that it sounded like it came from right behind himself. Dark panicked and spun around quickly. He aimed a fist at where the sound came from, but was surprised to see nothing behind himself. He turned his head back around quickly and saw that Naruto was gone. This put Dark on edge. Great, first he pisses him off and now he lost him, Dark thought sarcastically. Dark heard giggling, the kind you would hear a child make. He couldn't pinpoint where the sound was coming from because it sounded like it came from all around himself. The sound sent a shiver down his spine. Dark did not like this side of Naruto one bit. Darky, Tilda, come play with me. Tilda, Naruto said. When he had said play, it came out all distorted and mocking even. Naruto only thought of this as a game, while to Dark this was a life or death situation. Suddenly Dark felt a presence to his left and he quickly dodged the arrow that had come at him. The arrow just barely grazed his cheek, but that still concerned Dark. He could hit Dark, without even using much effort. This child, he was like some sort of God's child. Dark had to admit that in all his years of being a demon he has never encountered a mortal stronger than him. Dark looked at the spot where the arrow came from. He was waiting for someone or something to move. As soon as it did, he would go into attack. Dark felt another presence to his right, and yet again Dark just barely got away from an arrow. This time it grazed his arm. Black blood oozing out from his minor wounds. How did Naruto get to the other side of the field so fast? That shouldn't be possible without Dark at least catching some sort of small movement. Dark only grew more fearful when he felt another presence behind himself. He went to dodge it thinking it would be another arrow, but instead he was kicked violently across the field. He crashed through a few trees and landed on his side. That was going to leave a mark. Dark slowly got up, coughing up some blood as he glared at where Naruto stood in the middle of the field. Naruto simply rocked on his heels and giggled, a happy smile planted on his face. Dark stood up and slowly walked over to Naruto. He didn't want to provoke him any more than what he already has. Naruto, listen to me. You need to calm down some. I'm sorry for stabbing you. I overreacted and now you are too. It was just a small stab wound anyways. Dark said, then realized something. Him of all people, a demon, just apologized to a mortal. Dark felt his pride take a hit on that one. He did not like being weak or feeling weak in comparison to others. Dark sighed and looked Naruto head on. Naruto doesn't know how strong he is. So why doesn't he just act a little? Naruto giggled again, silly Darky. I heard that too, Ino. You can't trick me, haha. Naruto laughed and Dark's eyes widened. Did he just read his mind? Can Naruto do that? How? Where could he have gotten such a skill? Dark's confusion was cut short when a kick was sent at his face. Dark fell to the side and landed on the hard ground. He groaned softly and Naruto used his foot to kick Dark over onto his back. Then Naruto placed his foot on Dark's stomach and pressed down hard. Naruto didn't stop till he heard the satisfying sound of Dark's ribs breaking. Dark coughed up more blood and looked at Naruto. A sadistic grin was placed on Naruto's face as he looked at Dark like some old toy. Naruto took his scythe and raised it above his head. This has been fun, Darky, but it's about time I take what's left of that soul of yours. Dark's eyes widened and he shook his head quickly. If that were to happen, he would die. For good. As long as a being had their soul, they could come back. Dark knew this fact all too well. He has had many close calls in his lifetime and many times has gotten very close to death. Yet he made sure to keep his soul intact. However, those close calls came with a price. This is why Dark needs a host. He is merely a shadow now, but with a host he can take a more physical form when certain constraints are met. Such as it needing to be night. Along with this, Dark's physical form is much weaker and, if not careful, his body can easily be torn apart. His soul had a few nicks and cuts, but nonetheless it is still usable. Naruto giggled at Dark's reaction to his words. The more souls a being eats, the stronger they can grow. So of course Naruto would want more power. It's what he wanted all this time. The thought of it all left a sweet taste in Naruto's mouth. He wanted power. He needed it. He craved it with every fiber of his being. He was tired of being weak. Tired of being the one who laid in the dirt. The dead last of everything. Now he could be better than all of them. He could have it all. Naruto stared down at Dark, grinning madly. He knew Dark wanted to live. He knew that Dark was afraid to die. This was why this was so fun to Naruto. He loved the look of fear in his eyes. He loved how he knew that this would be the end of himself, yet he tried anyways. It's okay, Darky. Tilda, be gentle. Tilda, that sounds really dirty, I know. Dark squirmed under Naruto's foot. Naruto giggled at the sight. He wanted to get out and get away so badly. He too bad that won't be happening anytime soon. Bye bye Darky. Tilda it was fun while it lasted. Tilda, Naruto brought the scythe down quickly but just before it could connect with Dark a large purple mass crashed into himself and pinned him to the ground. Dark and Naruto looked in shock to see Azar had woken up and that he had noticed Naruto's condition. Azar growled at Naruto and Naruto giggled in return. Azar only growled louder causing Naruto to giggle louder and louder until it turned into full-blown insane laughter. Azar continued to look at Naruto with a hard look. Naruto, who didn't seem to have a care in the world, gave him a mocking look. Dark slowly got up and limped over to Azar and Naruto. If he could, he has a small chance at being able to force Naruto to sleep. Hopefully he'll be fine when he wakes up. Dark got over to Naruto and sat down next to them. Naruto looked over to Dark and gave him a sadistic grin, giggling slightly as he spoke, putting me to sleep away. That's your brilliant plan. Ha 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 ha. Why don't you come back when you actually have something smart to do? Dark ignored the mocking and continued with his plan regardless. Placing his index and middle finger on the top of Naruto's head, Dark breathed in and out slowly. It wouldn't work if he was all worked up. Dark slowly began to mutter words, in a language that Naruto couldn't hear fully, under his breath. A look of confusion came across Naruto's face as he tilted his head at him. What was he doing? Naruto didn't think much about it until his eyes began to droop slightly. Naruto soon realized that these weren't just some fancy words that Dark was saying. Naruto immediately began to fight against the lulling pool of sleep. His efforts however were more or less futile. Azar didn't move an inch due to Naruto's growing fatigue. Naruto growled and tried to kick Azar off but such an attempt proved to be useless. Naruto slowly lost his will to continue as sleep became more and more of a reality. Naruto's hands fell to his side as his breathing slowed. Naruto's eyes began to close and he frowned. He did not want to sleep. He wanted to have fun. He wanted to get back at Dark for stabbing him. He wanted to. He needed to. Naruto's eyes slid closed as he fell into a peaceful slumber. Azar and Dark watched the sleeping boy intently. They both were worried about him. However, they were equally as scared as to what they had awakened. The fear they had felt was unreal. Dark more than Azar, who had woken up at the end and saw what had happened. However, they both knew that this was not the end. That things would only get harder from here on out and that there was nothing they could do about it. Chapter 15. Azar slowly picked Naruto up on his back and began the long journey back to the clearing in the center of the forest. Day would be approaching soon and they wanted to get back before then. However, it would take him some time. Dark followed behind Azar closely. If Naruto wakes up and is not better, then he will have to try and use the spell again, but he knows that such would be difficult. Naruto already knows the spell and would put up more of a fight than what he did last time. Dark could tell that Naruto wasn't even trying. He knew that if Naruto put in just a little bit more effort he could overpower them both easily. If that happens, then trying would be useless. They walked in silence on the way back. Every now and again Dark would look at Naruto every now and again, checking up on his condition as to whether or not he was awake. If he was and was just faking sleep, then it would end badly for them. What if he was just waiting for them to take him back to the center of the forest? Even though he thought such things, then it would raise more questions. Why would he wait? Doesn't he know how to get back already? He could just go there himself, right? Then more questions. What if he is just waiting so we don't try to stop him? What if he kills us when we get close? What will he do to the others? These thoughts constantly chased themselves around in circles, and the more Dark thought on the simple notion of if Naruto was asleep, the more it put him on edge. He had nearly tripped a few times due to such a distraction. He was scared, still very scared because of what happened. Naruto, no, that thing was terrifying. Dark had never seen anything like it. He had never felt such fear before. He was not prepared for whatever that was to wake up. Dark ran his hands through his hair and let out a shaky breath. He just didn't want whatever just happened to happen again. He had to make sure. If he did, he wouldn't be able to guarantee that he could stop it a second time. Dark looked at the area around them. The forest was dense, it was dark, but most of all, it was quiet. Dark was more than put off by such. Usually the forest is alive at night. However, somehow, this night was different. It was so quiet that Dark could hear himself breathe, which shouldn't be the case when he didn't really do such much as it is. Dark sighed heavily and tried to clear his head of the thoughts. They were getting the better of him and it frustrated him. He shouldn't have to feel like this. Not to anyone, and definitely not to a mortal. It made him feel weak in comparison. Once back at the clearing, Dark and Azar looked around. Everyone was asleep. This may be a good or bad thing. However, Dark ignored his growing anxiety and watched as Azar brought Naruto over to his parents. Azar laid him down next to them and then curled up next to Naruto. The dragon took one last look at his friend, then closed his eyes and went to sleep, leaving Dark alone with his thoughts. This somehow scared Dark. After everything he was thinking of before they got back, he was concerned about his thoughts getting the better of him. Dark walked over to a tree across the field and sat down, making sure to keep his eyes trained on where Naruto slept peacefully. He would stay up and keep watch. He didn't trust Naruto's sleeping figure one bit. He wasn't asleep, he was just faking, waiting for when he would let his guard down. Then he would attack him and steal his soul like he said, Dark thought. He was not going to let that happen though. He was going to sit here and watch Naruto until daybreak. Then he would return to being a shadow and Naruto wouldn't be able to hurt him. Dark laughed slightly to himself. He had one in his head. This made the most sense. He wouldn't be able to catch him off guard if he watched him the whole time. Dark smoked and watched Naruto sleep. It was close to morning anyways. He wouldn't be waiting long regardless. Sure, he was tired, but he could tough it out. This was a life or death situation in his mind. So if a little less sleep meant being able to live another day, then Dark would take it. Dark adjusted himself slightly so he was more comfortable. He gazed upon Naruto and jumped slightly when he saw him move. Naruto turned over and snuggled closer to his mother and sighed softly. Dark's sweat dropped and sighed. Maybe he was overreacting slightly. This was Naruto he was talking about. He wasn't that dangerous, nor could he possibly be the demon who has been around for many more lifespans than any mortal would live. Dark nodded and continued to watch Naruto. He had to be right, he just had to. Whatever happened to Naruto was just some fluke. He wasn't really that strong, he was just pretending to be. Dark could beat him any day. Hey, he could. Yes, 100% could. Dark kept reminding himself of such a fact. He was strong. He could easily beat him. No sweat. Flashbacks of the battle that Naruto and him had came to his mind. Dark tried to shake the visions he was getting, but they wouldn't leave him alone. Then thoughts were like the plague. He kept looking at Naruto nervously. His anxiety was beginning to build again. Then he heard a sound behind himself. He whipped his head around and looked deep into the forest. He saw a quick shadow flash past the corner of his vision and he quickly stood up. He felt panic rise in his chest and his fear grew. He kept staring into the forest, then remembered the reason he was staying up in the first place and quickly turned his head around back to see if Naruto was there. When he didn't see him, he began to panic. He was gone. How? He thought he had put Naruto to sleep. How could he possibly be gone? Dark was beginning to panic as he backed away from the spot he stood in. He was gone. What else was there for him to understand? Dark heard giggling behind himself and he quickly turned around and aimed a shadow spear at that area. He came up empty-handed and panted heavily. Where was he? How was he even doing that? Darky, tilde, you should have been paying attention, silly. Tilde, Dark's eyes widened and he stood completely still. The fear in his bones made it impossible for him to move. Dark watched as Naruto slowly materialized in front of him, a sadistic grin on his face. Is little old Darky afraid of me? Tilde, Naruto giggled and slowly walked towards Dark. Dark stood there and watched Naruto slowly touch his face. A cold feeling washed over Dark and he shivered. Dark looked over to where the others were and surprised to see corpses in their place. He killed them. Naruto killed the only family that took care of him. The only family that took care of both of them. What? Dark was in complete shock. He never imagined Naruto would kill them. Just a few days ago he wanted nothing more to protect them. What had changed in such a little amount of time? Naruto looked over to where Dark was looking at the bodies. Naruto giggled softly and began to walk over to the bodies. Like what I did, Darky. Tilde, I worked hard to make him look pretty. Naruto said as he grabbed his mother's face and held it up for Dark to see. The deformed face of his mother made Dark sick. One of her eyes hung out of its socket. A yellowish pus had slowly began to fill the space in her eye as it bled profusely. Her jaw was snapped and hung limply as it barely clung to the rest of her head. Her fur was covered in cuts and blood, one of her ears being completely gone. Dark couldn't look away from the gruesome scene. He did not expect this and was more than scared at this point. Naruto dropped her head and dusted his hands off, giggling as he did so. Don't worry, Darky, Tilde, you won't have to look at this much longer. Tilde, Naruto grinned darkly at Dark and he shivered. Naruto snapped his fingers and slowly the bodies stood up one by one. Organs and body parts hung off the corpses, but they didn't seem to notice as they began to walk towards Dark. Dark slowly began to back away, finally getting the courage to move once more. Naruto stood watching and laughing. Get Darky, go on, get him, Naruto said cheerfully and the bodies picked up the pace. Dark's eyes widened and he quickly turned around and bolted into the forest. Dark could hear Naruto's dark laughter and the growls of the dead bodies from behind himself. This only made him run that much faster. Dark looked back to see the corpses chasing him. They were gaining ground on him. He had to think of something or he would get killed. Why wasn't it morning yet? That was his surefire way at getting away from all of this. Dark made shadow spears come out of the ground behind himself. He heard a yelp and knew that he had hit one of them. He didn't know if that killed it or just slowed it down, but he didn't want to try and check. He only ran faster away from the approaching beasts. Dark stumbled slightly over an exposed tree root and quickly regained his footing. He heard the growls and snarls getting closer and panicked more. So this was it, he was going to die, wasn't he? Dark felt one of the dead wolves nip at his feet and he panicked, tripping and falling to the ground. He slid a few feet and groaned. Dark looked to see the corpses had caught up to him and they stood over him growling. Then Naruto slowly walked over and stood over him. Dark looked Naruto in the eyes, pleading silently as Naruto giggled. Looks like this is the end of the line, Darky. Tilde, Dark whimpered slightly and began to beg Naruto. Please Naruto, don't do this. I'm sorry for what I did. Naruto only giggled and snapped his fingers again, causing the corpses to attack Dark mercilessly. Dark screamed in pain as he felt his body being torn apart. Naruto only laughed at Dark's pain and watched as Dark was ripped apart. Dark had never been though such a pain. This was something he would do to others, not get it done to himself. Dark screamed louder and louder as his body was torn and ripped. So this was what it felt like to die. It felt horrible. Dark remembered all the things he had done in his life as the stench of blood filled the air. The pain slowly began to numb and Dark's screams slowly died out. The horrible sound of his flesh being ripped apart being all that filled his ears. Red blood pooled around Dark and his breathing slowed. Wait, red blood. His blood was black. How could it be red now? That didn't make any sense. The more Dark thought on it, the more he noticed little things that just didn't seem right. How did Naruto get behind him if he watched him the whole time? Plus he didn't see Azar anymore. Along with this eternal night, Dark squinted his eyes as he looked at the moon. It was full, yet it did not move 1 inch in the sky. The forest stayed quiet, which shouldn't be the case. Dark's eyes widened as he came to a sudden realization. This wasn't real. None of this is real. The world around him slowly faded to black, leaving just him and Naruto there. Dark looked down at his body and saw that all the wounds he had gained had disappeared. He stood up slowly and looked at Naruto. Naruto smiled sweetly back at him. Looks like you figured it out, Darky. Part of me was wondering when you would. I'm not as good at creating these little nightmares like you are. Or at least doing such and being in it as well. It takes a lot of focus for me to keep 'em up. However, by the seams of it, you wouldn't have figured out if I had remembered the color of your blood. If I had, you may not have realized that all of this was fake. I will have to get back at these kinds of things, Naruto said, giggling slightly. Dark merely nodded and stared at Naruto. How though? I never taught you this. Dark replied. A look of shock resided on his face. How? I just picked it up when you stabbed me. When you did, I somehow unlocked this power. When I did, I was transported to this place. I didn't know what was going on at first. I was still pretty upset that you had stabbed me. I wanted you to feel what I felt. Then slowly the world began to materialize around me. Right where we left off. I could get my wish. So that's what I did. I transported you here without your noticing and then did as I pleased. Dark nodded slowly and then his eyes widened. Yes, so all of that wasn't real. Well, you did stab me, but everything after that didn't happen. Hey, with a little more practice I would surpass you in this skill, Naruto said, and Dark looked away. He didn't want to admit it, but he was right. Naruto did what took him ages to do. Only with a few mistakes. Dark's first time he did this was horrible. Nothing looked as real as what it did when Naruto did it. It took years to get where Dark is now, and Naruto nearly did just as well as himself, and it only took him a few minutes. It made Dark feel weak. He growled softly to himself and scoffed. Just take me out of this nightmare. Naruto nodded but suddenly grew very serious. Something that scared Dark. I will release you, however. Naruto teleported in front of Dark and gave him an insane look. Do what you did again and I will make sure you live in an eternal nightmare. The way Naruto said it made Dark shiver and nod. He stepped away slightly and then Naruto smiled brightly. Okay, thank you, Dark. Naruto snapped his fingers and Dark sat up gasping. He looked over to see Naruto standing up slowly. His wound was completely gone and Dark was somewhat confused. Naruto saw this and shrugged. I figured out how to heal myself while you were busy in that dream. Dark nodded and slowly stood. He looked up to the sky and saw morning approaching. He looked down at himself and saw that he was slowly fading. He was returning to a shadow. He looked over at Naruto once and saw that he was waking up Azar. Dark looked down at the ground and looked away. He sighed as he slowly walked over to Naruto and disappeared. Naruto's shadow returning to him once again. Naruto looked down at his shadow and smiled. His shadow smiled back and Naruto nodded. Azar yawned beside Naruto and they both began to walk back to the clearing. Today was the day Naruto would have to protect his family. He felt that he was more than ready to do so too. This was going to be fun. Chapter 16. Finally making it back to the clearing, Naruto looks around at his sleeping family. He smiled softly and walked over to his parents. Careful not to wake any of them up, he kissed their foreheads. He wanted to protect them with his life. He would happily die for this forest and all of its residents. Naruto didn't know when those children would get here and just how many are actually coming. Would they bring adults too? If so, how many? Naruto wasn't really concerned about that. What concerned him is who was coming. What if they brought ninja here? Naruto didn't really think he would do too well against someone much more experienced than himself. He easily held his own against Dark and he is much stronger than what anyone could be. So maybe he'll be alright. Plus he could always lock the person in their own personal nightmare for a little while. It would be good practice for Naruto anyways. But he wouldn't know anything about the person. How could he get any part of their life right if he didn't know who they were? Naruto looked to his shadow and bent down. Crouching down and staring at his shadow. Hey, Dark, you awake? Naruto heard a groan come from his mind, letting him know that Dark was awake, or at least he was awake now. What is it, Naruto? Came Dark's sleepy response. Is there some way I can get to someone's memories without them realizing it? So that way if I lock someone in a nightmare I would know more about their life. Two eyes opened up in Naruto's shadow and a mouth made itself visible as well. Well, I don't really know, Naruto. I've never been able to do such. The only reason my nightmare for you was good was because I have been with you your entire life. Naruto nodded and sighed. So far his chances were looking a little slim for that plan. However, why don't you test out some more of your powers? I feel as though you can do such. That is only because I saw that tattoo you had gotten of the solar system. That is usually a symbol of knowledge. So I do not doubt that you couldn't figure it out. Naruto nodded again and looked over to his pack. He wanted to try and see what he could do, but he did not wish to wake him up. Nor did he want to ruin their dreams by trespassing in them. He would have to find another subject to test such on. Okay, thank you, Dark. I will figure something out. Sorry for waking you up. The shadow closed its eyes and seemed to nod slightly. It is alright, however I should warn you about the presence I feel approaching. I feel multiple. Naruto nodded and smiled in thanks. Yeah, I felt them too. They felt no different from the ones I usually feel, so I ignored them. The shadow smiled a wide grin and then returned to being a normal shadow. Its eyes closing and mouth disappearing. Naruto took this as some sign of approval and stood up. He looked over to the direction of the chakra signatures and sighed. They were next to nothing and their aura was plain, letting him know that these were normal people he was dealing with. Naruto breathed in and out slowly. He focused himself and his powers. He should be able to just scare them off. Hopefully without any trouble. Naruto jumped up into the treetops and began jumping from tree to tree in the direction of the chakra signatures. He was going to stop them before they even got deep into the forest. He didn't want them in his territory. Nor did he want them to tell someone else what happened and they come here. If they saw his pack, then they would come back for sure. Naruto quickly approached the chakra signatures and made sure to keep quiet. He did not want to get discovered without any need. When he figures out how to access memories, then he can just erase someone's memories if they see him. Naruto heard talking and slowed down some. He looked over to see a group of kids with all different kinds of weapons and tools that would be used to kill and skin his family. Naruto growled softly at the sight of them. He was more than angry that some humans thought that they could hurt his pack. He wanted nothing more than to put them in their place. However, he had to remind himself that these kids were only just a little bit older than himself. Yet they were less experienced by a long shot. Hurting them would not help the situation at all. Naruto listened in on their conversation. Now all we need to do is find those wolves and we'll be set. One boy said. There were 3 boys and 2 girls. Naruto recognizes the 2 boys from last time there. However, he did not know who the third was. Nor did he know who the girls were. I can't wait. This is so exciting, a girl said. She was jumping up and down excitedly. The other girl pushed up her glasses and nodded, smiling. She was holding the tools that would be used to skin Naruto's family. These are wolves though. They're dangerous. We have to still be careful. Another boy said. Oh, lighten up. What can a few wolves do anyways? They aren't very smart. Everyone muttered in agreement and they all started to walk deeper into the forest. Naruto changed his bracelet into a bow and arrow. He wants to scare them off as best as possible. This being the first thing he thought of. Naruto fired the arrow at a tree where the group was walking by, successfully getting their attention as they all stopped to look at the arrow. Dot, was that always there? One, the girl with glasses asked shakily. One of the boys shrugged and continued walking. The rest of the group followed, probably because they didn't wish to be left behind. However, Naruto had no intention of letting them get any further. He was willing to make his presence known without being seen, firing another arrow this time at a tree in front of them, so they can see that it wasn't there before. The group stops and everyone jumps in panic except for the one boy who had continued on ahead regardless of the arrow that was shot. Naruto was growing annoyed with that boy. He didn't like his attempts being ignored, let alone by some kid. Naruto took out 3 arrows this time. He fired all 3 at the ground in front of the boy. This time, the boy stopped. Naruto smiled in triumph, then watched as the boy turned around and yelled into the forest. Whoever you are, I'm not afraid of you. Only a coward would hide from a battle. The boy had been holding a dagger and seemed determined to press forward. He held his dagger out and narrowed his eyes. His friends, however, seemed to be pretty scared. Maybe we should go be back. Whatever I is here, D doesn't want to stay around. The girl without glasses said. She was holding on to a spear tightly. However, this was not very threatening due to the fact that she was shaking. Why, no reason to stay if we aren't wanted, a boy said, agreeing with the girl who spoke. The other 2 nodded in agreement and the boy grew irritated with them. No, we aren't some babies. We can handle this just like the grown-ups do. If you're so scared, then just go home. The other kids looked at each other, then turned around and ran home. The remaining boy scoffed. Fine, be that way, you bunch of babies. Naruto smiles proudly to himself. That was 4 of the kids already gone. Now he just needed to get the last one to leave and then problem solved. The boy walked further into the forest and Naruto quickly followed after him. Careful to not make any sound when he did so. He shot more arrows at the boy in hopes of stopping him but ended up coming up empty-handed. Eventually Naruto had had enough of this kid. So Naruto shot an arrow. At the rate it was going, it would hit the kid in the leg. This would surely get him to stop regardless. However, his arrow was deflected by a kuni. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw it. There was no way that could have come from one of those kids. So who could have thrown it? Naruto heard the kids talking to someone and turned to see a silver-haired ninja. Geez kid, you're more trouble than the Hokage's son, the silvered-haired nin said. He wore a face mask that covered the bottom half of his face. Then his headband covered one of his eyes. He stood tall and confident, rubbing the back of his head as the boy turned around to look at him. You should really watch yourself, kid. You nearly got shot by that arrow from whoever is in that tree. Naruto growled softly to himself. He didn't expect to get found out, or at least not so soon. Well, why don't you come out? I mean, I nearly didn't see you there. If you hadn't fired that arrow, I wouldn't have found you. Naruto backed away slowly and was about to retreat, but the nin looked at the spot he was hiding in and Naruto knew that there was no use in running. Naruto jumped down to the ground from the spot he was in and everyone looked surprised at him. None of them expected to see a wolf boy appear. The kids didn't know who he was, but the nin knew him well. He was known as the Hokage's missing son, the one he was told to watch over. Yet he was constantly sent on missions, so he never got to see Naruto much. When he did, however, he usually just saw him in his room by himself. Yet when he came back from a mission about a week or so ago, he heard that Naruto had disappeared. A search party was sent out for him for a few days, but eventually everyone gave up and forgot about him the next day. Something that had confused the nin greatly. However, there was many differences from when Naruto ran away to now. Before, he had yellow hair and didn't have wolf ears and a tail. Naruto, what happened to you? Naruto was surprised he was recognized. He didn't talk to anyone or have any friends before he left. How could this person know him? Naruto ignored that and glared at the group. Leave. It was a simple request, but it held so much venom to back it up. The kids paled slightly and the girls clung to the nin's pant legs. The boys backed away slightly and the one who Naruto nearly shot pointed his dagger at Naruto. Naruto didn't feel threatened by such a thing and only looked at the boy with little interest. I don't know what you be, but I'm not afraid of you. Naruto rolled his eyes and looked at the nin. Leave, now, Naruto repeated as he glared at the group. The girls clung to the nin tighter and Naruto heard a battle cry come from his left. The nin realized what was going on just as quickly as Naruto did and attempted to stop the boy, but the two girls that held onto him made it hard for him to stop the child. No, wait, the nin yelled in an effort to stop him. The boy tried to attack Naruto but was stopped quickly by Naruto. Naruto had grabbed the boy's hands and flipped him over onto his back, pinning him easily. The nin seemed surprised by this. He had thought that Naruto wasn't trained before. How did he stop the boy? Naruto growled down at the boy and turned his bow into a dagger and pointed it at the boy's neck. Fear filled the boy's eyes as he looked at Naruto. The nin looked shocked at Naruto. He wasn't known to be violent either. He was actually quite peaceful, usually drawing in his room. So what changed now? Then Naruto frowned. He got up off the boy and turned around. Leave now, or else I will remove you myself, which will end with death if you continue forward, Naruto said, his eyes glowing a dark glow. He was reacting to the boy's fear and knew that staying would mean death for him. He was trying his best to control himself. Naruto, wait, your parents were looking for you. They are worried sick about you. They want you to come home, the nin said, trying to stop Naruto from leaving. No, Naruto said darkly. Then he bolted off into the forest, leaving the nin and the scared children behind. If they continued to trespass in his territory, then Naruto would use more drastic measures to stop them. Hopefully they would take what he said as a warning and leave. The nin, however, would not stop here. He would become a big part of Naruto's life very soon. Both completely unaware to this fact. There was nothing they could do to change such anyways. It all depends on how they react to such a change though. Chapter 17. Kakashi's POV. It's still in third person, just spectating him. Kakashi watched as Naruto left. He was dumbfounded to say the least. The Hokage's son. He was here the whole time. Did no one think to check the damn forest? How could he have not been found? The villagers must have not been looking very hard if they couldn't find a kid in the forest. However, after today, Kakashi learned two things about Naruto. 1. That he knew how to hide very well. If he hadn't shot that arrow, Kakashi would have never seen him. 2. That Naruto did not want to go back. Why he ran away was still not clear to him, but he just knew by the way Naruto changed and the way Naruto acted. Naruto didn't want anything to do with this village nor its inhabitants. Naruto was willing to shoot a kid, just to stay hidden. Well, actually, that reminds Kakashi. He looked down at the two girls that clung to his leg for dear life and then looked at the boy trembling on the ground. Why were they even out here in the first place? Kakashi didn't take long to voice that question. Bending down slightly, Kakashi pulled the two girls off his legs and looked at them both. They were extremely scared and crying even. Kakashi probably wouldn't get an answer out of them without them screaming and sobbing. Something he did not really wish to deal with. He sighed and asked anyways. Now can you tell me why you five were out here? The girl with glasses rubbed her eyes under her glasses and spoke. The other girl staying as silent as a girl crying can get. Well, our FF friend T told us T that there were wolves out here. He S said that we should S skin them for their F fur AA and take the M meat back T to our F families. The other girl nodded in agreement, giving more insight on what happened though her tears. Why yay, H he said T that we just HH had to T take our P parents T tools and you use them T to kill T the wolves. We were worried that we would get I in trouble B, but H he said that we would be helping our parents S, so we went A along with it. S so we T took their T tools and C came here. T then those AA arrows started C coming O out of N nowhere S, so we G got scared A and ran home. We T then came and G got you. Kakashi nodded, remembering what happened when he ran into the kids on his way to the training grounds. He was supposed to be training with the Hokage's son but ended up coming here first. He probably still waiting for him now that he thought about it. He would just tell him that he got lost on the path of life or something like that. He wouldn't make too much fuss. The Hokage has been having me train with that brat because he didn't have much time to do it himself. something that frustrated Kakashi a lot. That kid was very spoiled and that's being nice about it. Not only that, but he was extremely impatient. He wanted to be the strongest, then become the Hokage just like his father. He was constantly complaining about Kakashi not teaching him right or fast enough. Kakashi just wishes his father would put him in his place. Kakashi sighed and looked at the kids. Alright, you all must have learned your lesson with this. Let's take you all home. The kids nodded and Kakashi quickly rounded them all up, then took them all to their respective houses. They would surely get into more trouble with their parents, but that was none of his business. Now it was time for him to report back to the Hokage and tell him what he saw. Disappearing in a swirl of leaves and then reappearing in front of the door of the Hokage's office, Kakashi sighed once, then knocked on the door. He heard a faint enter and opened the door and walked in. Kakashi looked at Minato. He gave him the respect he deserved and spoke. Hokage-sama. Minato waved him off. Kakashi, that kind of formality isn't needed for an old friend. What brings you here? Kakashi sighed and nodded. Well, I found your son, Naruto. Minato's Mint. I don't know why, but when I read his name I called him Mint instead. Eyes widened and he stopped everything that he was doing. He gave Kakashi a serious look. You found him. Why didn't you bring him back? We've been looking everywhere for him. Kakashi was a little put off by such a statement. They looked for a few days, nor did they check the forest. How is that everywhere, like he said? He was about to comment on such when Minato gave him a stern look. Now Kakashi. Kakashi sighed and nodded. What about Menma? Minato waved it off and signaled for an Anbu. Take my son home, tell him that something came up and Kakashi was needed elsewhere. The Anbu officer nodded and then disappeared, leaving just Kakashi and Minato. Kakashi knew the task he was given, so he quickly nodded once to Minato and then disappeared in a swirl of leaves. He reappeared in front of the forest. This job sure was tiresome. How was he supposed to get Naruto to come back? After what he saw today, just bringing him home would not be an easy task. Naruto didn't even want to come back, and quite frankly Kakashi thought Naruto was better off away from the village. He seemed much happier and a lot stronger. Bringing him here might only anger him. Something Kakashi learned was not pretty. Then again, this was a 5-year-old. How bad could it be? Kakashi quickly ran into the forest with one goal in mind. To find Naruto and to bring him home. Something that is much easier said than done, seeing as Naruto avoided everyone for so long. Along with that, he snuck under Kakashi's radar undetected. Something not many can do, and he's only a kid. Kakashi sighed. This was going to be a whole lot of trouble for himself. He just knew it, and something told him that he didn't want to get on Naruto's bad side. Naruto POV, still third person. I love that face. Naruto was currently training, something that had become a favorite pastime. He had, with permission, gotten his father to allow him to use him as a test subject. He was going to see if he could access one's memories. After that he would see if he could change and alter them. However, such wasn't too needed for now. Naruto sat across from his father. He then took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he reopened them, he found himself in the familiar dark space-like place. He walked around the area quietly, looking for some place that the memories would be stored in. Naruto didn't see anything for a while and was beginning to think that it wasn't possible for him to do such. That is, until he came to a white door. Its sudden appearance surprised Naruto, but he didn't let that stop him. Naruto turned the doorknob and opened the door to a room full of more doors. Some looked older than others. Some doors looking like they were ready to fall apart but still somehow holding together. Other doors looking completely fresh and brand new. This must have been it. It had to be it. This was his father's memories. Naruto walked over to one of the newer doors and looked inside. He saw his parents talking about him. They talked about how much they cared for him, and it warmed Naruto's heart. Naruto shut the door and walked to a more older door. It was darker colors and almost seemed to be rotten. The doorknob seemed like it could fall off at any moment, but when Naruto grabbed it he found it to be quite sturdy. He twisted the knob open and was surprised as to what he saw. It was his father, except he was a pup. Not only that, but he was with his mother and father. Naruto stood there mouth agape. He watched as his father played around with his father. He was very excited and full of energy. He looked extremely young and was so small. Naruto wasn't fully used to this kind of change. He watched as his father ran around the field happily and pounced on whatever he got his hands on, chasing the small animals that lived in the forest. His father's parents watched him do so happily. Naruto shut the door and smiled. He was about to go to another door, but he remembered the task at hand. He had found a way to access the memories. However, there were way too many to count. Going through them one by one and watching each would take too much time. He needed to find a faster route, a way to just gain all their memories at once. Naruto sighed. This task was much harder than he thought. He was about to search more, but his shadow flickered slightly. Dark was here and he wanted to get Naruto's attention. Dark couldn't physically come with Naruto to this place, but he could contact him. Dark said it took up too much energy for him to just come with Naruto, but sending messages would be easier for him. While Naruto was in here, Dark would look after the pack. Make sure to warn Naruto if anything happened. This was Dark trying to warn Naruto. Of what, however, Naruto had no clue, but he didn't like this one bit. Hopefully it's not a person. Naruto already warned them. If someone came back, then he would remove them by force. Doesn't matter who. Naruto sighed and left his father's mind, opening his eyes to see Azar and some other wolves standing over him. He sat up quickly and looked over to his shadow. A smile spilled onto its face and two eyes opened up, staring at Naruto intently. Naruto, someone is here. Their chakra is much stronger than a normal villager's. Naruto's eyes widened. A ninja. I told them to stay away. Why are they back? I can't believe this. I don't want them in my forest. Naruto growled and clenched his fists. He was growing very irritated very fast. His mother nuzzled his cheek slightly and licked his ears. It is all right, pup. We can handle a few humans. Naruto shook his head slightly and looked at his mother pleadingly. Mum, this is my problem. I brought their attention to this forest. I need to get rid of them. I have to protect my home. His mother sighed and spoke softly. I know, pup, but you can. She was cut off by her mate rubbing against her. Let the boy do this. It is what he was meant to do. If he wishes to go alone, then let him. He can handle himself. The Luna sighed and looked at her mate. She wanted to retort, but she knew that doing so would not help the situation any. She nodded and looked at her pup fondly. Please be safe, pup. You have grown to become a huge part of this pack. Losing you would crush us all. Naruto nodded and smiled at his parents. He kissed his mum on the cheek and nodded in thanks to his father. Then he turned around and ran into the forest towards the chakra signature. He jumped into the trees as he got closer to the nin. The person got into Naruto's range of vision. He was frustrated to see that silver-haired nin was back. Not only that, but he seemed to be looking for something. Naruto suppressed the urge to run out there and confront him. He told him to stay out. What was he not getting? Naruto had a few tricks up his sleeve though. However, Naruto would start with a warning. Hey, Dark, can you go over there and stop him? Tell him to leave and such. Naruto's shadow rippled slightly and Naruto looked at it, setting his back against the tree. Two eyes opened up and a mouth spread across its face as it looked back at Naruto. So it's that ninja again. Naruto nodded and Dark sighed. They just don't know when to quit. Dark Naruto's shadow completely disappeared and reappeared as the nin's shadow. Something that Dark said Naruto could one day do too. Naruto watched as Dark got the nin's attention, causing him to stop. Hey, nin. The nin stopped and looked around, looking baffled as to where the sound came from. Naruto was still teach Dark's host, so he could hear what was going on. Back to Kakashi, third to 3/4, I 3/4. Kakashi looked around as he heard someone speak. He was confused, and that was an understatement. Down here, nin. Kakashi looked down and saw his shadow. Except it wasn't really his. It was much smaller. Boy-sized really. It had the same shape of Naruto, so he would have to assume that Naruto did whatever this is. Yes, Kakashi kept his eyes trained on his shadow as it moved over from off the ground into a tree. Kakashi stared intently at it and it stared back. Two soulless eyes staring at him, along with a wide Cheshire cat grin being spread across its face. This is a warning, personally delivered for Naruto. Turn around. If you continue, then we will remove you by force. Something that you don't want. Kakashi stood there looking at the shadow as he actually thought about turning around. Well, it would make my life a whole lot easier if Naruto just came easily. I have orders to bring him back to the village and back home. The shadow's eyes widened and Kakashi felt the air grow heavier around the area. Something was here and it seemed upset by what Kakashi said. Was it Naruto? This chakra felt so dark. It sent chills down Kakashi's spine as the shadow spoke. So that's why you've come here. You have made a grave mistake, mortal. Turn around now and you might just be able to keep your life. Kakashi stared at the shadow and tried his best to keep his composure. I'm sorry, but I have my orders. The shadow's smile seemed to grow bigger at these words. Its dark laughter could be heard ringing through the forest. You chose this path, nin. He's very angry now. Good luck. May the odds be ever in your favor. With those words, the shadow returned back to his side and formed back into his normal shadow. Kakashi let out a sigh of relief as put his guard up. Whatever that shadow beast is, it warned Kakashi of Naruto. Then again, it was at Naruto's request. Kakashi looked around the forest silently. He doesn't know what Naruto is capable of. He might be able to wipe Kakashi clean out of existence. Something that put fear in Kakashi's movements. Kakashi slowly walked through the forest, careful not to make any sound. He needed to find Naruto, however it seems Naruto already found him. Kakashi was looking around. So far, nothing was happening. Well, not anymore. An arrow flew at Kakashi's face at a speed that Kakashi nearly didn't see it. Kakashi just barely dodged the arrow. He quickly turned in the direction of where the arrow came from and ran in that direction. His aim was to get Naruto without hurting him, but seeing as Naruto was willing to use force, then he should be too. Kakashi was surprised when he still didn't feel a presence. Kakashi looked around and didn't see Naruto anywhere. Then Kakashi heard giggling. It sounded like a child's laugh. Kakashi was growing weary. He couldn't tell where the laughter was coming from and the forest seemed to grow chiller. He continued walking, however, getting back on path to go deeper into the forest. The deeper he went, however, the more the forest seemed dark and unwelcoming. Kakashi felt that things would only get worse the deeper he went in. All of this in effort to catch one kid. Another arrow flew at Kakashi. This time Kakashi didn't have enough time to dodge. The arrow heading straight for his face. The arrow hit Kakashi in the face, causing him to turn back into a log. Kakashi sighed from the tree he was hiding in and jumped out of it and looked at the poor log. That was nearly him. This kid was good. Kakashi heard mad giggling and watched as purple and black flames surrounded him. The flames rising high into the air and licking at the sky as they let their hot flames warm the area around them. A fire. Kakashi was completely confused by this. Yet he had little time to think on it. If he took too long the forest would burn down. Kakashi had to think of a plan and fast. If he wanted to douse the flames then he needed water. Something that he didn't recall seeing before the fire appeared. At this rate the villagers should see the fire too. Kakashi decided to teleport out of there and find some water. Kakashi focused on being outside of the flames and disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Well, he would have if it worked. Kakashi's eyes widened when he realized it didn't work. What happened? He knew he had enough chakra left for such a simple jutsu. Why didn't it work? Kakashi heard giggling and looked around himself quickly. Where was that coming from? Where? Well, right here, silly. Kakashi looked up to the sky to see Naruto in the air. He was in the air. Kakashi was completely shocked by this. You're on my playing field now. You're gonna play a game with me. If you win then I'll come with you. If I win, I stay and not a single person sets foot in my forest. If they do I will slaughter them, Naruto said, his words causing chills to run down Kakashi's spine and fear to set in. This was not to be expected in the least. Not only that, but when Kakashi looked closer he saw that Naruto's eyes were black. They glowed slightly along with the rest of himself. What happened to him? Kakashi didn't know what to make of the situation anymore. Hey, game. Naruto giggled and nodded quickly. Yes, a simple game of hide and seek. You hide and I seek. If I catch you or kill you I win. If you manage to avoid me the whole time and not get caught then you'll win. I'll give you 100 seconds to run. Then I'll have 1 hour to catch you. The wall of flames disappeared and Kakashi could see the afternoon sun once more. Oh, I also took away your ability to cast jutsus. That's cheating and we don't like cheaters. Kakashi couldn't believe it. How was he supposed to deal with this kid? Naruto giggled more and began counting, signaling to Kakashi that he had to get out of here now. Kakashi ran deeper forest, sticking closer to the darker parts so he would be less seen. He jumped into the trees and jumped tree to tree till he found a nice dark part and hid there. This was going to be hard. However, Kakashi had to win. He sighed softly and looked around. He sat there for some time by himself. He was stuck in thought. He didn't know what was going on or how to handle it. He was running though all the possibilities in his head when he heard giggling. He knew that was Naruto and so Kakashi poked his head around the tree slightly. He saw Naruto walking through the trees happily. He wasn't really at all looking. Well, at least to the untrained eye that's how it seemed. Kakashi knew that there was more to this picture. So Kakashi paid close attention to him. Naruto suddenly stopped and looked straight ahead. What was he doing? Kakashi had his silent question answered immediately. You know, it's not nice to stare. Kakashi was caught off guard by this. He had already found him. How? The bracelet on Naruto's wrist formed into a kuni and Naruto threw it at the tree Kakashi was in. Kakashi jumped back a few feet to make sure he didn't get hit. Along with that he had to make sure there wasn't a paper bomb attached to it. He didn't see one but he had to make sure. Peekaboo tilde. Kakashi's eye widened in surprise when he heard Naruto's voice come from behind himself. He turned around to meet Naruto's black eyes as they both stared at each other. Kakashi jumped back and stared at Naruto head on. Naruto didn't seem to think much of it. He stood on the same tree branch as Kakashi, rocking back and forth on his heels without a care in the world. Kakashi's sweet dropped a little at this. This child who was the child of the Hokage was acting like this. Kakashi couldn't help but ask. Naruto, what happened to you? Naruto looked at Kakashi. He tilted his head slightly and shrugged. I guess I was just born this way. Kakashi didn't like that response but he had nothing else to really go on. However, he still had many more questions. Naruto threw his kuni at the side of Kakashi's face. Enough talk, nin. Run. Kakashi got the message and jumped through the trees quickly. He heard Naruto's mad giggling slowly disappear behind him. Kakashi was trying to put as much distance between them. He didn't know how much time had already passed but he was worried regardless. Kakashi quickly jumped to the ground and ran some, then hid in a bush that seemed like good cover for now. He had to pace himself. He knew Naruto was around here somewhere. He just didn't know where. Kakashi waited in silence. He would wait for Naruto to pass then he would go back the other way. This forest is huge and if Naruto passed by Kakashi would be able to run back to the village. Kakashi waited for what felt like ages and Naruto still hadn't passed by him. He was not going to lie but it made him happy that he hadn't. Naruto kinda scared him. What happened to the quiet kid that just threw all day? Kakashi heard footsteps approaching and knew that it had to be Naruto. He watched as they passed by him and with that Kakashi got up and ran in the other direction. He had paid attention to all the trees he passed by on the way here so he would know where he was going. Once he got far enough he slowed down slightly, continuing to run for some time. After a while Kakashi began to grow concerned. He hadn't taken this long to get into the forest. He should have been near the edge of the forest by now. What was going on? Kakashi slowed to a walk as he looked at his surroundings. Did he get lost? That shouldn't be possible. He could have sworn. Kakashi was slowly starting to realize that he didn't know where he was. How? He was sure he came through this way. Did he somehow get turned around? Kakashi was completely confused. He walked around through the forest careful not to be seen. He was lost. That was obvious. The only one who could give him any directions was Naruto. Someone he was supposed to be avoiding right now. So leaving the forest was no longer an option. Kakashi heard giggling and looked around quickly, trying to identify where it was coming from so he could be ready. Kakashi looked above himself to see Naruto falling down towards himself. Naruto had his arms out ready to grab Kakashi. Jumping out of the way, Kakashi looked back at the spot he was in before to see Naruto there. Naruto quickly lunged at Kakashi and he was forced to dodge him narrowly once more. Naruto growled darkly and jumped at Kakashi again. He seemed in a hurry to catch him. Was the time almost up? Kakashi continued to just barely dodge Naruto and Naruto grew faster and faster. Naruto seemed to only gain more energy as he went on, something that confused Kakashi heavily. He didn't have much time to think though as the both went at speeds unable to be seen by the naked eye. Kakashi watched as Naruto made a left and aimed a hand at Kakashi's side. So Kakashi went right, but as soon as he did, Naruto disappeared. He reappeared on Kakashi's right, hands outreached to tag him. Kakashi couldn't avoid this. He was already mid-turn and didn't have the ability to access any of his chakra, so he could cast a jutsu. Just as Naruto was about to tag him, time seemed to slow down and then stop as he watched Naruto be pulled against the tree by his shadow, making it so Naruto couldn't tag him. This confused Kakashi greatly as he watched the scene unfold. Naruto, you ran out of time. Naruto's eyes widened and growled. No, I was so close. I wasn't done yet. Let me go, Naruto screamed, his voice growing more and more demonic by the end, something that caught Kakashi off guard. Kakashi stepped back slightly as he watched Naruto thrash violently in the shadow's grasp. The shadow seemed to be having a hard time controlling him. Naruto, you lost. Calm down, Naruto growled loudly in response, and Kakashi didn't know what was the best way to handle the situation. Naruto, we had a deal. Just come peacefully and it'll all be fine. Naruto only grew more rabid at those words. Then something happened that Kakashi by surprise. Tattoos appeared all over Naruto's skin. One of them, a wolf with wings, glowing brightly. Kakashi watched as the rest of Naruto glowed brightly as well, his body shifting slightly and growing slightly bigger than what he was before. The shadow had dropped Naruto, unable to hold him doing whatever transformation was going on. When the light died down, a wolf was left in Naruto's place. However, this wolf had wings to go with it. It was white with black tattoos all over it. The wolf laid unmoving and Kakashi assumed that it was Naruto. He walked over to Naruto and saw that he must have fainted, probably due to the transformation. Kakashi slowly picked up the wolf and began walking towards the entrance of the forest. He was going to take Naruto to his house first, so that way he could figure out what happened to him. Hopefully Naruto will wake up later tonight. Then he'll ask him what happened and see if they can change him back. People would probably freak if they saw a wolf with wings walking around the village. Kakashi sighed. This was going to be a weird night. Chapter 18. Kakashi's POV. Third. Kakashi approached the edge of the field and sighed. This was a lot to take in for himself. How would everyone else react? Not only that, but what will Naruto do when he wakes up? Kakashi might have to lock him in a room or something. Then again, that might only make him angry. Just as Kakashi was about to leave the forest, he heard a low growl causing him to stiffen up. He stopped in his tracks and looked down at Naruto. He was making sure that the growl didn't come from him. If he was awake, he didn't know what would happen. Kakashi sighed slightly to find that the wolf was still asleep peacefully in his arms. Kakashi started looking around, hoping to find the origin of the sound, and soon his eyes met with someone else's. He was definitely caught off guard by this. The growling got louder when he had found it. It slowly stepped out of the bushes and towards Kakashi, its small legs being completely covered in purple scales and sharp claws being at the end of its fingers. A long nose protruded from its face, it also being covered in purple scales. Its eyes staring deeply at Kakashi, those being a deep gold. Kakashi saw a large wings come from its sides and a long tail came from its end. Two large horns sat atop of its head. Kakashi was baffled. It was a dragon, something that shouldn't even exist. Yet here it was growling at Kakashi. What in the hell had created such a beast? Kakashi wouldn't be able to fight too well holding Naruto, but he didn't know what the dragon was after. Kakashi backed away slowly, about to make a run for it, but he saw something shift out of the corner of his eyes. Well, I lol. He looked to see that his shadow and rippled slightly, the eyes and mouth opening up on it once more. When it did, the dragon took quick notice. The dragon looked over to the shadow, then back at Kakashi. It's alright, Azar. Naruto made a bet with this mortal unlost. He now has to go back to his village with them. The dragon, Azar, whimpered slightly at that, causing the shadow to do something similar to a nod. Yes, I understand. We will still stay by his side. Do not worry. Azar perked up slightly at those words and nodded, the dragon's molten gold eyes looking back at Kakashi and narrowing slightly. Kakashi's shadow lost its eyes and mouth, returning to its original form as that shadow person disappeared. Kakashi stepped out of the forest. He was careful to watch what the dragon would do when he did. He was surprised when the dragon took off into the air, flying high above the clouds and out of sight. However, Kakashi could still feel those piercing gold eyes and knew that the dragon had not let him out of sight. Kakashi walked to the village slightly, then disappeared in a swirl of leaves, reappearing back at his house. Kakashi knew that the villagers would freak if they saw Naruto and was hoping to throw that dragon off his trail. He walked over to the couch and laid Naruto down. The wolf laid unmoving. The only sign that he was still alive was the up and down movement of his stomach, along with the small breaths that he was taking in his relaxed state. Naruto looked calm, something that Kakashi hadn't had the pleasure to see when he was awake. Naruto turned over slightly and Kakashi watched him intently. Kakashi wasn't sure how Naruto would act once he was awake. He could forget all about their little game and kill Kakashi anyways. Something that Kakashi wasn't going to really much allow. Plus if Naruto does act like, well, a wild animal, then he would be a danger to the village. Meaning Kakashi would be forced to kill him. Kakashi wasn't liking majority of the possibilities he thought up. Most of them ended with someone's death. Kakashi sat down in front of the couch and watched Naruto sleep. He just did this for a while, not moving or making a sound. After a while though, he pulled out his favorite book and began reading. He doesn't know how long he sat there reading, but he was growing tired. Kakashi walked over to his single chair and sat down. He took one last glance at Naruto, then closed his eyes, falling into a dreamless sleep. When Kakashi awoke, it was to the sound of paws hitting the floor and running about. Then a large crash could be heard every now and again. Kakashi looks over to the couch to see Naruto gone. He sighed heavily and got up and walked over to his kitchen. He watched as the wolf stumbled around. Naruto walked a few feet, then looked up and saw Kakashi, then immediately tried to run but didn't get very far before he slid and fell on his butt. Kakashi shook his head slightly and walked over to Naruto. Neri growled when he approached and quickly stood up and got into a defensive position. Were you hungry? Seeing as you're stumbling around the kitchen blindly and woke me up by doing so, I would have to assume that you wanted something. It was still dark out, so Kakashi was thinking that Naruto either wanted food or wanted to escape. Dark. Kakashi was surprised when he heard Naruto speak but was just as confused as to who or what he meant by that. So he was caught off guard when Naruto's shadow began to ripple then fully disappear. Then a spear was at Kakashi's neck. Kakashi froze up and looked behind him slightly to see a darker version of Naruto there. He had a dark grin on his face as he stared Kakashi up and down like he was a meal. Naruto sat down on the ground and watched with little interest in his wolfish eyes. Where are we? Kakashi knew that Naruto probably already knew the answer but answered regardless. The village hidden in the leaf. This house being my home. Naruto nodded and stood up. He walked clumsily over to the window and sighed when he got there. You will not keep me from my family. Naruto looked back at Kakashi, a dark expression on his face. Kakashi was a little confused. He was taking him back to his family, not away from them. What did Naruto mean by that? I'm not keeping you away from your family. I'm taking you to them. Naruto just shook his head and sighed. This place, this village is not my home. Nor are those mortals that you think are my family. I do not claim or associate with any of them. I have my own family out there in the forest, who are probably actually worried about me. So we will alter the deal slightly. I will come here during the day for whatever is needed of me, which I assume would be training, and then at night I will go back to the forest. Back to my real home. Kakashi stared at Naruto. He knew that he couldn't keep him caged up here, and not letting him go would make Naruto completely break the deal and leave regardless. This was the best chance he had at Naruto being here. Agreed. Naruto nodded softly and shook his fur out. He yawned and stretched his wings out wide. He flapped them slightly and then folded them at his sides. Then I will return home now. I will come back at daybreak. Then is when you can take me to your village leader. Kakashi nodded slightly. He was still at spear point and one wrong move could have him skewered. Dark. Release him. The darker version of Naruto let Kakashi go and disappeared from his side, reappearing next to Naruto. Naruto walked around some. He had adjusted more to his new form by the seams of it. Now being able to walk without stumbling or falling. The shadow Naruto opened the window and Kakashi could clearly see the purple dragon overhead. It somehow found them and was circling over the house. Naruto jumped out of the window and the shadow person followed him. It was an odd sight to see, but such couldn't really be avoided. Naruto opened his wings up wide and flapped them slightly. He picked up more and more speed and the shadow him jumped on his back. Naruto flapped his wings and took off into the air with one large jump. Naruto flew off in the direction of the forest and the dragon followed beside him. Kakashi sighed as he watched them go. Then he shut his window and walked into the kitchen and sighed. There was a huge mess in it, to put it in simple terms. Some chairs were knocked over and pushed out of place. Food was spilled over the floor and so were some pots and pans. The fridge was wide open and a huge mess as well, different food contents being spilled about and such. Kakashi would have to clean all of this up, something that frustrated him slightly. He was close to finding Naruto and making him do it, though Kakashi doubted that Naruto would. He started getting things cleaned up as he thought about what he would tell the Hokage when he saw Sun and his new changes. Naruto POV third person AIA half A, IA half A, AA. Flying off in the direction of the clearing, Naruto looked down as he flew over the village. The one place he was trying to escape from. Now he was brought back to this wretched place. He thought he was done here. He let out a frustrated growl. He didn't think he would have to see that Hokage, his wife, and his child ever again. Naruto was through with the way they treated him, and if they tried to do that again it would end badly for them. Naruto wasn't going to hold back, and if he needed to he would kill them. Naruto licked his lips at the thought of being able to spill their blood. He was ready to get back at them for what they did to him. However, he would like to become more fine-tuned with his own abilities before he did such. He knew that he could still easily defeat him now though, and only wished to get stronger. So Naruto would train overnight. He would practice all the things he can already do and hopefully learn some more of his gifts. Naruto watched as the trees passed by under him. He eventually made it to the clearing and saw his mother pacing back and forth. his father trying to seemingly calm her. Naruto quickly flew down towards them and yipped happily to get their attention. His mother and father looked up and saw him, his mother sighing in relief. Naruto landed on the ground not too gracefully, nearly falling flat on his face. However, he made it to the ground in one piece and quickly ran over to his parents, and his mother and father nuzzled him affectionately. Dark hopped off Naruto's back when he was close to the ground and watched Naruto and his parents have their small reunion. Naruto purred happily and smiled softly. He missed them, even if he wasn't gone very long. "Pup, what happened to you? Why were you gone so long?" Naruto looked away slightly when he heard the question. He would have to explain everything to his parents. They would not like what they were about to hear one bit. Naruto laid down on the ground and his parents followed suit. They both sat curled up around Naruto in a protective manner, and Naruto began the long explanation as to what had occurred over the past few hours. His parents sat and listened the entire time, not interrupting Naruto once unless it was to clarify something that didn't make sense to them. When Naruto got done, his mother and father didn't look too happy. "So your old family is trying to take you back. This Menma used to bully you when you lived with them and your old parents ignored you." Naruto nodded and looked down at the grass. They didn't ask about the deal Naruto made and seemed more concerned with what they were going to do now that he would have to go see them during the day starting tomorrow. The both looked at each other and nodded, then looked back at Naruto. Naruto gave them a clueless look and tilted his head slightly at them. "Pup, we're going to do something that we know we really shouldn't. However, we think you can handle it. We will be performing another ritual. It'll unlock the rest of your abilities so that way you don't have to go through the hassle of learning it all. You will know all of your abilities, however you will still have to figure out how each of them works. Along with that, a large amount of your power will be released. It'll be a lot to handle and take in. However, we do believe that you are ready for such a shift." Naruto's father said to him. Naruto nodded slightly. This would pretty much be like a cheat. He would be able to skip a lot of his training though this. He still had to figure out how to use each and every gift, but at least he knew of them now. Or at least he would know of them very soon. "Now pup, this is a very dangerous thing we are doing. You could possibly die from it. If it works perfectly you will gain knowledge. If not, then you can gain some serious problems and possibly die. Are you sure you want to do this?" Naruto nodded to his mother, a look of determination in his eyes. His parents both nodded and got up slowly. Naruto followed their actions as they walked over to the huge tree in the center of the field. Naruto had learned that that tree was the oldest in the forest. Something that had surprised him. He had taken up to referring to it as the elder tree, since that was the easiest thing to remember it by. Naruto doesn't remember what happened in the last ritual too well and probably won't remember this one either. He just had to be ready for whatever he just agreed to. Chapter 19. Everyone had made their way over to Elder Tree, the rest of the pack surrounding it while Naruto stood in the middle in front of the large tree. Naruto faced the tree and sighed. This was either going to go really good or really bad. Hopefully it goes really well and Naruto makes it out much stronger than what he once was. If not, then it will be the end of him and his journey. At least it had a happy ending, right? Naruto sighed and looked back at his family. They had encouraging looks on their faces, even though Naruto knew they were worried. Naruto looked at the large tree and held out his paw. He didn't care. He was prepared to do this. He could handle it. The pack all began to go through the first steps of the ritual. Each pack member cut their paw, letting blood accumulate on them. Then they all placed the bloody paw on the ground, leaving a paw print in blood. Naruto slowly placed his paw on the tree and was once again thrown into a different mindset. His eyes went unfocused and his senses dulled down till he felt like he was nothing. His very being forgotten as he only focused on the tree, its large trunk and the sway of its leaves keeping Naruto captivated and in place as the rest of the pack got to work quickly. The tattoos appeared on their fur and the Alpha and Luna stepped forward, breaking the circle as the both walked towards Naruto. The bloody paw prints glowed dimly and the rest of the forest seemed to fade away, the swaying of leaves being the only thing anyone could hear. The Alpha and Luna had reached their pup and they each placed a paw on his shoulder. The Luna and Alpha then began to mutter things under their breath, too low to be heard but somehow known that it was in another language. The rest of the pack then began to walk in a circle around the tree. They were doing some sort of dance that seemed to be almost as if of an ancient time. A symbol appeared in Naruto's eyes, an upside-down star surrounded by a circle. Naruto's eyes glowed brightly and one of Naruto's tattoos began to glow as well. The solar system tattoo came alight and glowed brightly, many colors filling the area as everyone gasped. This was not supposed to happen. It has never happened before. Naruto's tattoo was reacting to the ritual. The wolves did not know what to do. If they stopped, Naruto would surely die. If they continued, they wouldn't be able to tell the outcome. However, their pup's life was more important to them at the time. So in a split decision they decided to continue the ritual. Everyone resumed their tasks and they all kept a close eye on Naruto. As expected, the ritual was slowly being changed. Naruto began to whisper in an unknown language, in sync with the Alpha and Luna's whispering. This was beginning to worry everyone. They were even more surprised when Naruto's tattoo came to life. The planets floated off Naruto's arm and grew in size. They hovered around the tree in a circle, the sun sitting just above the tree, each planet having a respective symbol engraved on them. The sun having a circle with a dot in the middle on it, the moon having a crescent moon on it, Mercury having what seemed to be the sign for female, however it had horns on it. Venus had the sign for females, Earth a circle with a cross in it, Mars had the male symbol, Jupiter had what seemed to be a 2 with a line though the end of it, Saturn had a cross with a tail attached to the end, Uranus had circle with a dot in the middle and an arrow at the top of it, Neptune had a trident, and Pluto, this special fuck, had what seemed to be the combination of A, P, and A, L, the bottom half of the L being connected to the bottom of the P. The symbols on each planet began to glow brightly. They spun around the tree slowly, gaining speed over time as they glowed brighter and brighter. Naruto began chanting faster and so did the Alpha and Luna. They had soon realized that they had no control over their mouths and bodies anymore. Everyone was stuck. They were forced to finish this ritual no matter what they decided. The wolves in the outer ring began to perform a different dance than the one before, as it seemed as if they did the dance from before in reverse, tracing their steps and going in opposite direction. The tree began to glow a sort of galaxy-like colors. Tiny little dots like stars appearing in the swirl of colors, acting as if they were stars in the galaxy. The blues, purples, and blacks were also captivating to the wolves. This has never been seen or done before. Nor could it be done again because they had no control over that was happening. The galaxy grew larger till it surrounded their whole area. Nothing but stars and empty space could be seen. Then in flash, it all ended. The galaxy got sucked into Naruto, his hair changing slightly, as it looked as if the tips of his hair was dipped into the galaxy itself. Naruto's eyes stopped glowing and slid closed. Naruto's skin seemed to sparkle slightly as if one could pull the stars from him. The planets went back to Naruto and became a tattoo once more. The wolves finally had control over their bodies but were too shocked to move. They all stood in place and watched. They had all then realized that sometime during the ritual Naruto had shifted from a wolf to his hybrid form. They had also noticed the 10 tails that now swayed behind Naruto. He had 10 tails. This change was unexpected by all. His tails had the same makeover like his hair, the tips seeming to have been dipped in a galaxy-like dust as well. Every part of Naruto screamed power and authority. Naruto turned around and faced his family, his golden eyes shined brightly as he looked at them. Then he collapsed. This snapped everyone out of their trances as they ran over to Naruto. He was barely breathing and seemed to be having a hard time doing just that. Then panic arose. Tears poured out of the Luna's eyes as she quickly wrapped her body around her pup. The Alpha began barking orders to the others to go and get items that could make medicine for his pup. The others all ran off in different directions and the Alpha quickly wrapped himself around his mate. They both stared at their pup, hoping that he would be okay. They watched as Naruto squirmed slightly, his face scrunched up in a face of pain. He was suffering, they all could tell. They didn't know what was going to happen to their pup. The ritual that was performed could have very well been meant to kill their pup. If that was the case, then they all just assisted in his death, they technically killed him. After all, it was them who did the ritual, no one else. Whatever changed it could have been either helpful or harmful to their pup, and so far it's harmful. The Luna licked at her pup's ears and cheeks, hoping to get a reaction out of him. All that made it past his lips, however, were small whimpers of pain. The Luna tried her best to comfort her pup. The Alpha trying his best to comfort his mate. He was just as worried but knew that if they got overwhelmed or freaked out then it would not help their pup. Shallow breaths came in and out of Naruto. He was pale, paler than usual. Beads of sweat formed on his face as he squirmed uncomfortably. He was suffering, and if he was not better soon then no one could stop the inevitable. Wolves came back with elixirs and potions in order to help the ill pup. They had pup all kinds of things on him and gave him all kinds of things to drink. However, nothing got a reaction out of him. After each try everyone grew more hopeless. Nothing was working and Naruto's condition only seemed to be getting worse. Dark had been standing away from the group the entire time. He WQS just watching, not really saying anything. Most would think that he would be freaking out because his host, someone he grew close to, was dying. However, Dark knew better than that. Naruto wouldn't die. His host was much more resilient than that. Azar had stuck close to Dark and watched as well. They watched the scene unfold and did nothing to help ease the hysteria of the others. They were waiting really. So when they saw the air sparkle around Naruto they knew the process was finally done. Naruto glowed faintly, something that could be easily missed if one wasn't paying attention. The glow started off weak, but grew stronger and brighter. It looked as if golden stardust had gathered around Naruto. The wolves had caught sight of this and each gave their respective worried glances to one another. The glow continued for some time and Naruto had finally relaxed. Everyone sighed in relief and laid around the area, making sure to stay close by if something happened. They were all tired after that small scare and did need rest like every other being. Naruto wouldn't remember any of what happened unless he wanted to. After all, now that he has knowledge of what he can do, he can easily tap into his suppressed memories and get it. Giving this much power to a child might be a good or bad thing. After all, Dark, Kakashi, and Azar are the only ones who saw what Naruto becomes. He was already strong with that amount of power. Now he has more at his disposal. Hopefully Naruto doesn't become overcome with a power-hungry revenge. Dark watched as everyone slept peacefully. Azar walked over to the group and curled up next to Naruto. Dark didn't have much to do as long as everyone slept, so he decided he would take a look around the village. Dark turned around and walked off into the forest, going in the direction of the village as he stared at the scenery. The nocturnal animals roaming about and getting food in their own ways. Fireflies hovering around the area peacefully. Nighttime is Dark's favorite time of the day. He always felt at ease in the dark. He is a shadow demon after all. The dark is where he feels most at home. Dark smiled softly and held his hand out close to a firefly. The small bug landed in Dark's hand and glowed happily. More soon followed the one brave lightning bug and landed on Dark in various areas. Mainly his hair. The fireflies landed all on top of his head and made Dark chuckle softly. He sat down on the ground, forgetting his reason to even come out this way in the first place. Dark watched as the area filled with more fireflies than before. They had surrounded Dark now, hovering peacefully around him. The area looked beautiful. Dark smiled softly and laid down on the grass. He looked up at the moon and watched as the fireflies danced in the night sky. Tomorrow would be a very hectic day for them. However, Dark felt confident about it. He was more thinking about how funny it was going to be when Naruto meets his family again. They no longer had authority over Naruto, however it will be very entertaining to watch them try. Dark yawned softly and rubbed his eye. He knew if he fell asleep he would wake up back in Naruto's shadow, but he wanted to enjoy this small peace while he had it. He had to admit, having Naruto as a host is a wild ride. Dark was still happy regardless. He got what he wanted. An adventure. One where he can have as much fun as he wants. This one being much better than the last. This time he has a friend to go with. Dark yawned again and looked at the stars. He should rest some. Just for a bit. Dark's eyes slowly slid closed and he fell into a dream-filled sleep. He never felt happier. Chapter 20. Waking up and looking around, Naruto smiled at his still sleeping family. He however had to get up and meet his current enemies. His old family. He doesn't refer to them as such anymore, however, he more thinks of them as his used to be oppressors. He doesn't want anything to do with them and really had no intention of seeing them. However, fair is fair and he did lose. So for now he just has to suck it up and hope for the best, but since that really isn't good at all, he doesn't really have his hopes up too high. In a perfect world they would just leave him alone. Everyone in the goddamned village would just keep to their own world and Naruto would stay in his. Naruto's frustration with them was endless and he would be surprised if he would be able to keep his hands off of them when he sees them. Naruto nugged at his mother slightly. He wanted to at least say goodbye to his parents before he left. The small action had caused Azar to wake up in the process and look at him. Naruto ignored him for the moment and continued his quest to wake up his mum. If he woke her up then his father would wake up as well. Naruto watched his mother's ears twitch due to his constant pestering and he pouted when she just turned over and continued to sleep. Naruto growled slightly to himself and his 10 tails ruffling up in a slight anger as his ears drooped slightly. Naruto turned into his wolf form and walked away. His wolf form was still smaller than his parents and the rest of the wolves. They all were much bigger than regular wolves and Naruto was about the size of a regular wolf. However, Naruto could still tell the differences in power held by all of them, his parents being the strongest. Though Naruto could tell that he was still much stronger than them. Naruto took a running start at his parents as he bolted at her when he was far enough. Then he jumped and landed on their backs. Hopefully that was enough to wake him up. This seemed to have worked because Naruto could hear groans coming from him as they both opened their eyes and looked at him. Naruto yipped happily and made his parents smile softly. "Hello pup, did you rest up well?" Naruto quickly nodded and ran around his parents in circles, successfully making him dizzy as his father growled playfully at him. They both stood up and nuzzled Naruto affectionately. Naruto purred softly and turned back into his hybrid form. Azar had sat off to the side some, yawning softly and snorting, making smoke come from his nostrils. "I slept fine, I just wanted to say bye before I headed out. I didn't want you to wake up and not see me and freak out." The two older wolves nodded and sighed. They both knew that their pup had to go, but after last night they were a bit worried to let their pup go by himself. They hugged their pup close and his mum licked his ears. "We'll see you soon, yes? You're not staying with them, are you?" Naruto shook his head quickly at his mother's question and hugged her close. "I'll be back soon, mum. I love you both, don't worry. I have to go now, I'll tell you how everything goes when I get back later." They both nod and his mum tears up slightly. His dad looks at him sadly. They both knew he had to go but didn't want to let him go. They eventually let go of each other and Naruto smiled softly at them, though they could all easily see the sadness hidden by that smile and shining in his eyes. "Come on Azar, let's go." Azar nodded and looked back at the Alpha and Luna. He nodded to them both once and turned around, running over to and already walking away Naruto. Tears ran down Naruto's cheeks silently as he walked away. This may very well be the last time Naruto sees his parents for a while. The thought scared Naruto more than anything. When he got far enough, Naruto pulled out the skeleton key that he had kept with him. He wiped his eyes quickly and held the key out, twisting it in the air. He watched as a door slowly appeared. It was a plain grey door. The door handle, however, was a skeleton skull. Naruto already knew where he wanted it to take him, and so when he opened the door and Azar and him walked through it, he wasn't surprised to appear in the middle of Kakashi's living room. He looked around half-heartedly. He had put on a stone-cold face as he walked over to the couch and sat down on it. Naruto could hear Kakashi in the kitchen making something that smelled good. He didn't know what it was, but he was getting curious. Kakashi walked into the living room with a book and a cup of ramen noodles. Kakashi was too entranced in his book to notice Naruto's presence. So he sat in the chair and continued reading peacefully. Kakashi set the noodles down on the table and turned a page. though when he reached for where the noodles last were he was surprised to find them gone. He looked up at where they last were and frowned. Then he noticed the purple dragon staring angrily at him. Kakashi's eyes widened and he jumped back, dropping his book in the process. Then he saw Naruto sitting on the couch eating the noodles that were meant to be Kakashi's breakfast. Naruto looked up at Kakashi and Kakashi deadpanned. Naruto, it's not nice to eat others' things, nor is it very nice to just enter someone's home without permission. Didn't your pair? Naruto growled darkly at Kakashi and he quickly stopped his sentence in its tracks. Azaran slowly began to stalk towards Kakashi, growling lowly at him. I guess there's no way to make up. Hey, Kakashi smiled nervously and put his hands up in surrender. Naruto finished Kakashi's noodles and threw the empty cup in the trash. Those were really good. Thank you for the meal. Naruto nodded slightly at Kakashi and he nodded, sighing heavily. Well, we might as well get going then. Your parent. Naruto glared at Kakashi and he quickly corrected himself. The Hokage and his family must be very eager to see you. Naruto nodded, seemingly annoyed with Kakashi already due to the small mistakes. Naruto walked over to the door and Kakashi followed. Azar walked side by side next to Naruto and looked back at Kakashi every now and again. Once outside they both began the journey to the Hokage Tower. When the villagers saw Naruto they would gasp and back away. Whispers followed them on the way to the tower. Naruto had continued walking proudly though, but Kakashi was beginning to get worried. It was already bad that Naruto had 10 tails and wolf ears, now he has a purple fire-breathing dragon following him. Naruto, maybe you should hide the tails and ears, and get rid of your, pet. Azar growled loudly and caused some people who were getting a little too close to scatter and run off in different directions. Running back to their parents who then quickly pulled them away from the scene, some glaring at Naruto and others looking at him in fear as they dragged their kids away. Naruto shrugged it off and continued walking. I'm not hiding what I am. I don't like looking anywhere close to these mortals as it is. Azar yipped happily in response to what Naruto said and Naruto smiled happily at him. Naruto leaned down and pet Azar's head, causing the purple dragon to purr happily. They finally made it to Hokage Tower without too much trouble and walked inside. The person at the desk looked at Kakashi and nodded towards him, then saw Naruto and recoiled slightly in disgust and horror. Which wouldn't be different from the rest of the looks Naruto received while walking through the village. Naruto looked at him impatiently and then rolled his eye, sighing softly. He looked at Kakashi exasperated and Kakashi smiled at him as best as he could in this situation. They walked over to the stairs and began climbing them. Azar flapped his wings gently and flew beside Naruto, sometimes flying a little bit ahead of him then waiting for Naruto to get there. Naruto could tell Azar was impatient, just like he was. They both wanted this done and over with. Walking up these stairs made Naruto uneasy and that feeling frustrated him. It made him feel weak. He wasn't scared of them anymore. He wasn't going to let past feelings control him. He was much stronger than this. They made it to the top of the stairs and walked over to the door. Kakashi held his hand out to knock but looked at Naruto before he did. Are you ready for this? Naruto was fiddling with his fingers in a nervous manner as he looked at his feet. When Kakashi spoke it had snapped him out of his spiraling thoughts and he looked up at the older of the two. Naruto looked away and took a deep breath. Kakashi watched as Naruto's shadow suddenly moved from the floor to the door in front of Naruto. Two eyes and a mouth opened up and it looked at Naruto. Its mouth opened and closed as if it were talking but Kakashi heard no sound come out. Which was odd to him since he heard it speak before. Naruto talked back to it, seemingly hearing and understanding it. Whatever it was saying it made Naruto feel better as he relaxed slightly and nodded. The shadow smiled and the eyes and mouth closed. It moved back to the floor and a look of determination replaced Naruto's nervous one. He was ready to do this now, even though he knew it would end badly. Naruto looked at Kakashi and nodded for him to open the door and Kakashi knocked. A faint enter was heard and Kakashi pushed the door open slowly to reveal the fourth Hokage, his wife and son. Menma looked bored as he stared at the walls. Minato was going through some paperwork. Kushina was looking over Minato's shoulder and when the door opened they all looked up, their eyes widened when they landed on Naruto and Azar, who was hovering beside him. Their jaws had dropped as they looked over the two. Naruto. Kushina was the first one to speak as she looked at him completely shocked. Naruto sighed softly and nodded to his biological mother. Tears filled her eyes as she covered her mouth. The other two gasped loudly and Kushina quickly ran over to Naruto. She wrapped him in a tight embrace as she cried into him. We thought you were dead. What happened to my baby boy? Your hair, your clothes, are those T-tails? She looked Naruto all over and Minato ran over to him as well, Menma following suit when he saw them get up and move. Kakashi, can you give us a moment? Minato said and Kakashi nodded, disappearing in a swirl of leaves and leaving the group alone. Naruto quickly pulled away from him and took a few steps back. He looked at his old family and sighed. Naruto's sentence was cut off by a hard slap across his cheek. His head flung to the side and his cheek slowly turned red. Naruto touched his cheek slowly and looked back at his mother, the one who hit him. How dare you run away, you ungrateful brat? What the hell did you do? Kushina glared at him and his Minato glared at him as well and walked over to him. He backhanded Naruto and caused him to fly into the wall. Naruto fell to the floor and groaned softly. Menma hasn't been able to train properly since. Your selfishness has hindered your brother. I think it's about time Menma got to train properly. Menma grinned and slowly walked over to Naruto, but Azar quickly jumped in front of him and growled at them. They didn't pay any attention to the dragon but knew not to try to advance any further on Naruto. You will be starting at the academy today. I don't care what you thought you were going to do today. Be there on time or else you'll be going through some more training with your brother. Naruto rubbed his cheek and glared darkly at his parents and sibling. He stood up slowly, his eye flashing black as he growled lowly at them. They were taken aback by this. Naruto had never stood up to them before, so him doing it now was a little unexpected. Naruto dusted himself off and stood tall. The room darkened and Naruto stood with Azar and the rest of his family in the dreamlike mindscape. He had full control over what happened here. He grinned at his family as his eyes glowed darkly. He planned on putting them in their place. Chapter 21. His prey looked around confused. Naruto, what the hell did you do, you idiot? Fix this right now and take us back home. Menma yelled at his former brother. Naruto's eyes landed on him and Menma noticed his now black eyes. They had glowed darkly and caused Menma to visibly shudder. Minato however failed to see such a change and slowly made his way over to Naruto. Naruto, that was an order. Release us now. Naruto giggled darkly and Minato grabbed Naruto by the collar of his shirt and hoisted him up. Naruto's hair fell in front of his eyes slightly, causing them to not be seen by Minato or his bitch wife. Kushina stayed behind with Menma, watching the scene unfold. Azar. Naruto called his friend's name and Azar growled, then suddenly began to grow. His size doubled, then tripled, then quadrupled. The small family watched as the dragon began to tower over them, snarling at them as smoke came from his nose. Azar let out a roar. Purple and black flames covered the area. This had distracted everyone for enough time for Naruto to quickly enter each of their minds. He mainly looked at his parents to get any information that he wasn't told of beforehand. Mostly their childhood. Once the information was obtained he left their minds and grinned sadistically. Naruto grabbed his abuser by the wrist, which made Menma's focus return to Naruto for a moment. Naruto sent a punch to his gut and by reflex, made Menma hunch over in pain. Naruto then grabbed his arm and pulled it behind his back, successfully pinning him to the ground and dislocating his shoulder. Menma screamed out in pain and Naruto let him go. Menma held his broken shoulder and glared at Naruto. Naruto giggled, the giggle getting louder in the ears of those who have wronged him as the scene shifted. When it did, Menma, Kushina, and Minato had noticed that they were separated. Menma had been graced with the pleasure of having to deal with Naruto first. Azar had been sent to Kushina to keep her occupied and Dark, who had been keeping quiet, was sent to deal with Minato. They each had clear instructions not to kill them. That was Naruto's job. Naruto felt something shift slightly behind him and he noticed that his tails had looked different from their current look. Each tail having a different element that corresponded with it. The elements were fire, water, ice, lightning, earth, metal, air, aura, spirit, so it looks like a ghost tail but is his aura, nature, and what seems to be a shadow tail. On the shadow tail there were shadow faces that appeared and disappeared, each one making different faces as if they were screaming. The nature tail looked like leaves and vines intertwined together. The aura, spirit tail was kinda see-through. It showed the colors of the rainbow with a dark glow around it. It looked like Naruto's aura, just in the form of a tail. The air tail looked like a tail made out of strong gusts of wind and the metal tail seemed to shine like actual metal, tiny metal fibers embedded in the tail. The earth tail seemed to be made out of the ground itself and the lightning tail had jolts of electricity go through it making it look dangerous to touch. Iced snow had a cold mist hovering around the tail, snowflakes decorating it with little ice water drops hanging off the end of it. The water tail had water droplets hovering around it and sometimes falling from the tail when it moved, and the fire tail had a lit fire at the tip of it, the fire switching through every color of the rainbow. Menma had slowly attempted to stand. Naruto watched him as he did so and with a quick move a loud crack was heard through the air. More screaming following it. Naruto had used his earth tail to smash Menma's leg, making sure he wouldn't be able to get far anytime soon. Naruto grinned down at Menma. He wanted to just kill him now but if he did then that would cause many problems. No, Naruto wouldn't kill any of them. He would make him suffer for the years that Naruto had. After 5 years Naruto will kill them all. Then he'll leave this god-forsaken place and go start his own pack somewhere when he gets a bit older. Concentrating on his bracelet, Naruto turned it into a knife, then got down and straddled Menma, holding the knife to his neck and cutting across it slowly. It wasn't deep enough to where he would bleed out but just enough to draw blood. Naruto could see Menma visibly clench his teeth. One wrong move and his life would be over. Something that Menma knew very well. Once Naruto finished he pulled the knife away from Menma's neck. Naruto, please, stop, Menma said as he stared fearfully at his older brother. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that to you. I know you're upset. Naruto punched Menma hard in his face, knocking one of his front teeth out leaving a small gap. Naruto growled and punched him again, this time, giving him a black eye. Naruto continued to beat Menma's face in, till his face was swollen and bloody. In his small fit of rage, Naruto had broken Menma's nose and caused it to bleed. He had dislocated his jaw and caused his cheeks to swell at least twice their size. Naruto's fists were red from Menma's blood and Naruto stood up. He took one last glance at Menma before disappearing into a swirl of wind. Leaving Menma there to suffer, he would come back for him when he got done with his mother and father. Naruto reappeared standing on top of his dragon friend's head, watching his mother fight him. She had a few cuts, scrapes, and burns but besides that she was fine. Thank you for keeping her here, Azar. Go see Dark and help watch Minato. A loud roar echoed through the area and Azar flapped his wings, causing dust and dirt to be kicked up as the dragon flew off. Naruto jumped off his head and landed safely on the ground beforehand. He stared at his used-to-be caretaker, with a bitter coldness in his heart. She had covered her eyes when Azar flew off to avoid getting anything in them, thus hindering her in a battle. Once she uncovered her eyes she saw that Azar, the large dragon, was gone. She looked down upon her oldest, she gave him a disgusted look and walked over to him. If Naruto wasn't as strong as he was now he would have been scared. How dare you do this to your family, Naruto? Release us now and your punishment won't be so bad, she said, crossing her arms as she frowned at him. However, you could easily see a smirk in her eyes and at the corner of her lip. She very well thought that she had the upper hand like she usually did. However, when nothing changed nor did Naruto react, she began to doubt that. Naruto, that was an order. Listen now or I'll punish you myself, here. Naruto giggled and gave her a dark smile, something that still made her skin crawl slightly. She was confused as to why he wasn't listening. After so many years of control, not having it scared her slightly. She was one of the leaders of a village for Bob's sakes. How could she not handle some 5-year-old brat? Raising her hand high into the air, she looked at Naruto with hate-filled eyes. She was going to make him regret that. Bringing her hand down harshly, she jumped in surprise when it did not connect with her son's face like she wanted. Instead, he had caught her by the wrist and was successfully holding her back. He gripped her wrist tightly and slowly squeezed it, pain slowly coursing from her wrist and up her arm as she felt her wrist slowly being crushed and broken. She tried to pull her arm away from the boy but could not. The more she struggled, the more it hurt. She whimpered slightly and fell to her knees. She tried using her other hand to free herself. She struggled and tried to pry away the small boy's hand, but when she did she was met with a slap to the face. Hard. She was shocked into silence as she stopped trying to free herself. Then she realized that a wet substance was dripping down her face. She slowly raised her hand to her cheek and felt the sting of 5 long gashes going across her face. Hissing in pain and retracting her hand, Kushina looked at Naruto. She was angry to say the least. However, it was not her that had the high ground. If she pushed her luck she would surely bite the bad end of this. She had to get him to stop somehow, though her pride wouldn't allow her to stoop so low and beg. However, that thought changed quickly when she felt her bones in her wrist slowly break. She let out a yelp and looked at her slowly breaking wrist. If this continued he would shatter it, and by the dark grin he had on his face that's exactly what he planned. Naruto, my child, please, don't do this. Mommy is sorry for all those times she hurt you. If you let her go she promises to stop. Naruto's eyes glowed darker slightly. He was loving the fear that came from her. He was trying hard to contain his want to crush her here and now. He wanted her blood on the forest floor, wanted to hear her screams echo through the woods, but he had to have self-control. However, her begging is making it hard for him to not act upon those urges. Without thinking he had squeezed her wrist too hard and snapped it, causing Kushina to let out a scream in pain, the screaming bringing him back to the world of living as he looked down at her whimpering form. Naruto looked down at her and gave her a grin. By now she was scared. She didn't know how to get him to stop. Her wrist was already broken, yet that didn't seem to faze him at all. Instead he yanked her up by her hair and dug his fingers into the cuts on her cheek. Tears stung at Kushina's eyes as she tried feebly to stop Naruto's assault. Naruto slammed her face into the ground, breaking her jaw and some teeth, successfully filling her mouth with dirt as well. Naruto flipped her over onto her back and stepped on her stomach. Slowly, he pressed down on it. He planned on breaking a few ribs before he stopped toying with her. This was just the beginning. Kushina tried her best to tell Naruto to stop, but it was to understand anything that she was saying. Her mouth was filled with dirt and by the seams of it she had bit down hard on her tongue when she made contact with the hard ground, causing a wound to open up and dirt to get in it. Her tongue was swelling in her mouth and made it hard for her to speak. Regardless of what she would have said though, it wouldn't have stopped Naruto. His bloodlust was growing by the second and he wasn't trying very hard to stop it anymore. Naruto heard the satisfying crunch of her ribs under his foot and she let out a scream. Well, less of a scream really and more like a large intake of air along with some gagging. He would leave her here as well. She deserved to lay in pain for some time after all. Her choking got louder and Naruto looked at her. She seemed to be having a hard time breathing. Was he too rough with her? Blood began to pool in her mouth and overflow out as she choked and gagged violently. Even if Naruto had created this world and these dreams for them to go through, he didn't intend to fake kill any of them. That would be too much trauma and stress to put someone under, yet here he was, watching Kushina choke on her blood and die. Yet he did nothing to stop the horrid things she was going through. Instead he watched wide-eyed. Her body was convulsing violently and she was clawing at her throat with her hands. Even though one was broken, she continued regardless. Eventually her movements slowed and her eyes rolled to the back of her head. Her hands fell to the side and she was reduced to twitching and a few bubbles coming from her mouth full of blood. Slowly but surely she stopped moving and her head rolled to the side. The blood that was in her mouth had flowed onto the ground and into the dirt. Naruto watched the entire thing mouth agape. Even if he didn't really kill her. Naruto dropped to the ground onto his knees. He stared at her dead body with his mouth agape. Then a smile broke out across his face. The smile seemed to split his face in half as a grin covered it. A giggle left Naruto's mouth and soon turned into full-blown insane laughter as everything around him glitched slightly. His bloodlust had become too much for him to handle, causing him to succumb to his dark desires. Black shiny tears flowed down Naruto's face and he let out a crazed giggle and ignored them, not seeming to notice their presence. Naruto stood up slowly and walked into the woods. He then disappeared into one of the tree's shadows, reappearing on the battlefield with Dark, Azar, and Minato. Everyone stopped what they were doing when they felt Naruto's dark presence. They all turned and looked at Naruto as he slowly stepped towards them. A black light ooze coming off of his feet and slowly morphing into shadow people, all of them deformed and seemed to be in immense distress and pain. They moaned and walked forward like zombies. Then without warning they lunged forward and grabbed Minato. They grabbed any part of him they could and then pulled him down to the ground, dragging him towards Naruto and pinning him to the ground. Naruto grinned sadistically as black tears dripped to the ground from his empty eyes. Bolts of electricity coursed over Naruto's body as he sat on Minato's chest. Pulling his knife, Naruto held it above Minato's eye. Minato realized what was going to happen quickly and looked for a way out. The shadow deformations held Minato still though and Naruto giggled. Then without hesitation he plunged the knife into his eye, causing a scream to leave Minato's mouth. His pain and screams felt like music to Naruto's ears. He was more than happy as he continued to dig the knife in his eye. Then Naruto pulled the knife out and watched the blood run down the side of his head as he closed his damaged eye, carving shapes in his cheek next and watching him wince in pain. Every little reaction made Naruto want more and more. It wasn't enough. Nothing was. Naruto snapped his fingers and one of the shadows pulled Minato's mouth open. Switching his knife into a pair of pliers, Naruto clinked them together threateningly and then slowly reached into his mouth and clamped the pliers down on one of Minato's teeth. He then yanked violently and pulled out one of his teeth. Naruto kept pulling them out and putting them in a pile on the side of Minato's body. Minato gagged and tried to pull away as best as possible, with little success as his teeth were pulled out one by one. Once all of his teeth were out, Naruto turned his pliers into a pair of scissors. He grabbed Minato's tongue and pulled it, then placed the scissors near them. Then he began the process of cutting his tongue out. Minato's screams filled the air as he slowly cut a needed part of his body. You have only one option here. Either way it'll end with the same outcome. Tilda, Azar and Dark watched in shock and fear. They had not expected this outcome, let alone so soon. They watched as Naruto looked at one of the shadow people and pointed to the pile of teeth. The request was somehow understood as it picked up the teeth then violently shoved them into Minato's mouth, making him choke and gag on his own teeth as Naruto used the end of the scissors to quickly stab Minato's good eye, twisting it around some for good measure then pulling it out. He switched his scissors back into a knife and stabbed Minato in the stomach. He dragged the knife down his chest and opened it up. Blood was pooling around Minato and was staining Naruto's hands and clothes, but he didn't care. He wasn't doing any real damage anyways. It wasn't real. No one was actually dying. So that makes it okay, right? Naruto plunged his hands into Minato's chest and slowly began pulling his organs out and stuffing them into his mouth, giving Minato a more gruesome look as he choked on his own organs and teeth. Eventually, with Naruto's lack of carefulness, Minato died. Once he did, the world returned to the black space and Naruto's scared family. Naruto was panting heavily, having a hard time controlling himself after the rush of adrenaline that went through him the whole time. That was a warning. Cross me again and you won't live next time, Naruto said as his eyes flashed darkly then returned to their normal molten gold. Naruto released his hold over them and they all appeared back in the Hokage's office. Naruto's family was shaking violently and scurried as far as they could from Naruto. Naruto's tails had returned to normal and Azar was back to his much smaller size. I'll be back tomorrow to start school. Good luck. He. Dark had returned to being Naruto's shadow and without a word Naruto made himself and Azar disappear in a swirl of wind, leaving the terrified three in the office alone. However, they knew that he would be back tomorrow and that scared them even more. All they wanted was for Naruto to be as far away from him as possible. However, that doesn't look like it'll be happening anytime soon. Chapter 22. Naruto had appeared back in the forest. He was proud of himself for what he had done. However, at the same time, he was scared. Scared that he was losing something. Scared of what would happen if he lost that side of himself. He didn't know what would happen to him, to those around him. He was worried that he might lose control one day and do something that he would regret. Dark thoughts making themselves apparent in Naruto's mind, telling him no, demanding him to do things he shouldn't. He felt like he was being pressured into doing something he wasn't ready for. He wasn't ready. He just wanted to live his life. He doesn't need anyone trying to make him do anything. These feelings making themselves known in the worst way possible as dread and guilt slowly consumed Naruto. Did they really deserve what he did to them? Did he maybe overdo it? Naruto looked back in the direction of the village and the memories of what he did flood back to him. Guilt gnawed at his insides and Naruto was starting to regret what he did. Naruto became lost in thoughts of self-pity and remorse. Without realizing it, rain began to descend down upon Naruto. At the time he was too focused to realize that the rain happened on within a 5-foot radius of him. The rain poured down on him, wetting his clothes and making his sudden depression worsen. As he slowly began to walk back to the clearing in the woods, the rain followed, making sure to continuously drench him in its waters. He didn't realize that it was him who was causing the rain and barely even noticed the small drops that fell onto him without rest. Dark, who was watching what happened the whole time along with Azar. Azar flying behind Naruto slightly, making sure that he didn't get his lovely purple scales wet as he gave his depressed friend a sympathetic look. Dark, having enough of Naruto's sadness, tried to snap him out at Naruto, why are you feeling bad for them? They're worse than you. They hurt you. Naruto's shadow shifted from the ground to a nearby tree, eyes opening up and a mouth forming. However, instead of the usual grin, there was a frown. The eyes seemed to be angry as invisible eyebrows creased the eyes downward slightly. I don't know how to explain it, haha. Naruto could tell that Dark was mad at him, even though it was kinda hard to be serious with the face Dark was making. If Naruto wasn't upset, he would have probably laughed in Dark's face. I know they hurt me, but was it really right for me to hurt him back? Dark's frown deepened and he narrowed his non-existent eyes at Naruto, shooting invisible daggers at Naruto, then sighing. Naruto, I know you feel bad, but you can't let that eat you up. They started it, you finished it. Naruto nodded slowly and the rain above him lessened to a slight drizzle. Azar nuzzled up to Naruto and whimpered slightly, trying to comfort his friend as best as possible. Naruto smiled softly at the purple dragon and sat down. The dragon curled up in his lap and Naruto ran his hands across his scales slightly, hearing a small purr from the fire-breathing beast. Naruto smiled softly when he heard it, not really minding the dragon's actions as he continued to pet the beast. They sat in a comfortable silence for a while, not really paying attention to time as what seemed like minutes turned into hours passing by. Somewhere along the lines, they had fallen asleep. Dark, however, stayed awake to watch over them. The day was eventful as they slept, the day soon descending into the darkness of the night. Naruto waking up and observing his surroundings dazed slightly, then spotting Dark leaning against a tree watching Naruto's actions. Naruto stood up groggily and began walking in the direction of the clearing where his family had taken up residence in. The rain that had been once pouring down on Naruto had ceased, Naruto's clothes being fully dry as he walked. Azar, who had woken up when Naruto had moved from his previous resting place, also noticed Naruto's strange actions and was soon sitting up and watching Naruto move deeper into the woods. Dark looks at Azar and their eyes meet, both of them silently agreeing on some inside thing as they both get up and go after Naruto. Watching as Naruto narrowly walks around trees and fallen branches. Naruto walked clumsily into the clearing and purple and black flames lit up on his hand. Concern began to gnaw at Dark's stomach as he watched Naruto closely, watching the fire in Naruto's hand closely. Naruto still seemed fully aloof of his actions as he slowly walked over to the closest tree on the edge of the clearing and set it on fire. The purple and black flames dancing up the tree as it slowly burned down. Ash being the only thing left in its place as a sudden gust of wind blew them away. A small grin broke out on Naruto's face as he set another tree on fire, watching it burn then blowing the ashes away with a gust of wind. Azar and Dark watched as Naruto continued the action over and over. A sadistic look came across his face as he continued to burn down the trees around the clearing. Once Naruto got to the tree that they stood behind, Dark grabbed Naruto's hand and forced the fire out. A frown making its way onto Naruto's face as he glared at Dark. Naruto, I know you feel bad or even angry. However, taking your anger out like this will only worsen your condition. Naruto stared at Dark for what seemed like ages, neither of them saying anything as they stared at each other. Azar stood tensely by Dark's side. They both knew very well what lied dormant within Naruto, and if it's awakened, then they don't know what could happen. Naruto ripped his hand away from Dark's grasp and glared darkly at Dark and Azar. The whites of his eyes were slowly turning black and both Azar and Dark could tell that they were slowly losing their friend to his darker side. They have to bring him away from that or they just might lose him to his growing insanity and power in the near future. Naruto, calm down. Look at yourself, Dark said as he looked at his friend. Naruto's eyes widened as he thought about his actions for a second, making him realize the condition of the once tree-filled area. It now has a large patch of trees missing. Naruto looked down at his hands and frowned deeply, finally realizing the large amount of damage he had caused to the small clearing within a matter of seconds. Naruto's hands glowed a light green and he walked over to the areas where trees used to be. He placed his hands on the ground and the ground glowed slightly. Then within a matter of seconds, there was a new tree to replace the old tree that used to be in its spot. He did this for all the spots where a tree used to be and the clearing soon looked to be as good as new. Then without warning, Naruto turned into his wolf form. He took one last look back at Azar and Dark then flew off to where is unknown to them at the time. Naruto flew as fast as his wings could take him, making his way to the edge of the forest in a few minutes. Once there he found a nice tree to land in. He didn't want to return to his family while he was still trying to figure things out, especially if he was going to suddenly grow violent at times. What if he attacked someone? He's a danger to all of them, though they would still come for him, wouldn't they? Naruto sighed and laid on the tree branch. He closed his eyes and relaxed, trying to find some peace after the day's events, along with his ever-present thoughts. That was a difficult task. Naruto wanted nothing more than to rest. Part of him wishes to go back to a time before the forest. A time where things were simpler and he only had to worry about avoiding the villagers and his family. So much has changed since then and it hurts his head to think about it all. In some ways, it changed for the better, but in other ways, it changed for the much worse. It upsets him how much everything has changed. A change that he had no control over. All he could do now was live with it along with the choices he made. A loud howl pierced the night silence and jolted Naruto out of his thoughts. Naruto looked up at the sky and a small smile spread across his wolfish face. It was his father. He was worried about him and wanted him to come home. Naruto wanted nothing more than to answer that howl with one of his own. To help calm his family's nerves and to get home as soon as possible. However, that would defeat the whole purpose of him coming out here in the first place. One half of him tugged him in the direction of his pack. To comfort and take care of them. To protect them with all his heart. However, another half of him wanted to stay away. He needed to make sure they were safe from all threats. That included himself. Another howl sounded through the night. It sounded lighter than the other but was still just as powerful. It was his mother. Now she was calling out to him. He could hear the worry in her voice. It pained him to hear it and he involuntarily whined. Naruto put his paws over his eyes and whimpered. The pain and longing in his chest growing too strong for him to ignore. He can imagine their worried faces and how happy they would be if he came home. It pained them, and it pained him. Naruto never felt like this before for anyone. Somewhere along the line Naruto grew extremely close to his wolf family. He didn't think he would ever feel so close to anyone. However, somewhere along the lines, Naruto had become one with the pack. Naruto felt all of their pain and longing for him to come home. He felt it deep within his heart and soul and it ate away at him. He felt like the pain would drive him insane. Naruto got up from his position and jumped down from the tree. His animal instincts getting the better of him as he howled loudly. Letting his family know his position and that he was safe. Once his howl sounded through the air, a chorus of happy and relieved howls sounded back. Letting him know that he was heard and that they want him home. Naruto stretched and opened his wings wide. He took a running start and before he knew it he was off the ground. Finally on his way to the one place he could always call home. He knew that there, he would not be judged, instead, he would be cared for and appreciated. There he could feel whole and free. Free from his past, free from his emotions, and free from the old him that was constantly in fear. He was loved somewhere. He belonged somewhere. Naruto made it over to the clearing with his pack at a breakneck speed. Flying overhead for a moment as his pack noticed his arrival. Tears pricked at the corners of Naruto's eyes as he flew down into the awaiting embrace of his family. Naruto's sadness was lifted as he was reunited with his family. His real family. Naruto smiled softly as his parents nuzzled and comforted him with all of their heart. The pack soon joining in after as they engulfed Naruto with all of their bodies. Naruto has never felt so loved and wanted before in his life. However, he felt like something was missing as he looked around for his missing friends. He spotted a flash of purple out of the corner of his eyes and looked over to see Azar and Dark. Standing off to the side as they watched the group hug. Naruto whispered something to his parents and the rest of the pack. All of them smiling at each other as they broke out of the group hug. Then, without warning, they ambushed Azar and Dark, hugging them and licking their faces, showing them the same love and affection that Naruto received, letting them know that they were a part of this family as well. Naruto told them everything that happened down to the last detail and his family listened intently. Once Naruto had finished, tears had returned to his eyes and his family gave him sympathetic looks. They felt bad for the pup and wanted to lift his sadness. Though most had no idea how to as Naruto curled up and whimpered. His parents surrounded him and cuddled him, giving him warmth and comfort during the cold night. They wanted to make the pup's tears stop, to release him from his burden as he continued to lock himself in an endless circle of sadness. Hopefully, he will be in higher spirits when he attends school tomorrow. At least well off enough to make it through the day. As everyone comforted Naruto, he began to grow drowsy, his eyes drooping as he fell into a deep sleep. The day's events slowly slipping from his mind for the moment as everyone wished him good dreams and lots of rest. The warmth of his family keeping Naruto asleep as the night disappeared. Turning to day for everyone. A day that is unknown to all, a day where anything could happen if they weren't careful. Chapter 23. Waking up and surveying the area, Naruto looked at his pack. They all still laid sleeping peacefully around him, his mother and father being the closest. He smiled warmly at them then got up, the sky turning from night to day as the sun rises. A small yawn slipped past his lips as he watched the sky change. Naruto walked over to the lake without a word, switching into his wolf form and jumping inside. Being quiet should have been on his mind but he had already loudly splashed into the water, scaring off any fish that would have been sleeping or close. Naruto shook his fur out and yipped happily, rolling around and wetting himself with the water before even going after any fish. Once he was fully drenched he looked back at his 10 tails. Specifically looking at his ice tail. If he had such a tail he could and should be able to easily manipulate ice. Naruto looked back over to the lake and down into the water. Slowly but surely fish were beginning to swim around his legs once more. He crouched down slightly and raised his tails up over his head. He held that position and waited, for how long he doesn't know, but he still waited. Eventually, the fish relaxed around him and began to swim closer, some even swimming in between his legs. Once this happened Naruto knew that it was time to strike. However, he had little to no knowledge of how to use such a power. How does one tap into their own gifts without some small knowledge of how to do such? Naruto huffed slightly at his own stupidity but stayed in position regardless. focusing his energy on trying to either A. freezing some of the ice, more specifically the water around each individual fish, or B. freezing the blood in their bodies. Either way, he's going to end up with some frozen fish that he'll have to figure out how to thaw out later. Hopefully soon so he can make it to school on time. Naruto took a deep breath and stared at a specific fish that swam close to him, not taking his eyes off of it so he can make sure he doesn't lose focus. He followed the fish's every move, watching as it swam from reef to reef, looking for food that it can eat. Though, personally, Naruto didn't think that was necessary, due to the fact that the fish itself was about to become a meal. After a few minutes of nothing happening and Naruto's stare turning into more of a glare, he growled lowly, wondering why nothing was happening, not even some sign that he was doing something. He was tempted to wake Dark up and ask for some help, but at the same time, he wanted to be able to figure it out on his own. Naruto shook his head and went back to looking at the fish, though whether or not it was the same fish as before is unknown. He continued on anyways, glaring holes into the grey fish without rest, his mind running over all his failures in this exact moment. He huffed in annoyance and eventually growled loudly, his anger getting the better of him as his eyes began to turn black, his sclera appearing to be a light grey instead of white like it should be. Without warning, the fish he was glaring at stopped moving, along with the rest of the fish in the lake. Naruto looked around and noticed that he had just flash froze the entire lake without meaning to. However, to him this was progress. He yipped in accomplishment, then realized that his paws were still stuck in the lake. He sighed heavily and looked down at his paws, wondering how he would get them unstuck. He took a deep breath and tried to relax his buzzing nerves. Now he had to try and tap into his fire elemental tail to get himself out. However, he had no clue as to how he barely tapped into his ice one. Everything is always easier to use when he's upset. Maybe if he got upset like he did with the ice, then he could get himself out, or at least simulate that he was upset. Since it seems like the fastest way to tap into his hidden power is through his emotions. Naruto looked down at his trapped paws and imagined the water around him was his family, then he brought forward his burning hate for him. Slowly but surely, the ice around him began to bubble and melt. It didn't feel hot like Naruto would have expected, but he didn't complain as he pulled his paws out of the watery slush that was once ice. He hopped on top of the frozen lake and felt pride swell in his chest. He had done this, all on his own too. He walked over the frozen lake and looked down at the fish that he had caught. Now how would he get him out? He could do the same that he did to get his own paws out, or he could try something new. The thought of using more of his powers excited Naruto. He wanted nothing more than to use them all at some point. Even though some are only meant to attack people or other things, he would still enjoy to use them and see the extent of his power. To use it all, to instill fear in others like he had done to his mortal family. Those pesky humans. He can't wait for the day to be able to destroy this village, then move on to the next and do the same. After all, he has the power here. No one can stop him if he. Naruto snapped out of his thoughts when he saw that the water had melted, along with that it had turned purple. Dead fish floated at the top of the lake, any still alive, were dying slowly and painfully. Naruto yipped in surprise and quickly got out of the water, purple water dripping off of his paws as he brought one up for him to sniff. Potion. The word crossed his mind and he immediately recognized that the water had turned into potion and killed everything inside the lake. Naruto's eyes widened and he quickly shifted back into his more human form, his tail swaying behind himself as his ears flicked occasionally. The once living lake was turned into something out of a nightmare. Had he caused this? That was probably the only explanation, since he was still alive and well, even though he stood in the lake for who knows how long. Naruto frowned deeply and walked to the edge of the lake. How would he fix this? Can he even do that? Maybe he can heal the lake. But at the same time, how does one heal a lake? Naruto shook his head slightly and looked up at the sky. He had to go soon. Maybe he can ask Dark or something when he gets back. Will the pack be okay? Hopefully, they'll sniff out that the lake is contaminated like Naruto had. In the meantime, he must get going or else he'll be late. Something that Naruto didn't really care for, but he wanted to be able to get a seat that he wants before letting others do such. So without a word, Naruto stuffed his hands in his pockets and began to walk in the direction of the village. He walked past trees and multiple plants without a word, enjoying the silence that had fallen over the surrounding area. Well, as quiet a forest can get without all the other noises of wildlife. A small yawn slipped past Naruto's lips as he watched the trees begin to part. The village slowly appearing through the parting as he frowned slightly. Even though he had agreed to attend school, he still didn't like being in the village much. He kept his eyes locked on the direction of the school, ignoring the strange looks he got along with the whispering, making it to the school building in little time, watching as other kids walked into the building. All of them looked to be about his age and all seemed to be talking one way or another, something Naruto brushed off as he made his way into the school and to his class. Once he made it in front of the door, he had heard lots of chatter and laughter. However, as soon as he entered the room, all previous chatter that he heard stopped and all eyes turned to his direction. Naruto hid his annoyance behind a blank look as he walked to the back of the class, heads turning to follow him as he walked. No one made any sounds as they watched him, many staring at his ears and tail, while some others looking at his face and eyes. However, they all still had the same question in their head. Who is this kid? Naruto took a seat in the back of the classroom, the one nearest to the window, then shifted his gaze to look out of it, his eyes roaming back over to his forest home that sat so close yet so far away. He wanted to go back to it very badly and was heavily annoyed that he even came here. "Hey, Mutt, what do you think you're doing in a seat?" Naruto heard someone call out to him from across the class, and the rest of the class, except for a few, burst out laughing. A frown found its way onto Naruto's face and he sighed softly before ignoring them completely and going back to staring out into the woods. When the rest of the class realized that Naruto wasn't going to retaliate, two kids got up and walked over to him. Naruto not even looking over at the brown-haired or the black-haired boys. His ears stood perked up, however, just in case he needed to be quick on his feet. He knew though, that this wouldn't be needed at all. He just can't help his natural instincts to be more alert when an unknown person comes close. "I know you heard me, Mutt. Who do you think you are not addressing the higher species here?" Naruto heard one of the boys say, however, he could tell it was the same voice as the one that called out to him from across the classroom from before. Naruto only shook his head at his words and sighed. He was surprised this kid even knew how to say the word species, let alone what the word is. One of the kids slammed their hand on Naruto's desk and began to shout at him. "Hey you demon, you should know your place and respect those who even tolerate being around you for a second." This voice was new, so Naruto could only assume that it was the other kid that came with the other boy. However, this fact isn't what Naruto was worried about. It's what the boy said to him that's on his mind. The boy's words bouncing around the walls of Naruto's head and ticking him off more and more as he heard them. His eyes were once again turning black and Naruto bit his lip to keep himself from reacting, eventually drawing blood as he still looked out the window. To others, it would look like he didn't have a care in the world for what they were saying. However, if anyone saw his face they would know better. "I don't think the Mutt can speak. He would have said something by now if he could, haha," the previous boy said, and the other boy joined in the laughter, along with much of the rest of the class. In the first few minutes of Naruto being in this class, he was already ready to kill someone. He was growing angry that these humans thought they could talk down to him. As the boys continued to make fun of him, Naruto grew more and more out of control. His tails fluffed up and his ears flicking in anger. Without realizing it, Naruto had dropped the temperature of the class by a significant amount. The students noticing the strange heating change in the room and many visibly shivering. Is it just me or is it like below freezing in here?" A girl commented as murmurs of agreement coursed through the room. Then a scream echoed through the room. Everyone turned in the direction to see that both of the boys were looking at Naruto's desk, which was currently frozen over. The scream seems to do it in for Naruto as he stood up abruptly. Everyone's eyes turned to him, Naruto reaching out to the boy with black hair and grabbing him by his shirt. With no effort, Naruto hoisted him off of the ground and silence filled the room. Naruto slowly looked up at the black-haired boy, his hair falling out of his face to show his black eyes. The boy's eyes widened once he saw them, struggling to get out of Naruto's hold as he began to panic. Everyone else was too shocked to do or say anything. The boy tried to pry Naruto's hands off of him to no avail as he kicked his feet wildly. This only made Naruto grin, enjoying the look of a pest caught in a corner. Slowly the boy's shirt began to freeze over, the ice traveling around his shirt into his skin, slowly freezing the boy. "A fitting way to die, isn't it? By making your cold heart even colder. I hope it's not too chilly in here for you, Tilda," Naruto said as he giggled softly, watching the boy with a dark expression. The boy's struggles grew even wilder as he tried to get out of Naruto's grasp and escape his slow death. The feeling of his chest starting to slow down, thus making it harder to breathe. The door slammed open and in a flash of green and blue the boy had been taken from Naruto and placed on the other side of the room. The boy's breathing came out in small quick breaths, cold puffs of air passing from his lips as he struggled to breathe. Everyone looked over at the adult that had just saved the boy. His brown skin and brown hair being what people first saw, then they noticed the scar on his nose and part of his face. "Iruka-sensei," one of the kids had muttered out, and Naruto felt his anger spike. Upset that his kill was just taken from him. However, he said nothing as he stuffed his hands back into his pockets and sat back in his seat, turning his attention back to the window without another word. Everyone had watched him when he did this, fear and anger being struck through many of the children. Only one did not feel both of these things. A black-haired kid with a blue shirt looked at Naruto hatefully. He was angry that someone was stronger than himself, and wanted nothing more than to fight this new kid. Chapter 24. Watching as the man with black hair worked on the boy, trying his best to warm him and unfreeze his already frozen parts. Naruto had returned to his seat, lazily looking out the window as eyes stayed fixed on him, the boy who was being death-awed, or various other things as to pretend this situation didn't happen. These stares only came from a few, to which Naruto ignored. It would change every now and again, yet the baseline number for those who looked in his direction stayed at 2, yet sometimes would go up a few then go back down. Naruto didn't bother being upset about them. It was pointless in his eyes. As his tail swayed he looked towards the forest, missing home more than ever. The class will be taking a short break until everything is fixed. You are all released for the day. Naruto looked over, having noticed that the man trying to heal the boy had stood up and was now addressing everyone. At hearing his words everyone got up and left their seats, leaving the room in much of a hurry as to either avoid Naruto or just because they wished to go home. Whatever it was, however, was none of his concern. He waited for everyone to leave, which all did except the two that continued to stare at him. A black-haired boy, whose head looked like a duck's butt, and a brown-haired girl. One of her eyes were covered by her bangs, but it was easy to see the unnatural brown gold eyes that she had. She kept a neutral look on her face as she began to approach Naruto. The black-haired boy however made it to him first. "Who do you think you are waltzing in here like this?" he asked. His black eyes glared holes into Naruto. "Who do you think you are waltzing over to me like that, team?" The boy's eyes widened. He must have never been insulted before. "Do you not know who I am? I am Sasuke Uchiha, of the Uchiha clan." He spoke boldly and proud as he said the words that Naruto didn't give any thought to. "Okay, Sasuke team, nice to meet you too," Naruto said sarcastically as the girl in the room snickered silently. Sasuke glared at Naruto before grabbing him by the shirt. "Who do you think why?" He stopped talking when he noticed the black aura that surrounded Naruto. Though to him he thought it was chakra. A grin slowly made its way onto Naruto's face and he looked Sasuke in the eyes. When Sasuke saw his black and empty eyes, he dropped Naruto immediately. Mainly from shock, Naruto dusted off his clothes and pushed past Sasuke, nearly knocking him over when he did so. Sasuke glared holes into the back of Naruto's head as he passed, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists in anger as he did so. Naruto left the room. The girl quickly followed. She wanted to talk to him, which was odd for her shy personality. She usually lets others come to her. Once outside, she quickly called after him. Somehow he had gained a lot of ground in that short time and was now already down the street. Wait. Naruto turned back and looked at her, keeping his eyes hidden since he still had not fully calmed down. She had a white and gold kimono on, a brown collar around her neck. She went barefoot, which could be seen as she ran after him. Her skin looked pale, like she has never gotten a single day of sun in her life. Her hair bounced as she ran, her brown and gold eyes almost memorizing. She stopped in front of him, panting softly as she looked at him. Sorry I stopped you. I just wanted to meet you. I saw what you did back there and I thought it was really cool. Plus you have ice abilities. Something I thought I could do without hand signs. What's your name? She spoke through breaths. Naruto, he replied, leaving out his last name on purpose. As in Naruto Uzumaki? She asked, quite shocked. He nodded once and said nothing. The temperature dropped slightly when his last name was said, which the girl was quick to notice. I see. Well, I'm Manu. Nice to meet you. Naruto nodded once to the girl before turning around and beginning to walk away again. He still needed to calm his growing bloodlust. If he didn't, he just might attack someone, which would end badly for everyone. Who knows who he would attack and why, even if it was with reason. Naruto finally made it to the forest, the familiar area calming him. He began his journey back home, shaking slightly as he did so. Dark, who had been watching everything the whole time since he left, was growing worried for his friend. His bloodlust was growing at an alarming rate. He expected it to grow, just not that fast. At this rate he might not even be able to control himself one day, turning into something unstoppable. What has Dark just nurtured? It won't be night for a while, so Dark is stuck to the shadows. However, he needs to warn someone of this. Maybe his parents will be able to help seal some of his growing darkness. It wasn't long before Naruto was tackled by an unidentified flying beast. One with purple scales and large claws. The beast began to lick Naruto's face frantically, sitting on top of his chest with pure happiness. The beast was none other than Azar, which shocked no one. At first, Naruto didn't react. Instead he stayed motionless while Azar was attacking him with licks. At this rate no one would be surprised if a warrior unicorn rhino came out and attacked him. After a while Naruto sat up, a large smile on his face as he hugged Azar tightly. "Azar, I missed you," Naruto said cheerfully as he pet the beast. Azar purred, in some weird dragon way, and Naruto giggled. Naruto got up, letting Azar get onto the ground beforehand. Once done, Naruto and Azar began walking back home, the events from earlier seeming to slip from Naruto's mind. Maybe he's bipolar, which would explain his random ups and downs in mood. Or maybe that's just how he is. Who knows? Chapter 25. Naruto had just arrived at the clearing he now called home. His family ran over to him, eager to see him after his day at school. He ran over to them and tackles them, happy yips and smiles throughout the bunch. He nuzzled them peacefully as his parents started the interrogation. "How was school, pup? Did you learn anything important?" Naruto felt his body stiffen slightly before he recovered quickly, hoping the sudden pause was not noticed by his parents. "It was good. They let us out early because my teacher had to be called out. Something about a mission." Naruto trailed off his final thoughts, hoping the bold-faced lie wouldn't be recognized by his parents, who stared at him intently. "Oh, so what did you do beforehand?" His mother chimed in, never faltering. "We learned about hand signs. Something I don't need or use. So it was pretty boring." It was becoming easier to continue the lie as time went on, faking an annoyed look when he mentioned that the class was boring. His parents nodded at this. Dark, who was lurking in the shadows, was quite surprised by Naruto's words. He expected him to hide the truth, but not to lie flat out to his caretakers. Azar was currently running around the field, chasing whatever he could get his claws on. Soon though, he did get bored and went over to the family, nipping at Naruto's shirt before tugging him off to play with him, something to help get the dragon's energy out. Naruto giggled at this and his wolf parents stared lovingly at the boy. It was approaching night time, which allowed Dark to finally step from his shadowy prison. to become more real than what he was during the day. With that, he stepped out of Naruto's shadow with ease. He looked down at his shadow-like hands and sighed, before making his way over to Naruto's adoptive parents. He gave them an almost solemn look, giving them the face that one would when they had to break some awful news to someone else. Though the news didn't particularly affect or faze the person giving it, they still would try their best to seem empathic to those receiving it. His parents both gave Dark confused looks, tilting their heads as Dark sat down in front of them. "Hello Alpha and Luna. I have some pressing information to tell you," Dark said, sounding like some doctor telling a husband and wife that their kid won't live. Or something dark along those matters. They nodded at his words and Dark began to tell them the story of what actually happened at school. Down to the tiny detail of the girl he met at the end. His parents were shocked, to say the least. Naruto left all that out. But why? His mother questioned, still in a state of shock that Naruto did all that. Then lied about it to their faces. What reason could he have for lying? The Alpha stood to his feet and huffed. "We will talk to him about this now, along with reprimanding him for his actions against us and the pack," he said with authority dripping off of every word. However, the Luna had growled lowly at him before saying, "Don't do that." "We don't know if his reasons for this were good or bad. He could have just wished to spare us the thought." At this the Alpha sat back down, not really because he wanted to but because he didn't want to further upset his mate or else he'd be sleeping in the pond. With that they talked silently with each other over what should be done. However, this talk was soon cut off when Naruto returned with Azar, both seeming pretty pleased with themselves. Naruto sat near his parents and grinned, Azar laying his head in Naruto's lap after he dragged the corpse of a large deer over to them. "Azar and I caught a deer. We brought it back to eat for dinner," Naruto said, glee evident in his voice. His parents smiled proudly at him, being such a young pup and yet he was still able to overpower a full-grown male deer. Though such shouldn't be so surprising since this was Naruto we were talking about. Naruto looked over at Dark and he immediately looked away. To Naruto, this was a bad sign, most likely for him too. He kept up his smile and got up, walking over to Dark and holding out his hand. "Hey, Darky, wanna go hang out? We don't get to play very often." Dark tensed at his choice of words. He looked back at Naruto. His closed-eye smile was already off-putting. He was about to deny Naruto's request until he caught a good look at the dark aura that surrounded him. "Sure, thought why not?" Dark said, trying to muster up as much courage as possible. He took his hand and allowed Naruto to pull him up, before dragging him into the forest. "I'll be back soon, Mum. Don't worry, I have Dark with me if anything happens," Naruto called back as he waved to his receding family's image. In a matter of moments, they were all alone. Dark watched Naruto intently. His back was facing him but he slowly turned around to look Dark in the eyes. The pitch-black emptiness of Naruto's eyes was all that greeted him. In mere moments the area around them changed from the forest scenery to a place shrouded in darkness. The memories of Dark telling Naruto's parents about today's events flashed before them, playing as if almost on screens. Dark's eyes had widened when he saw them. His actions, that he was supposed to keep quiet about, was now told to the last person they wanted to hear. Fear filled Dark's body and shock covered his face. Not only was he now left alone with the only being on this plane of existence that can actually shatter what's left of his physical body and fully eradicate him off the face of the earth. The images disappeared after they had finished playing, showing Naruto from start to finish, word for word, what Dark had told. Once the images fully stopped playing, silence blanketed the area. Dark was currently trying to think of any way to get out of his current situation while Naruto stared blankly at the area in front of him. Not really looking at Dark but kind of looking past or even through him. "Naruto, listen," a giggle, which cut Dark off from his words being finished. Then, without warning, darkness filled Dark's vision. Next thing he knew, he was out cold. Naruto looked down at Dark's body, his unconscious and writhing body. He was in pain no doubt, his body fading in and out like he was fighting something and was trying his hardest to stay alive. A grin was plastered on Naruto's face. He would leave him here, trapped inside his mind. Nothing could hurt him physically so there was no harm done. Naruto was just making sure he learned his lesson. Dark would not pull this stunt again. If he did then visions Naruto was showing him would become a painful reality. Naruto looked back at where his shadow should have been to find nothing there. Without Dark, his shadow was no more. Dark having used it to keep his own form. In the blink of an eye what wasn't there is now there. A shadow with a large grin looked at Naruto. It winked at him before the eyes and mouth disappeared, leaving Naruto with a newfound shadow in its place. One Naruto had made to keep his new lie intact. With that Naruto left Dark's convulsing body in the middle of the area. However, not without placing a seal on the area. He would keep Dark here for a long while, maybe until he finished school, to make sure he didn't have someone disclosing all his ACTS. A sadistic grin made its way onto Naruto's face. Anyone who dares enter the area would experience their worst nightmares. Ending up trapped like Dark, where they would die of starvation or thirst. Whatever came first didn't matter to Naruto. All that mattered was that there would be more dead bodies for him to see. For him to play with. The idea excited him very much. He would return once a week to check up on Dark. Along with that, if he got anyone to run into the trap, if so he would take their body, live or dead, and use it to practice his powers along with torture them. Once he got closer to the clearing where his pack lived, Naruto let the dark thoughts and aura thoughts to wash off of him. His large childish grin returned and he ran the rest of the way to the clearing. Once there he tackled his parents and relaxed at their scent. His parents were concerned with the disappearance of Dark, however. Yet, almost like Naruto read their minds. Yay, almost. He spoke to them, Dark and I talked. Everything is okay though, he went back to staying in my shadow, he said he was tired or something. His parents nodded at his words and relaxed some, though they were curious. They would ask Dark at a later time about this if he ever woke up. With that, they all headed to their respective spots in the clearing to sleep for the night. Naruto prepared himself for a new day and new lies to tell. It would be a long day indeed. Waking up no sooner than sunrise, Naruto made his way over to the lake. The purple water looked sickly, the poison having killed all the fish and plants that had once lived in the pond. With newfound confidence, Naruto held up his hand. It glowed green and soon the entire pond glowed the same green. With that, the pond slowly began to turn back to its original color. When he was done, the pond had fully returned back to its crystal blue. He would return the life back to this pond later. Giving and taking life seems to be within his abilities due to the fact that he had made some sort of shadow person to take the place of Dark until further notice. Naruto shifted into his wolf form and stretched his wings. Then, with a single leap he was off, flying through the air without one destination in mind, that being his place of schooling. He flew high into the clouds to make sure he wasn't seen by the human population. Once he was just above the school, he shifted back into his humanoid form and let himself fall to the ground. Just before he landed on the roof and would technically meet his end in a harsh death, air swirled around him and slowed his fall dramatically. He gently landed on the ground, his feet delicately touching the roof. He began to make his way over to the door that would lead him back inside off the roof. He opened the door and made his way down the stairs leisurely. After a short bit more walking, he was now in the classroom. Only a few others were here as well. He was early. A black-haired girl with oddly colored eyes, ghostly looking, was there. The girl that stopped him, Manu, was also there. Along with that, Sasuke kid was there also. Along with a pink-haired girl. Naruto made his way over to his seat, not stopping to talk or even glance at any of them. The girl from yesterday watched him as he sat down, staring at him. When Naruto looked at her, she jumped slightly, then blushed from her own embarrassment. She quickly found interest in her desk, no longer looking at the white-haired boy across from her. Naruto paid this no mind. He really didn't care about the looks he was getting. Everyone was looking at him and he knew it. However, this was not stopping him from ignoring them blatantly and moving on with his life. After a while of waiting, more people began to file into the room. All of them talking about one thing or another. Once seated, the teacher, who had come in with them, began to tell the class what we were doing today, which happened to be shuriken throwing practice. Simple enough if you were the average everyday genin. However, this might be a more complicated practice for Naruto, seeing as he was already skilled in almost all weaponry. This would be interesting, to say the least. If someone takes too many steps left, they just might end up on the wrong side of Naruto's blade. If so, he can't guarantee their lives this time. It's easy to just stop using his powers, but to stop yourself mid-swing was a different hardship for him. He'd have to work on that. Maybe some of his classmates will be the ones who he will be testing these new hardships on. Whatever the case may be, Naruto was excited for class to begin regardless. Chapter 26. As the rest of the room filed in, Naruto kept his eyes locked on the window. Staring out towards the forest he called his home. He questioned some things, dismissed others. All while everyone got ready for their morning. The teacher had come in once the majority of the class had done so, resulting in a stiff air to appear once he noticed Naruto in the room. Naruto, as usual, paid no mind to these changes. His ears perked up and his tail swayed slowly. The teacher had begun his lesson once everyone was seated, resulting in a very long, and very boring, explanation on how to throw and handle kunai. To which Naruto tuned out, his attention always staying locked on the woods. His ears would perk up as his body suddenly grew stiff. Something was coming closer to him from behind. Quickly, without thinking, he would raise his hand up, flawlessly catching the item that was thrown at him. Bringing it closer to his face so he could inspect it, he noticed it was nothing more than a paper ball. Tilting his head slightly, he would begin toying around with the ball, before eventually undoing the ball within his clawed fingertips. Once it was open, he could clearly see that there was some sort of writing upon the crinkled paper. "Go back to the woods, wolf boy. We already have enough wild animals in the village." The words were written in poor handwriting and the supposed insult really didn't bother the boy. His ears flicked as he heard snickering from the back corner of the room. Turning his attention towards the back, he saw a group of boys snickering to each other. A small frown rested upon his lips, and once the boys saw his gaze they burst out laughing. Naruto's frown would grow worse and soon his hair cast a shadow upon his eyes, causing them to grow harder to see. Within moments the paper in his hold began to grow stiff, flakes of ice covering it and causing it to soon be dropped from Naruto's hold. Once it hit the table it would shatter, the ice pieces splaying out over his desk. Seconds later Naruto would stand up, his chair being pushed back as it caused a loud creak to come from the chair legs when they ground against the hardwood floor. Everyone would turn their heads to the wolf boy, some felt their eyes grow wide and others would turn their attention back to the teacher. A chorus of whispers sounded around the room and soon Naruto would begin making his way towards the group of boys. At the head seemed to be a more rounded child, seemingly like his mum let him eat too many snacks before every meal. "What do you want, you wolf freak?" he spoke, causing a chorus of laughs and snickers to surface from his group of friends. Naruto stood before his desk, his eyes still hidden by his white locks. Without warning, Naruto would slam his hand down on his desk, causing a large crack to split down the center of it and spider web out in various directions. At this everyone grew silent, even the tubby boy's smile would falter. Flecks of ice began crystallizing on the desk, causing some people to sudden back away when the entire desk was frozen solid. The adult in the room would quickly make his way towards Naruto, before gently placing a hand on his shoulder. "That's enough, Naruto." Naruto would turn his head back towards the hand on his shoulder. He would gently place his hand on top of it, before suddenly gripping onto it crushingly, causing a pained grunt to leave the male who dared touch him. "Keep your hands off of me, you filthy human. You and your people mean nothing to me. It is because of your people that I have become what I am today." Naruto's voice sounded distorted, deeper, with a sort of venom-like bite to his words. If Dark was here, he would have been able to notice Naruto's black and soulless eyes. Naruto would pull his hand from the adult behind him, revealing that his hand was successfully broken. The adult would pull his hand from Naruto's shoulder, holding it close to his form. Wind would suddenly pick up around the boy, before he suddenly disappeared from the classroom without a word. Leaving the room left in shock once again, Naruto would appear within the woods, off to the side as he stood upon the outskirts of the town. Suddenly his form would begin to shift. What was once the young boy would suddenly become a tall young man. His hair was long and black. The tails and ears would disappear as if they never existed, a leaf headband appearing upon his head with a slash through it. He wore traditional long robes that were black, clouds littering the robe that he wore. The male would suddenly make his way towards the Uchiha compound, staring at the lifeless place that was once filled with members. His eyes were of the Mangekyo Sharingan, which would be hard to see if anyone didn't pay attention. He would take roads less crowded, making sure he stayed within the shadows. Once at the compound, he would find the body with the hair in the shape of a duck's ass. He'd stand upon the building that sat adjacent, inhaling deeply and holding his breath for a few moments. Seconds later he'd exhale, blowing a fireball the size of a car towards the building. As the attack crashed into the walls and set him aflame, the boy he had aimed for would be revealed, standing with his arms up in an X, blocking whatever rubble hit him. Since the attack didn't directly hit him, only a few scratches could be seen on the boy, who would slowly lower his arms, before his eyes suddenly went wide, seeing the taller man who stood on the building across from him. Suddenly the male would disappear in a swirl of leaves, leaving the boy he had just attacked without any actual answers. This time he would appear at the front gates of the village. In moments the guards would allow their eyes to lock upon the male before they would grow wide. Suddenly the tall male would vanish for a moment, appearing behind the men with his back facing them. The two guards would stand still for a moment, before their heads slowly slid from their shoulders and fell to the ground. Blood would leak from their wounds and their bodies would collapse to the ground moments after their heads fell off. The male would then disappear once again, now appearing within the woods of his home. The bodies would disappear with him as well, appearing upon the ground which he stood upon. Naruto would allow his body to shift from the disguise he once held. His ears and tails along with his usual clothing would appear on him as he returned to his much shorter height. Staring down at the bodies before him, he tilted his head, soon bending down and grabbing one of the disembodied heads. He would stare at the face, turning the head over in his fingertips before gently running his fingers over the warm flesh that was beginning to grow colder. Without a second glance he would apply force to the head, crushing it within his hands and causing blood to spray over his form and the remains of the head to fall to the ground. Naruto would turn his attention to the body. Soon a dark shadow-like mist would appear around his hand, allowing the mist to suddenly jump to the body that laid before him, causing it to cover the entire being. The body would jolt before suddenly slowly getting up. It would turn around in confusion before suddenly reaching up to where his head should be. Finding it not there, the body would jolt in shock as it began to panic. It would hurriedly rush over to the remains of his crushed head and begin picking them up. Whatever was too small for him he would scoop into a pile and hold within his arms. The body shook violently, before slowly standing up and turning towards the only other living being in the area, Naruto. However, once he saw the child he would jump in shock and quickly turn around, running at full sprint towards the village he called home in hopes of being saved. Naruto would turn his attention to the second body, soon doing the same with the first. The body would get up, search for his head, then attempt to put it back upon his shoulders. When it fell back off, the head would let out a loud scream of horror, tears leaking from his eyes before the body suddenly got up. Holding the head he would also run back towards the village, also trying to seek help just like the first. Naruto watched this, a dark grin on his face the entire time, enjoying the suffering he had caused and the destruction that would soon come from his actions. He would disappear once again, this time appearing with his family that he deeply cared for. He would smile at his wolf mother, his once black eyes returning to normal as he squealed out, "Mother, Father, I had the best day at school today." Each of the wolves, along with some of the wolves who had heard the boy's voice, would turn their heads at him, happy that their pup had returned home. The mother and father to the boy would curl around him. First they asked about the blood that covered his clothing, to which he explained that he went hunting before he came home. Afterwards they would sit and talk about their day, the wolves ignorant to the dark deeds that the boy would continue to commit. Chapter 27. The body with a mashed head was the first to arrive back at a place it called home. Once making it from the woods it would bolt into the village, quickly heading towards the hospital to hopefully be healed. Though, the way to the hospital was always overcrowded. So many people would not only notice the headless body, but scream in terror as it ran past or into anything or anyone. The remains of its head dripping along the floor as it did so. Many ran to get out of the way of the abomination, many more tried to escape the area entirely. The second body and severed head would only appear moments later, bursting through the leaves as its head screamed and cried. Sick looks came over some of the villagers' faces, some throwing up right there, while others stood stiff with horror. This one would scream out a slur of words that could basically be made out to be a call for help. These cries were ignored, the horror many of these people felt far too great for them to properly react. The man with his head still properly intact would run up to anyone. These people ran for their lives however. Once he noticed he was ignored by the masses he would break down, collapsing to the ground as he screamed and cried. Only moments later did these cries actually reach anyone, a rather old-looking man having slowly approached the headless man along with 2 guards by his side. He stared down at the male in terror before he quickly turned to one of his guards. "Get Minato, quickly." The old man stared down at the screaming male, who only now noticed his presence. His son's dying down as he slowly got to his feet, trembling as he stepped closer to what was once the hostage. Please, help us." The head of the body spoke. This caused the older male's eyes to widen. "Us?" He spoke softly, in question, before another scream was heard further down the street, closer to where the hospital sat. This only caused the older male to nod and soon motioned for the headless male to follow. They left the area, the shaken townsfolk still questioning what had even happened. Yet the 3 would pay no mind, seeking to find the other most likely undead male. Naruto would appear, standing upon one of the various buildings that sat upon the main road. He stared down at the havoc he had caused, grinning wide as he watched the situation unfold. He was smart enough to leave a clone with his family, who would never know the difference. All he had to do was keep up the idea that the boy was nothing more than innocent when it came to the village. Disappearing in a swirl of wind, the boy would soon appear on the building of the hospital. Watching as the older man, his guard, and the headless body stepped inside. He wondered how he would go about going inside the building, holding a thumb to his teeth as he bit down on it in thought. He wanted to see what was happening, but going in as himself would be far too suspicious, and more people were running from the hospital rather than in. So it was extremely unlikely that anyone would happen to go inside unless they were a ninja. Yet if he faked the appearance of anyone who belonged to the village, he could be confronted immediately. He needed a way to see what was happening without being caught. He closed his eyes, thinking hard on the matter. This seemed to frustrate him immensely. All he could think about was the headless man that followed in after the third. However, once he opened his eyes he realized that he was no longer standing upon the roof, but instead in the hospital, watching people scream and run past him. All while a headless man who carried smashed bits of his head ran straight into the emergency room. Naruto was confused. How could he be standing here without anyone calling him out on it? He looked around, noticing that he was still getting his usual terrified looks. He looked up at the third, soon opening his mouth to speak before a rather raspy gurgle came from his lips. His eyes widened slightly before looking towards what was once the Hokage, who looked down at Naruto sympathetically. "It is alright, we will do everything in our power to learn what happened to you and if we can save you." Naruto's eyes widened at his words before soon nodding gently. Once the male had turned his back he would reach up, waving a hand at where his head would have been, only to notice it was gone, realization dawning on him. He was in the body of the person's head he had cleaved off. He wanted to question it, figure out how this had even happened. Yet he ignored it, instead using this to get front row seats to the mayhap he had caused. In fact, this was perfect. He could use this body to cause even more trouble. He was quick to follow the old man who headed into the emergency room, before attempting to coax the other body away from the healers and out the room where a male was being healed. The body would only comply after being promised that he would be helped to the best of their abilities. Now Naruto and the other body were being moved into a separate room, most likely to be worked upon privately. Surprisingly, this was going far smoother than what Naruto had expected. He expected the villagers to organize a mob and attempt to chase the bodies from the village. This filled Naruto with so much anger. He had never been treated this well when he was here. In fact, these people are headless and they're still being treated far better than Naruto would have been. It took everything for him to hold back his anger, glaring down at the ground as he waited for the healers like the other body. Soon the healers, along with the fourth Hokage, stood within the room. The fourth stared at Naruto and the other body in awe, before his expression morphed into anger. Quickly he made his way over to Naruto, looking down at him with a passive-aggressive look. "Who did this to you both?" His tone seemed kind, but held a rage underneath that Naruto easily picked up upon. Minato would repeat the question, jarring Naruto from his thoughts and soon to look up at the male. What would he say? Admit that it was him and cause more trouble? Pin it on someone else? The possibilities were endless and something that Naruto couldn't decide upon. So instead, he would grin. Since he had control over this body, he might as well have fun. He slowly moved the head up, before putting it back where it belonged. Dark strips of Naruto's chakra would leak through the body and soon begin slowly sewing the head back in place. Many looked at this in shock, surprised that the body could heal itself with some unknown power. Naruto took their distraction for his opening, leaping towards the fourth Hokage with a kunai drawn. In mere seconds he was tackled by one of the various guards that sat within the room, crashing into the wall as he coughed up a black substance. Naruto's presence must have been tainting this body, seeing as blood was usually red and not black. He had only been in the body for a few moments and it already was becoming corrupted. This was extremely displeasing to say the least. At best Naruto had a few more moments before the body would fall apart. With a quick motion he would kick the male who tackled him off. Before throwing 3 kunai, each aimed for the male's vital organs. He jumped out the way with ease, yet Naruto anticipated this. So he vanished from his spot in a swirl of leaves, appearing behind the male and quickly impaling him upon his weapon. Everyone went silently at this. Before they could snap into action, Naruto would teleport away with the male, having them both appear within Naruto's secret clearing. He'd have to play with him later. For now he had to get rid of this body properly. In moments a black shadow-like substance would leak from his palm, coating the male who held his wound in attempt to stop the bleeding. Seconds later his eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the ground, causing Naruto to grin. This truly would be a fun day indeed. He was quick to teleport back to the hospital where everyone was beginning to panic. Once there he would stand behind what was once his father. "Hello father. I hope you like my gifts, they're so pretty like this aren't they?" This caused Minato to grow stiff and quickly turn, pulling a blade from his sack and slicing through the throat of Naruto's host body. Black blood poured from the wound that Naruto held, giggling madly as he slowly stepped closer. "The fun has only just begun father. I can't wait to run this village into the ground." Only moments after he spoke, he lost control over the body, its life having been drained far past what Naruto could use. The body collapsing to the ground just before Naruto awoke. Laying upon the room of the hospital, a wide grin appeared on his face before he soon burst out in a mad fit of laughter, holding his sides as he shook and cackled. Chapter 28. After what felt like ages, Naruto's fit of insanity would calm, allowing him to soon stand from the ground and slowly make his way to the edge of the hospital building. He looked over the side, watching the humans attempt to ease past their earlier scare. Some passing it off as some Hallows trick, others thinking it was special effect for those newfangled movies that the more wealthy villagers have. Of course, this caused Naruto to snicker. Humans were always so quick to rationalize something, never wanting to face the truth, thus confirming any fears they could have had. It brought the most sinister looks upon his face as he thought about how his father planned to ever confront him. He knew what would happen if he crossed Naruto the wrong way, but at the same time, Naruto did kill 2 of his ninja. It would make a bit more sense if he decided to go after him. Naruto had grown careless. It would only make sense when a white-haired nin appeared behind him. "Up to no good I see. You're quite the handful Naruto." Naruto turned, soon locking eyes with the nin, a frown appearing on his face only a moment later. Kakashi gave the boy a closed-eye smile, though it soon turned into quite the look of disappointment. "I'm guessing you're the one who caused this mess. I'd like to assume otherwise, but your laughter and eyes tell a different story." Naruto growled out at his words, glaring at the male as he stepped back slightly. As much as he wanted to slaughter the nin where he stood, he had to hold back. If he went around just killing people he'd end up found far faster than what he planned for. Though his message to his father would put this show on the move. He didn't want to be caught within the village. He wanted this battle to occur where he had the upper hand regardless of what they could have done. "Me? Do something like that? I'd never." Naruto gave the male a wide grin, yet his empty black eyes said it all. Not only did he do it, but he enjoyed every second of it. If he had the option, he'd do it again. "No need to act coy, Naruto. Just come with me quietly and we'll figure out what to do." This caused Naruto to grow stiff, gritting his teeth slightly as his smile dropped into a grimace. "I'd never come back to this village. Not in a million years. Not if you bribed me. Not even if you tried to force me." Soon Naruto was returning to his cheerful nature, grinning ear to ear as he bowed. "So I shall take my leave. Do stay out of the way." His sing-song voice rang out before wind soon swirled around him. In moments he was gone, leaving Kakashi to his own devices. The nin would only sigh, before making his way to the edge of the hospital, staring at what the young boy had caused. Naruto would appear back within the forest, soon staring up at the darkening sky with little interest. "Mortals are always so fun to play with. I wonder." He would turn, before walking down a familiar path, soon finding himself standing over his old shadow, staring down at his body as it flickered within this world's existence. "Well Darky, you seem to be holding up nicely." The boy mused out, before crouching down beside the writing demon. "If only you could have kept your mouth shut. We could have been a great team." Naruto's musings would be cut off by his own thoughts. Soon a wide grin appeared on his face. Slowly he would find a tree, placing himself right across the male. Closing his eyes he soon fell into a fit of darkness, falling further before he soon opened his eyes, just to find him standing behind Dark, who was pleading for his life. He was covered in cuts and had multiple broken bones and limbs, all while a large demon stood over him, grinning ear to ear. With a quick wave of his hand the image of the demon vanished. Soon Naruto took its place. Naruto stared down at the quivering Dark, whose eyes were currently wide, fear sitting deep within the pits of his heart. Naruto," Dark mumbled out, to which the boy would respond with a giggle. "Geez Darky, beg like that to every demon you meet." Naruto mused out, shaking his head slowly as he snickered. "I didn't realize you were so weak." This thought amused Naruto greatly, as he poked fun at the demon he used to look up to. Doesn't feel too good to be trapped within your memories, eh? Dark slowly stood, holding his broken arm as he glared at the younger devil. Even if he didn't start off as one, it was clear that's what he was becoming. Naruto, you have to stop this. Don't you see what's happening to you? What would your family think if they saw you like this? Dark's words cut through Naruto like butter, causing him to grow stiffen and soon let out a loud growl. Dark aura wafting off his body in waves as he spoke. They will never know. His words rung in Dark's ears, causing him to quickly lower himself. He couldn't test the young boy. Upsetting him would prove extremely unhelpful for Dark if he wanted to escape with his life and expose Naruto's sins to the world. Only moments later did Naruto flick back into his bubbly mood, his grin returning as the aura faded. Anyways, I just wanted to check up on my favorite toy. Tilda, it's too bad you had ruined things between us. I really wanted to keep you. Tilda, Dark's eyes widened slightly at his words, but he quickly hid it. What if I proved that I could be useful to you? The question seemed to even be directed to himself as Dark asked it. Yet it caught Naruto's attention all the same. Ooh, Tilda, is Darky finally ready to be a good boy? Tilda, Dark slowly nodded. He needed to get out of here if he wanted to do anything. He needed to win Naruto's trust somehow. If you let me out, I can help you. Teach you how to better use your abilities. I could even spy for you if needed. Dark would speak slowly, as if he second-guessed that he'd be able to even do some of the things he said. Naruto seemed excited nonetheless, bouncing excitedly as he clapped. Oh goody, it's so hard trying to figure out what I can do on my own. Especially when you don't know what to look for. The only condition I have is that you stay within your shadow unless I say you can come out. Got it, mister? Dark nodded slowly. He didn't want to seem too excited, or the boy would catch on to his suspicious behavior. Naruto grinned, before soon snapping his fingers. The artificial environment disappearing, leaving both within the empty void of Dark's mind, all his imagined injuries having disappeared. Then I suppose we have a deal. Tilda, now be good, Darky. Tilda, the boy would giggle madly, before disappearing from the dreamscape. Dark's vision clouded and soon he slipped from his mind, his eyes slowly opening before turning to look at Naruto's body. He was soon standing up, looking down at Dark before grinning wide. Having found him with the upper hand, at least that's what he thought. Dark quickly looked away, disappearing into the boy's shadow where he was told he would stay. Naruto nodded gently, pleased he did so without being told, only to find his ears perking up. Turning in the direction of footsteps, he found himself letting out a low growl. Someone had stepped into his territory without his permission, and he would happily kill them along with anyone else who followed. Yet he was halted, his eyes widening as he saw a large group of nin appearing before him, each just barely stepping into the light. Though, that wasn't what caused him to react like such, it was the people at the head of it that caused his mind to go blank as rage overtook him. Chapter 29. Naruto watched as, what was once his family, brandished their weapons. His father standing at the head of it all, glaring down at the boy. Naruto could easily pick up on the slight hint of fear that many gave off. It was probably why they didn't dare advance upon the boy any further. Yet the fact they even dared set foot in his home made the small beast upset. Well, setting foot in my territory, father. Just when I thought you knew better. Naruto teased, shaking his head slightly as he stood proud. This has gone on long enough, Naruto. Minato spoke, his glare growing worse as he stood before the boy. Along with various other nin, his mother was there as well. His brother was nowhere to be seen, however. They must have guessed this would be dangerous, and so they left him home, most likely with a few ninja. However, he would not tolerate this. If they wanted to set foot in his home, then he had to teach all of them a lesson. Naruto's eyes roamed over his red-haired mother, before soon noticing Kakashi behind them as well. Various other random nin seemed to be gathered as well, no one the boy cared to remember anyways. What has? The small boy giggled out, rocking upon his heels rather innocently. He didn't care for what he was causing, but he did enjoy the reactions that he could bring out of his family. You mean the ninja back there? He was a good toy, wasn't he? It's too bad he died. Soon he was halting, a dark grin suddenly appearing on his face as he looked up at his family. It's too bad you killed him. His tone darkened on the word, startling those who were there, which easily brought a giggle through the boy's lips. Naruto, this has to stop, please. This is not the little boy we raised and cared for, came the gentle voice of Kushina. Yet this only caused the boy to grow upset, a dark aura to surround the boy. Soon an ear-splitting grin appeared on his face, his eyes hidden away by his hair as his sharp teeth were put on show. Little boy, you raised. You've gotta be fucking kidding me. You didn't raise me, you barely even cared for me. You allowed my own brother to abuse me. You're nothing compared to a real family. Each word filled with hate, spite, and anger. Nothing but anger. Each word dripped with venom that the boy produced, the area itself growing dark with the boy's sudden dark mood. A few of the nin were taken aback, they had only heard nothing but good things about the Namika's family. So how could this boy possibly say he was abused, by another child no less? As the words spilled from Naruto's mouth, Minato grew frustrated, gritting his teeth as he glared down at the boy who disrespected everything he built. Not only was this thing before them being disrespectful, but he was being selfish as well. They had fed him, kept him clothed, and gave him a home. He should be thanking them. If it wasn't for them, he wouldn't have survived as long as he did now. He owed them, not the other way around. So naturally, the fourth Hokage grew angered by his words. We've given you everything, and this is how you repay us. We could have left you for dead when you were born. Yet we took care of you, and you thank us by killing our nin. Making a mockery of the village. A snort left Naruto at his father's words. Soon he was doubled over in laughter. His body shaking as he held his sides. Everything, everything. You've abused me, barely kept me alive. In fact, I bet the only reason you kept me alive is so I could be your personal punching bag. You've done nothing but harm me, belittle me, and you think I should thank you. More laughter left the boy, only growing more hysterical as they spoke. His family was driving the boy mad with their lies, their selfishness, their greed. Listen, Naruto, this doesn't have to be this way. Just come with us willingly and we can talk this out. Kakashi spoke, attempting to reason with the slowly deteriorating mindset of the boy. Having caught on to his growing delusion and how his parents were doing little to help it. We just want to help you. The nin spoke gently towards the boy, trying to gain his favor as best he could. All of which fell deaf upon the boy's ears. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You, please, don't make me laugh. You've all done nothing but ruin my life. Yet you wish to help now. This seemed to really do it in for the boy, who was now laughing darkly. Soon the small boy was looking up, exposing his pitch black eyes. A dark black substance leaking from those very eyes, which scared and startled the group. Naruto's shadow would split in two, revealing two identical shadows. Except one was smiling rather widely, and the other had a deep frown upon its face. It seems Naruto's created shadow never really left. With dark there now, it made sense as to why he had two instead of one. Especially if one held Naruto's dark intentions, and the other wanted nothing but freedom from the demonic boy's grasp. Naruto hunched over slightly, giggling softly as he gripped his hair. Mortals like you are the exact reason I am who I am today. Don't you get it? I'm no longer human, I'm no stupid child to an ungrateful fourth. I am. The boy trailed off, before suddenly letting out a roaring laugh, thunder clashing in the background as the wind swirled violently around the boy. Oh God, the amount of malicious intent the boy put behind those words could be felt within the small crowd. The small boy soon floating off of the ground, giggling madly as he hovered over the tree line. All you had to do was stay out of my way. But now, you all will suffer for your poor choices. I'll destroy your village and slaughter everyone within it. None of you deserve happiness. Mad giggles left the boy as dark shadowy hands would reach from the shadows of those who stood before him. Soon gripping onto their ankles, before legs, soon dragging them into the depths of the shadows. Their struggles not going missed by the giggling boy, who watched with a glee-filled expression. He had finally lost it. Now, he planned to make sure everyone in the ninja world knew his name, feared him, and ran from him. Mercy was never an option. Unknown to the boy however, a lone wolf had been sitting on the sidelines. Watching with his tail tucked between his legs, watching as the pack's pup finally snapped. This scared the wolf, and without a word, he would turn on his heels and run. Planning to inform the pack of what had happened. Chapter 30. Naruto found himself running at full speed, being chased down by a rather large buck. Now you might be wondering, just how did he get here? Well, it's quite self-explanatory. Naruto was trying to hunt for the pack on his own, found the buck on his own, and thought he could easily take down the large being. Of course this was proven wrong now, seeing as the buck was almost 3 times his size, full-grown, and getting ready to hibernate. Seeing as it was closer to winter, which meant he had a lot more meat on his body. Now Naruto was running for his life, on all fours no less. He believed he got around faster when he went on all fours. Yet since he was still in his human form, it really wasn't that helpful. Along with the fact that the angry buck was gaining on him, easily figured out by the approaching hoof stamps. Only moments later did Naruto feel something rather sharp jab at his behind. Drawing a loud yelp from the boy, also alerting a large portion of the forest about the pup's trouble. Almost immediately did the boy hear the roar of his dragon. The beast being seen overhead, circling where the boy currently was before suddenly diving down towards the buck. Sinking his father large fangs into the buck's neck, it caused the buck to halt. Soon bucking wildly as it attempted to get the upset dragon off of his form. Yet little Azar held on tight, clawing at the buck's neck with his sharp talons. This threw the buck into a wild frenzy, which didn't go missed by Naruto, who would skid to a halt, digging his claws into the ground. Only to suddenly turn on his heels and leap for the buck, believing that with his dragon's help, they could take down the large animal. This of course failed, seeing as he landed right onto the buck's large antlers. Soon he was being thrown off of its massive body, landing right into a tree. Head first no less. This knocked the boy out cold, the impact having made a loud thump. More growls left the dragon, now enraged that his owner was harmed. Smoke leaving his nostrils as he inhaled, before blowing out brilliant purple and black flames, startling the animal and causing him to attempt to run. Yet almost immediately after the buck turned, it was met with a large set of powerful jaws, which clamped down onto the other side of its neck, followed by 4 more which latched onto the buck's behind and back legs, dragging the animal down to the ground and forcing it into submission as they stole the last bit of life from the animal. As the buck perished, the 5 wolves would pull themselves from it, along with the dragon. All of them instead, moving over to the unconscious boy before them. Really pup, when will you learn? Came the soft but masculine voice of the alpha. Taking the back of Naruto's kimono, he would lift him up. before gently nodding to the other four wolves, who began dragging the large buck back to their clearing. The alpha would be far ahead however, already taking the pup back home so they could tend to him. Azar flew close behind, keeping an eye on the boy that remained limp. Once back within the clearing, the alpha would find his mate, who immediately caught wind of his scent and was rushing over, only to see her unconscious pup, drawing a growl from the female. "What happened to my pup?" she quickly asked her mate, stepping over to him before quickly taking her child from the male wolf. Finding a sunny spot rather quickly, she would soon lay down, curling up around her child as she licked away at his messy hair and face. He tried to take down a full-grown buck on his own. "It must have knocked him out," came the alpha's reply, soon moving closer to his mate, only to lay down beside her and gently lick at her cheek, attempting to gain some of her favor back, seeing as she most likely blamed the male for what happened to their pup. "I see, so where is the buck now?" she questioned, looking up at her male. "Dead. 4 wolves are currently bringing it back now. It was quite large, should last us a few days at least." The wolf looked towards his woman, before soon licking her snout, causing the she-wolf to huff, looking away quickly to hide her growing embarrassment. Well, that's quite good. I suppose I can understand why the pup went after it," she mumbled out, soon causing the male wolf to chuckle, licking away at the female's cheek once more. "Of course my love, now come, don't hide yourself from me," he mused out, licking away at her neck now, causing the wolf to shiver ever so slightly. It was right around now that Naruto began to stir, which resulted in both wolves stopping all of their previous conversations and soon looking towards their pup. A groan left Naruto before he soon looked up at his family, only to let out a sheepish giggle as he looked up at them. "Yes, sorry, I was trying to get food for the holiday," he mumbled out softly, but this would easily be heard by the 2 wolves, both soon turning their heads. "Holiday?" came his father's reply, peering down at the pup in confusion. "Yes, it's a special day, one where everyone does a certain activity. Today, people all eat a large meal together, stuff themselves full while they give thanks to those who helped them through their lives. I wanted to thank you by bringing the meal. Sorry I caused so much trouble." The Luna couldn't help but giggle at the boy's words, soon placing an onslaught of licks upon his fur and hair. My, one of those human traditions. I suppose it would be nice," came her soft reply, while Naruto tried his best to push her face away, blushing rather darkly as he squirmed. Mum please," he whined out, quick to leap from her hold and shake out his fur and hair, only to quickly scamper off closer to the lake, not wanting to be subject to her kisses any longer. This only made both of the wolves laugh, before they turned their heads in the direction of the sound of something heavy being dragged upon the ground. Of course, they weren't surprised when they saw the large buck being dragged into the area. This caused quite a bit of the pack to perk up at the scent of the meal, along with Naruto, who was now rushing over to it quickly. "You guys caught it." He looked towards the 4 who dragged it, then back to his father, who gave a curt nod before licking his mate's cheek. Afterwards he stood up, walking closer to the large buck. The pup wanted to celebrate with this meal, a day of thanks. "Everyone, please eat to your heart's content. Thank the pup for helping us obtain such a large meal." Naruto blushed heavily at his words, looking away as many of the wolves shouted their thanks as they all ran over to the meal, sitting around in a circle as they began nipping and ripping into the meal. Naruto sat beside his father, his mother, and his dragon, soon moving to sit beside the 2 as well, Azar moving into his lap, which made Naruto subconsciously pet him. The 2 wolves smiled, before each gave the boy loving licks. "Happy day of thanks, little one, thank you for bringing light into our lives," came the soft reply of the alpha, followed by more licks from his mate. Happy Thanksgiving, Mum and Dad," came the soft reply of the wolf boy. Today truly was a blessed day for them, watching on as the pack ate and the sky set, warmth filling the area along with laughs and love. Chapter 31. Naruto stared upon his territory, the very land that the people he ran from trespassed into. They had long been consumed by their shadows. The boy now had a few playmates he wanted to toy with. Yet that would have to wait. He wanted them to see what he'd do to their precious village first. He wanted to completely ruin their mental states, tear away whatever hope they had, break them, just like they had unfairly done to him. The generally white-haired boy would allow himself to fall from the sky. His hair and tail seemed to have been fully consumed by the galaxy tips that once sat at the ends. Both now made up a deep blues, blacks, purples, and a tiny twinkling of the stars. His usually golden eyes changed as well. His irises were still that molten gold, but his sclera now looked like the galaxy as well, his eyes looking as if they were the bright sun in that wide vast darkness. His pupils would dilate, still a deep black. His tails would change once more, reverting back to their differences: fire, water, ice, lightning, earth, metal, air, aura, spirit, nature, and a shadow tail. Go back to the chapter, FUNN, for a more detailed description. Yet something was a bit off. His tails seemed to have changed to fit his new, godlike appearance, each tail now taking on their darker counterparts. The fire tail had a lit fire at the tip of it still, yet now it only switched between dark versions of the once bright colors it showcased, as if the once rainbow colors were mixed in with black to darken them. The water tail still had water droplets hovering around it that sometimes fell from the tail when it moved, but the water was a murky greenish black, like swamp or even poisoned waters. Iced snow also still had a cold mist hovering around the tail, snowflakes decorating it with little ice drops hanging off the end of it. Yet the snow and ice had turned black, even the mist was black, hovering around the tail menacingly. The lightning tail had also gone black, the volts of electricity still running through it as it twitched. The earth tail seemed to be made more out of stone and rough dirt rather than the soft ground it once looked to be made of. The once shiny metal tail that seemed to be made out of silver now looked like it was made out of gold and tungsten, the strongest metal on earth. The air tail had went from a clear gusts of wind to pitch black ones, swirling at high and dangerous speeds. The aura spirit tail that was once brighter colors with the dark glow, and turned darker colors with a bright, almost white glow. The still rainbow-colored tail was still see-through as well. Naruto's aura must have changed if it looked like this now. His once bright personality turned dark as the little light he had left tried to keep it contained. The nature tail still looked like leaves and vines intertwined together, yet a lot of the leaves were rotting, turning brown along with the vines. When they died off, the leaf would fall off before being replaced by a shiny black leaf. The vines that shriveled up would also be replaced by stronger black ones. The shadow tail had surprisingly turned white, the once screaming faces turned into smiles of glee, faint laughter being heard. Naruto's usually dark whisker marks had even turned red during the time, all of this happening while a dark glow danced around his body, sparkling like black little stars. By the time the process finished, Naruto would hit the ground, a loud crack sounding through the area as the boy lay still within the crater his body had created. Blood dripped down his nose and leaked from his mouth, his neck bent in quite the odd position. Definitely anything short from natural, he convulsed for a few moments before ultimately going still. It seemed like the entire wooded area went silent at this, before the boy's body slowly raised from the ground. Once upon his feet, his hands would slip up to his head before violently snapping his head back into place. All the wounds he once contained were healing, rather quickly too. Giggles left the boy's lips, distorted with his own power and insanity. "It tickles," came his rather excited voice, casually wiping away the blood on his kimono. Only to notice it was still a mix of white and light grays. With a quick snap of his fingers, his attire would change as well. He now wore black puffy pants, like something you'd see in Aladdin. He also lacked a shirt, instead it was replaced by ribbons that wrapped around his upper body tightly, along with his arms. He still remained barefoot, most likely a new preference of the animalistic boy. Lazy author just like the image, lacked the veil upon his head and just the outfit, not the other handsome features. Once his body was all repaired, and he had clothing that better matched his new looks, he would turn his attention towards the village that betrayed his trust so many months ago. He would take one step, before suddenly vanishing, soon appearing at the front gates of the village he despised so much. Barely taking note of the fact that he had arrived there so quickly, he began walking towards the front gates, a wide grin on his face that exposed his larger fangs. 2 nin stood guard, most likely to replace the old ones. Naruto almost felt bad for them, they were just doing their job and yet they'd have to die for it. The nin both perked up at Naruto's sudden appearance, both paling as they stared over his form. "Ah, it's a demon," came the cries of one of the men as he trembled within his spot. They both took defensive positions, pulling out kunai to aid their defense, yet that would do little to stop the hell that approached. Naruto would raise a clawed hand, before suddenly dragging it across the air with ease. Never once stopping as he approached the village, it wasn't until he lowered his hand and finally make it past the two, did their upper bodies slip from their lower ones. Soon falling to the ground as blood pooled out from the wounds, the scent of their blood pleased the boy, the sounds of angry cries rung in the boy's ears. Causing him to snicker and allow his eyes to slip closed once he opened them, he was in a pitch-black space. His eyes staring at his parents and the rest of the nin who foolishly followed along. They were all restrained by his shadows, tugging violently at them as they glared at the boy. They were on his turf now, making any abilities they wanted to use rather useless, and while restrained by his shadows, he easily blocked off all chakra flow. "Release us. Stop this now, Naruto," came the cries of the fourth himself, who seemed the angriest out of them all. Kakashi did his best to keep a straight face, but even Naruto could sense his anger. His mother was silent, tears flowing down her cheeks as she stared at the scene before them. Naruto would turn to look, soon staring at exactly what they saw, which seemed to be the only pictures in the room. It was through Naruto's eyes that they could see, watching as he killed the 2 guards before moving into the village. His body was surprisingly still moving, even though he was currently within his created mental space. As he moved, villagers would notice his overwhelming presence and run in other directions. A few would try to throw things at the boy, but anything that grew too close would suddenly be reflected off of some invisible barrier. The boy only had one place in mind, and it just happened to be the very office he met his parents in again. It didn't take long for the boy to reach the large red building, which resulted in Naruto looking towards his family with gleeful expressions. "Looks like this is my stop. Tilder'll come back for you all after I'm done destroying your precious society." Screams and shouts for mercy left the group, which Naruto loved, easily allowing his eyes to slip closed as he slipped from his mind, only to soon open them, now standing before none other than the Hokage building. He let out a crazed giggle, before suddenly disappearing from the front of the building and appearing before the doors of the Hokage office. He lifted a clawed hand, soon the doors would suddenly collapse in on themselves, leaving nothing more than broken doors and dust that the boy would step over rather carelessly. His eyes turned up to look towards the very person he wanted to see, the third Hokage. The old man had been facing the window with a rather distraught expression, but he would soon turn and face the boy. His expression was grim, his eyes hard as he spoke. Naruto. It was the only word that filled the silence for some time. Naruto giggled, staring up at his elder with bloodlust in his eyes. Come on old man, let's play. His words held a sick sadism hidden beneath his rather childish tone of voice. I'm sorry Naruto. Those words would have confused the boy if he didn't already sense the large amount of nin there to ambush him if he did come into the office. This brought a grin to the boy's face and soon a fit of insane laughter from his throat. He could hear them, the voices of those trapped in his mind. They were begging Naruto to spare them, for their friends to flee, and so much more. Yet they could only be heard by Naruto. The very people they tried to protect would be the first people to perish, and Naruto would make sure of it. Really now old man, an ambush, that's pitiful, ambushing a young child, came Naruto's sarcastic reply, which caused the third's eyes to widen, surprised the boy was able to pick up on the hiding nin. Almost as soon as the boy stepped closer, a dozen of kunai were sent in his direction, exposing the ninja's hiding spots. No, wait, came the delayed voice of the third, yet it was already far too late. The kunai would easily be reflected, but this time, it was by Naruto's generally hidden weapon. His bracelet that he could shift to form anything he desired, was now in the shape of a large dagger. Without second thought Naruto would snicker, soon choked gags could be heard as the very shadows that the nin hid in suddenly turned on them. One by one, various dead bodies would suddenly be made known as they to the ground, skewered like shish kebabs and blood pouring from their various wounds. Once they were out of the way, Naruto would look towards the man that on his main kill list. Though old, Naruto knew not to underestimate the old man, who was now staring at the boy with wide eyes. Soon he was returning to his more neutral glare, before suddenly tossing his Hokage attire from his form, revealing his ninja gear hidden underneath. This caused Naruto to grow rowdy, a wild grin on his face as he spoke. Now that's more like it. Get ready to die old man. The boy howled out in laughter as he suddenly leapt towards the older ninja, who was already slipping into a battle stance. Chapter 32. The third Hokage watched with calculating eyes as Naruto leapt at him, only to quickly pull out a shuriken, using the weapon to defend against Naruto's dagger. He threw Naruto back no more than a second later, soon leaping forward himself. Naruto would hit the wall, giggling loudly as he quickly vanished from sight. The mad giggles of the boy sounded around the third, who soon turned his attention to a corner of the room. The older male quickly went through a variety of hand signs before speaking, fire style, phoenix flower jutsu. He inhaled moments later, exhaling and sending a barrage of fireballs in the direction of the corner. The room suddenly grew cold, before ice shards flew from the corner, as many as 2 or 3 hitting any fireball before bursting into water, putting out the flames with ease. The boy's giggles soon dying out as he noticed the kunai hidden within the flames still flying at him. His eyes widened slightly at the paper bombs attached to them, which soon impacted with the boy, sending him flying through a new hole created within the building. As he made his way through the smoke, he would soon do a flip within the air. Naruto would land on his feet though in a crouched position he was now back out into the openness of the village. His eyes turned up to meet the form of the third, only to catch wind of the vast amount of shuriken that covered the sky. A wide grin appeared on Naruto's face as he howled out in laughter, now that's more like it. Came his mad screams, as he quickly threw his arm up, a wall of dirt and mud would come to his defense, protecting him from the weapons as a large amount of the shuriken fell to his sides and the rest got stuck within his walls. Once his wall fell he could catch the older male going through another set of hand signs. Once finished he would speak once more, Earth style, Great Mud River. Naruto's eyes would quickly turn down to the ground below him which was now turning into mud. Instinctively, Naruto would quickly leap into the air before he was washed downstream. The tattoo upon his arm would glow, the winged wolf suddenly coming from his body as if it lived on its own, allowing Naruto a place to stand upon. As he stood on the black ink wolf, his eyes would lock on Hiruzen, only to see he was going through yet another set of hand signs before speaking, Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Once those words left his mouth, the mud he had created moments later began to rise and take shape, soon forming the head of a dragon that opened its mouth, catching Naruto's full attention and distracting him from the older male's next move. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bomb. The older man was now suddenly next to the mud dragon he had created, the dragon spitting out a flurry of mud balls while the third spit out a stream of fire. Combining the two techniques as flaming mud balls now flew towards the boy. The wolf he was on was quick to react, flying out of the way before parting its lips, a dark ball of energy suddenly flying from the wolf's mouth and towards the old man. Hiruzen was quick to leap out of the way, but his mud dragon was easily hit by the blast, disintegrating into nothingness. This caused the third Hokage to grow wide-eyed before quickly turning to the wolf, only to find that it lacked its owner. Naruto was quickly stepping from the older man's shadow, a grin on his face as he spoke out, "Nice try old man." Came his dark response as he used his dagger to suddenly stab the third in the stomach, causing the already shortening life of the thirds to grow shorter. He would quickly leap away from the boy, holding the bleeding hole in his stomach as he coughed up a bit of blood. Naruto giggled at this, staring down the third with a gleeful expression. "You know old man, if you were a bit younger, you might have actually had a fighting chance. It's too bad you have to die here." Naruto's tone rather mocking as he giggled. Hiruzen, through choked words, would speak, "And Naruto. Please, you shouldn't do this. This village and everyone in it is your family. We can talk this through." Naruto's giggles would soon become full-blown laughter as he doubled over, holding his stomach as he wiped a fake tear from his eyes. "Family, that's rich, especially since all my family has ever done is make me suffer. All you worthless mortals had to do was leave me alone. In the end, you all brought this upon yourselves." Naruto's wolf tattoo would soon return to his shoulder, his dark look only growing worse as he approached the third. He already hated this whole wall of fire bullshit that was constantly forced down his throat when he lived with his family. Now he was sitting right in front of someone who was a strong believer of it, only causing the boy to grow more angered with each word. Once the boy was in front of the old man, he glared up at him, upset by the constant lies he was fed. Though, by getting so close to the older male, Naruto gave him the chance to complete one last move. Quickly going though the hand signs, the older male would pull one last-ditch effort to stop Naruto. Sealing Jutsu, Reaper Death Seal. Seconds after he spoke, Naruto found himself staring at none other than the soul of the third, which now hovered behind him. Behind his soul, the Shinigami would appear, which restrained his soul with its hair. It shocked Naruto that he could actually see the being. Any stories he heard of the move all said the same thing, only the summoner could see the large beast. The Shinigami was a translucent, gaunt specter with a demonic visage. It was much larger than an average human, possessing long, shaggy, white hair, from which two red horns came from. It had purple-colored skin as well. It was draped in a large white kimono and carried a set of prayer beads. The Shinigami had a tanta in its mouth, hiding away the sharp, jagged teeth, and a very long, almost serpentine tongue. The Shinigami would wrap its arms within the prayer beads, chanting in some strange language while a cursed seal appeared upon its arm. Naruto stared wide-eyed as the Shinigami soon drove that same arm right through the third soul, only for its arm to appear as if it came through Hiruzen's body, reaching for Naruto with deadly precision before soon grasping onto his own soul. Soon Naruto felt as though he lost all control over his body, standing there motionless as he stared up at the demon. He felt as the demon tugged upon his soul roughly, drawing a gasp from the boy as he suddenly snapped out of his trance. Only for his dark aura to suddenly waft from his form. Since he wasn't like any normal nin, he still had a fine grasp upon his powers. Never once obtaining the chance to gain any chakra, the boy relied heavily upon his aura and physical power that he contained within his small form. "You really think you can stop me?" came the distorted voice of the boy, his eyes glowing as upside-down star with a circle around it would appear within his eyes. It had been a while since this symbol had emerged within the boy's eyes, thus making it a shocker to the third Hokage, who tried with all his might to rip the boy's soul out. The solar system tattoo upon his other arm would glow, another tattoo he had forgotten about even though it went from his wrist to his arm. The other two tattoos were on his left arm, this one on his right. The planets would slowly peel from the boy's skin, enlarging and soon glowing their respective colors as they hovered around the area in a circle. The sun, instead of being positioned over the elder tree like last time, was positioned over the boy as he screamed out in heated anger. The sun that was supposed to be yellow was instead black, glowing brightly as the boy's dark aura began to growl. It was beginning to cover up a lot of space, only to suddenly expand and cast the entire area into darkness. Dark giggles left the boy as he slowly shifted his body. It hurt, it felt like his entire body was being broken over and over again. Yet Naruto cared little for the pain, a wild grin on his face as he was soon able to slowly move closer to the Hokage, who was stuck within his spot. The third's eyes were wide as the boy would soon slowly pull out his weapon, before raising it up to his own neck. A wild grin on his face as he suddenly pierced himself right through the throat. Naruto's body would suddenly go limp. The Shinigami's arm would remove itself from Naruto's soul, which was now being pulled to move into the afterlife. Something the being could only defy if he had already consumed the soul. With the ritual incomplete, but its job done, the Shinigami would begin slowly consuming the third Hokage's soul. The process was gradual, giving the old man time to watch as Naruto's body slowly raised up, his wound slowly healing and the blood that once poured from it turning from red to a deep shade of black. The power that filled the boy was unnatural, healing Naruto with ease and restoring his soul to his body, defying the very will of death. Naruto grinned at the face of the third, which was filled with shock and pain as he stared at the boy who slowly gripped the male by his shirt. Pulling the older male close, Naruto would whisper the final words he would ever hear: "I will destroy this worthless village." Once the words left Naruto's lips, he would throw Hiruzen's body to the ground, which would soon collapse and lay limp upon. The Shinigami had finished devouring his soul, disappearing and leaving the dead corpse of the third to lay there. Now that he was no longer consumed in the heat of battle, Naruto could hear the screams and sobs of those he had trapped within his mind, who were able to watch in horror as Naruto forced the old man right into his deathbed. A grin split onto Naruto's face as he took his dagger, soon lifting up the dead third, pushing the weapon up to his neck before messily cutting off his head. He didn't care, he wanted to feel the blood of his victim on his form, bathe in it. For now, he would disappear, leaving the corpse behind and soon appearing upon the mountain that contained the carved heads of each Hokage. Naruto would be standing on none other than the third's head. Utilizing his control over any ground, he would force a spike made out of rock to protrude from the third's rock head, only to casually place the real head on spike, showcasing the death of their beloved third Hokage for all to see. A giggle would leave Naruto, before soon turning into full insane laughter as his aura slowly receded back into his form, allowing him to properly see just how destroyed the area was, along with the varying amount of people who were in the process of fleeing from the village. Naruto would bring his hands to connect before his body, only to suddenly thrust them apart as his personal solar system expanded. Now it hovered around the entire village, the black sun soon covering the real ones and tossing the world into a shaded darkness. Dark aura would surround the large planets, soon growing until it connected each of the planets before expanding further to connect to the ground, forming a large barrier that would stop anyone who tried to escape the village. Those who foolishly came in contact with it would suddenly be covered in dark aura, before screaming out, their minds slowly corrupted by the raw power as their eyes slowly turned black. Soon these same people would suddenly begin turning on other villagers, slaughtering anyone they could get their hands on. The destruction was all that Naruto craved, giggling out in a mad glee as he stared upon the area, happy to truly send this village into the ground. Those who were corrupted were now under the boy's control, which made him only question what he could do with this new power. For now, however, his eyes would turn in the direction of his old home, a grin on his face as he decided to turn his sights on his next victim. It was about time he paid his dear brother a visit. Chapter 33. Naruto would slip his hand into his pocket, soon pulling out his long-forgotten skeleton key. He believed it would be far easier using it instead of heading there directly, and it would be extremely useful for when he decided to take over the ninja world as they know it. Without a second thought, the boy held the key up in the air, soon slowly turning it just as he would if a door was actually there. A shiny golden handle would suddenly make itself known, appearing from thin air with the key lodged in its lock. The boy would grab the handle, turning it slowly as he pushed it open, only to reveal his old bedroom, a place he had once run from so many ages ago. Nostalgia washed over the boy as he stepped inside, soon staring at the disheveled room with a soft frown on his face. He looked towards his bed, which was nothing more than a mat on the floor and a few sheets. His walls were a plain dark green and had a few brown spots from where he would spar with his brother in his room, resulting in him generally bleeding excessively, staining his walls and floors, and trying his best to clean them after. Yet it was always near impossible to get blood out of anything, so he knew his walls were a lost cause. His hardwood floor was the only thing he could really get clean, even though it never stayed that way for long. Slowly, Naruto would step over to his discarded drawing books, which laid scattered on the floor, covered in what he could only assume was his own blood. Gently picking up one, he would slowly turn through the pages, until landing on the page that helped begin his new life. It was the picture of Azar that he had drawn, although it had a nasty blood splatter on its one beautiful pages. A frown sat on his face at this fact, before his ears perked up at the sound of his angry parents, only just now realizing their heated cries of anger as they swore, damning Naruto to hell if he laid a finger on their precious menma. His frown only deepened as he listened to them for a moment, turning his eyes from his page and towards his bedroom door. He remained silent, his ears twitching for a moment before he soon made his way towards the door, discarding his once precious sketchbook. The screams only grew louder as he slowly stepped into the hallway, walking down it as he followed it out to the secret bunker that was behind the large painting of his family. Of course, the painting lacked Naruto in it, only showing his parents and his younger brother. This upset Naruto, who soon grit his teeth, digging his nails into the palms of his hands as he trembled. Without warning, he would let out an angered growl, suddenly lunging forward and slashing right through the painting, purposely cutting the faces of his family to little pieces as he huffed out, his breathing heavy as his anger slowly overtook him. He couldn't contain the deep hate he had for his family much longer. Now his main abuser would be getting all of his pent-up aggression unleashed on him. After destroying the painting, Naruto looked towards the metal door that sat behind the large masterpiece. Without a second thought, Naruto would dig his claws into the door frame, pulling harshly at the metal and causing it to give an unsavory creak. The metal slowly bending before Naruto let out a cry of anger, suddenly ripping the door from its hinges and throwing it back down the hall with the force of it all. Once through it, Naruto stared at the long circular staircase that disappeared into the darkness. Naruto would straighten himself out, before taking a step towards the open door. Yet as soon as he tried to pass through it, he would be sent flying back by some invisible force, soon hitting the ground with a loud thud that immediately brought a snarl from his lips. "Do you really think your petty barriers can stop me?" A chuckle left Naruto at this, staring at the clear field that most likely surrounded the entire room, and not just the door. It wasn't long before the boy suddenly leaped forward at it, a wild grin on his face as his claws soon forced themselves into the barrier that was meant to keep outsiders, people like him, out. He let out a soft grunt as pain shot through him, yet he held on firmly. Slowly, and with a bit more difficulty than he'd like to admit to, Naruto was able to rip a hole within the barrier. Once it was big enough, the boy quickly slipped inside, letting out a huff as he looked down to his red hands, the skin having peeled off of them during the time, yet they were healing rather quickly like any other wound. He turned his attention to the stairs, a grin slipping on his face as he made his way down the stairs, giggling to himself at the echoing sound of his footsteps. After a few minutes, the boy found himself standing in the rather well-lit and furnished bunker. Men were casually lounging at a desk pushed to the back corner. "Ah, you're back. Hear anything from my pa?" His words were cut off when he turned to look up, soon noticing Naruto standing at the entrance, rather than one of the nin he sent to give him an update on the battle. Naruto, came his shocked voice as he quickly stood from his spot, the chair being pushed back rather roughly and soon toppling over. Well, if it isn't my baby brother. It's been quite a long time, hasn't it? Tilda, I've missed you so much. Each word was dripping with sarcasm, Naruto slowly approaching his brother all the while. See, cut the crap, Naruto. What do you want, here for another beating? Menma spoke out, trying his best to sound intimidating. Before he could make his older brother cower at his very appearance, now he barely even though about that. He could feel the power his brother radiated. It made his stomach turn with a newfound fear that the boy never thought he would have. Naruto chuckled darkly at his brother's words. TSK. I thought you would have learned your lesson after the last time. That's too bad. This will be your final lesson after all. Tilda. Giggles left Naruto, before they soon turned into full-blown laughter as he held his sides. This deeply scared Menma, who stepped back slightly as his eyes grew wide. Two nin would suddenly appear before his brother, both of them seemed to be from the Anbu, weapons already drawn as they stood defensively before his younger sibling. This caused Menma to grin, growing a bit more confident as he nodded slowly. Oh yay, good luck trying, you've never beat me before. Why do you think you can do it now? Plus with these top-level Anbu, you don't stand a chance. Naruto only snickered, the voices of his family protesting in his mind. They already knew none of them would last, it was almost funny. Of course, with no way to communicate this, these poor souls would die a horrible death just like everyone else. In fact, this gave the boy a brilliant idea. He slowly inhaled, before exhaling softly, an icy mist slowly filling the room and bringing upon chilling temperatures. The only difference was the fact that the mist was a deep black, fitting with Naruto's recession into his darker half. As the mist filled the room, darkening the area, the three would quickly become more guarded. Only for black vines to shoot from the very same darkness, the two Anbu quickly cut down the vines as they attempted to approach at high speeds. Just for a black liquid to spew from the vines and cover various parts of the Anbu. Once it touched them, it would seep into their clothing and skin. No changes were felt at first, until one of the Anbu coughed, which soon turned into choking. Naruto watched with glee-filled eyes as the two soon collapsed, screaming out as they used their blades to violently stab at their chest and face. To an outsider, these two would look as if they lost their minds. However, Naruto knew quite well what was happening, knowing how the poison he put into their bodies slowly corrupted their minds and made them turn on themselves, causing them to grow self-destructive, and they'd continue in this state until they ultimately killed themselves. He wondered if he could control the rate of this consumption, yet that would take more practice on the new toys he kept hidden within his mind. Until then, he'd settle for the immediate result, giggling madly as he watched their suffering. His brother stared on in fear, trembling slightly as he stumbled backwards, soon falling onto his rear as he watched the two Anbu destroy themselves. It would be a slow death, seeing as they were built to last torture and other various acts. Their screams only fueling the insane boy as he suddenly appeared from the darkness, standing before his brother with a twisted grin on his face, ready to play little brother. Tilda. This immediately caused the boy to scream, backing away quickly as he attempted to escape, only for a wall of dark flames to appear before him, blocking his previous path. Isn't this just rich? Tilda, where did all that pride go? Naruto's voice growing distorted at the end as he burst out into a fit of insane laughter, soon leaping towards his petrified brother, who would soon regain some of his wits and quickly scramble out of the way. Soon Naruto would land in the position his brother was once in, turning to watch his brother stumble blindly through the darkness. It brought him so much joy to watch his brother be the one running away for once, to hear the screams of his family as they begged him to stop. Everything was so amazingly perfect, just like he wanted. He would lift his darkness, allowing his brother the chance to see and identify the stairs, which he quickly scrambled up with Naruto following on hot pursuit. Once they both made it into the hall, Naruto would quickly inhale, before exhaling and causing water to pour from his lips and onto the floor, the murky waters filling the hall and leaking down the stairs to the kitchen. Once he was satisfied with the amount of area his water covered, Naruto would quickly thrust his hands into the almost ankle-deep waters. Immediately he would send electricity through the water using his black lightning, watching as the waters easily conducted the deadly force, the volts traveling through it and in mere moments, reaching his brother who had just reached the end of the hall, shocking the boy and causing him to let out a scream of agony as his body stiffened before giving out on itself. Menma would fall down the flight of stairs that led to the kitchen, Naruto hearing every pained grunt and thud before it suddenly grew silent, meaning he finally hit the bottom. Naruto would quickly stand, rushing over to the stairs as he looked down them, staring at his brother who was twitching upon the floor, letting out a pained groan as he tried to get over the sudden shock. Bruises soon began littering his form, which came at no surprise since he had just fallen down the stairs. Naruto would suddenly leap from the top, just in time for Menma to slowly open his eyes. His younger brother would jolt, quickly shifting onto his back in time for Naruto to land over him. Standing before his old torturer, he would grin. It's time for payback, dear brother. Chapter 34. Naruto watched as his brother grew wide-eyed at his words. It was only now that Naruto noticed that his brother was slightly shorter than him, which was most likely a perk of being the older one, yet it made him all the more intimating as he grinned. Menma would quickly slip onto all fours, trying to crawl out from under Naruto, but as soon as he grew far enough, Naruto would grab the boy's ankle, hoisting him up into the air by it as his brother's shirt soon shifted up into his face due to gravity. Naruto held his brother at arm's length, not wanting to give him too many opportunities to attempt to attack him in any fashion. But it brought him immense glee as he watched his brother struggle, throwing wild punches in attempt to hit his sibling. Tears were quickly filling Menma's eyes as he struggled for freedom. He didn't want to die, he was just doing what he thought would help postpone his life. Gee, get off of me. Please. I didn't mean it, I was just doing what Mum and Dad told me to do. Please Naruto, the boy frantically begged his now superior. All his begging only caused Naruto's grip on his ankle to grow tighter as he glared down at his sibling. You had a choice. You could have refused, even defended me. Yet you were so worried about protecting yourself that you beat me close to death on multiple occasions. The question was meant to be more sarcastic, Naruto's claws digging into the boy's ankle and drawing a yelp from him. You're kidding, right? Come on little brother, don't make me hate you any more than what I already do. Menma looked up at Naruto through tear-filled eyes, opening his mouth to say something. Naruto wouldn't let him get a word in, delivering a quick kick to the jaw after releasing his brother's ankle, causing Menma to go flying into the opposite wall with a loud crash. Smoke would cover the area for a moment as Naruto walked towards the new hole in the wall, looking towards his brother who now lay in none other than the large training grounds his family had. Menma was holding his cheek, which could be seen turning a sickly purple as he coughed. A few of his teeth mixed in with the blood he spit up. This sight alone sent Naruto wild, quick to leap forward and tackle his brother. Once on top of him he would growl out. Menma moved his arms up to his face, defensively shielding it away. Of course this meant he could do little when Naruto pulled his arm back and sent a hard punch to the boy's gut, easily bruising any organs that got in the way of his hit. Surprisingly enough, Naruto's darkness made it so those covered in it lacked any sort of shadow. A weakness he would have to learn how to counteract later on. For now, he settled on his vines, the black plants soon protruding from the ground and quickly grabbing hold of either of his brother's arms and wrists. He had surprisingly taken the previous hit, only letting out a grunt of pain from it. Must have been due to all the training he got that Naruto missed out on, so he made sure he wouldn't be stopped from hitting him somewhere it hurt. The vines slowly struggling to tug his brother's arms away from his face, soon revealing the now swollen cheek his brother sported, along with a bloody nose and a bit of blood leaking from his lips. This sight brought joy to Naruto, a giggle leaving him as he pulled his arm back. Don't worry brother, it's just sparring. Naruto's mocking voice could easily be heard as he soon sent another punch right into his brother's nose. A sickening crack could be heard as Menma's scream could be heard through the area. His nose was now bent in an odd position as another giggle left Naruto. Oh no, I think I broke your nose. Here, let me put it back for you. Naruto's sarcastic voice left Menma trembling as Naruto sent another punch to his face. This one was now aimed at his jaw. Another crack could be heard as Menma's head flew back. The boy tugged at his restraints, tears in his eyes as he suddenly sent a kick to Naruto's groin. It was a cheap shot that Naruto wasn't prepared for. Letting out a gasp, Naruto quickly grabbed his prized jewels and doubled over in pain, his form shaking slightly as he glared up at his brother who was doing his best to give him a triumphant grin through his now broken jaw. You bitch, Naruto spoke out, his voice growing distorted at the end as his anger rose. After making sure his giblets didn't pop, Naruto would glare towards his brother. Looks like someone's still a cheap shot. I'll have to make sure you're never able to walk again. Vines would rip through the ground. This time, instead of just wrapping around his limbs, they would pierce through his legs. Multiple vines ripping through the flesh and ending out on the other side. A grin slipped onto Naruto's face as he heard his brother scream out in agony, which Naruto quickly took advantage of, slamming his fist into his younger brother's ribcage. Pain filled the boy, but the wind was easily knocked out of him. He could only choke out on his blood that began gradually filling his throat. TSK, little brother, that's dangerous. You don't want to choke and die now, do you? Naruto quickly sent a jab to his brother's throat that had him coughing up more blood, the thick liquid spilling from his lips and onto the ground as he trembled. Naruto frowned at the sudden screams that pierced through his thoughts. Snarling out, the boy screamed at the top of his lungs, "Will you all shut up?" He screwed his eyes shut, quick to disappear into his mind and soon come face to face with the people who were causing so much fuss. Naruto growled, snapping his fingers as the forms of his prisoners glowed a dark black before it soon faded. If I hear anything else from you all besides your screams of agony, you'll be punished. Naruto spoke out, before disappearing from his mind once more. To the terrified Menma, it just looked as if Naruto froze in place, his eyes momentarily turning pitch black as he mumbled some unintelligible words under his breath. The sight was scary, but it also brought momentary release from the torture he had to endure. Naruto's eyes would slowly slip back to their original state, before the boy suddenly looked down at his brother, a wide grin on his face as he spoke. Now, where were we? Naruto smirked at the fearful look that filled his brother's face. Soon he looked over his body, allowing his weapon to take the shape of a spoon. You don't know how hard it is for me to not kill you right now, came Naruto's sadistic words, soon slowly slipping the spoon up and gently tapping it on his brother's nose. You used these eyes to watch my suffer, so I guess they're tainted now, he spoke, before suddenly flipping the spoon around and stabbing the other end into his brother's pupil. A scream tore through the air, and for a moment, Naruto could hear protest. Before the welcoming screams of his parents filled his ears, he did warn them after all. Turning his full attention back to his brother, he would casually dig the spoon handle in his eye. His brother's screams never dying out as Naruto grinned. "Ooh, that looks like it hurts," came his mocking voice as he slowly pulled the handle out. It slipped out of his eye rather easily, but even though he could no longer see through that eye, Naruto wouldn't be letting it stay within its socket very long. His brother panted heavily, spit and blood leaking from his lips as he stared up at his brother with his good eye. Naruto would soon slowly grab his eyelids and pull them apart, staring at the ruined eye in fascination as he slowly slipped the spoon into its socket. This brought more screams from his brother that the boy ignored. Without a second though, Naruto would soon rip the eye out from the socket, balancing it on the spoon as blood gushed from the opening in his brother's face. He would release his eyelids, allowing his brother the chance to close his now missing eye, shaking violently as he seemed to be slowly slipping unconscious, which prompted Naruto to suddenly send a shock through the boy's system, which jolted him back to his senses as his intact eye would suddenly grow wide. It darted around for a moment before soon landing on Naruto. This brought him to scream out in fear as he bucked and tugged wildly at his restraints. Someone must be losing it. Naruto mused out, soon turning his attention to the eye with a rather curious look. "I always wondered what people tasted like. It would be fitting for you to be the first person I try, wouldn't it?" Of course this brought more horrified screams from his brother, who was soon forced to watch as Naruto devoured his eye. He chewed for a moment, before spitting out the eye mush. "So bitter. Maybe that's just because of you though. I'll have to try with someone sweeter." Naruto shook his head slightly, before turning to meet his brother's eye. Tears leaked from it and snot mixed in with the blood from his nose. He noticed that his brother was beginning to foam at the mouth, which caused Naruto to cringe. Stepping away from his form, he sighed. "Oh, you broke far too soon. I'll have to be a bit more gentle when I decide to finish off our parents." Naruto spoke out, but wasn't surprised when he didn't receive a response. He had also noticed that those in his mind had gone silent as well. He decided he would check up on them in a moment. For now, he decided now was the perfect time to rid the world of his brother. He would raise his hand up, before suddenly sending a ground-breaking punch to his brother's kneecap. This brought a scream from the half-dead child. Yet Naruto was quick to take advantage of this. Grabbing his upper and lower jaw, he would slowly begin pulling them apart, using more force over time. Naruto could hear the gurgled screams of his brother, but paid no mind as he slowly ripped his head apart. It wasn't long before he heard a satisfying snap, before putting in the final effort of force and ripping his upper jaw from his lower one. This resulted in his head being ripped in two. The upper part of it would soon be gently placed to the side. "You look so much better, little brother. I'll make sure to keep this forever." Naruto gleefully spoke to the dead corpse, before suddenly thrusting his hands into its chest, breaking into a fit of mad laughter as he ripped out whatever he could get his hands on, allowing himself to lose his mind and control. Naruto wouldn't stop until he had emptied his brother's chest of all his bones and organs, only to suddenly stand and violently stomp on the organ pile he made, jumping onto it and bouncing around like a kid who had found a muddy puddle. Blood covered the boy, yet he didn't care, giggling out happily as he soon broke the bones in his brother's arms and legs, down to every finger and toe. He didn't care. He just has to destroy what was once his sibling. Once his brother's body was properly battered and broken, Naruto inhaled, exhaling a stream of black fire that would catch the body, charring it and turning it varying degrees of black and red. He continued to let his brother's body burn, grinning madly as he broke out in heated laughter. He could faintly hear soft cries, but paid little mind to this, pleased to have destroyed what was once his brother. "This is so much fun," came the deranged laughter of what was once such an innocent boy, soon falling back onto the ground as he laughed, staring up at the darkened skies with little care. He had done it. He had finally gotten rid of the one person he hated more than anything. Yet this action only brought more destruction into the world, a red chakra wafting around what was once his brother. Chapter 35. The red chakra was barely noticed by Naruto. Rather, it was the presence of something that he picked up. His laughter dying down as he turned his attention towards his brother. He was sure he killed him. So who, or what, was he feeling? It had been a long time since he felt this way, but for a brief moment Naruto felt the pang of fear that he used to feel when he lived under his parents' roof. He felt the same energy that he somehow was able to pick up on in his brother. It was what he really feared. This forced Naruto to stand, unable to completely ignore the presence. Yet even though he felt fear, it was for a brief moment, because only moments after, he realized he could take the beastly energy. With some difficulty, but he could do it. Slowly, he stepped over to his brother's corpse, watching as the flames died out but the red chakra replaced them. He questioned if it would hurt, but once again, only for the moment. After all, pain is hilarious. With those words leaving his mouth, Naruto dove his hand into the flames of the chakra. Almost as soon as he touched it, he watched as his skin began to burn, flecking off of his skin as his eyes grew wide, before he quickly covered his form in his aura. The burning would die down as his hand and arm began to slowly heal, though of course it was rather fast compared to any normal human. Yet as soon as he did this, the red chakra would rapidly climb up his arm before soon covering his form as it left his brother's dead corpse. Surprise filled the boy before he suddenly let out a scream. Pain overcoming Naruto as his vision soon grew hazy and he collapsed, only for everything to fade to black. When he opened his eyes, Naruto realized he was halfway submerged in water. Quick to stand, he would soon look around wildly. The area resembled an underground complex, with pipes running along the ceiling and various hallways. The floor was flooded with a shallow layer of water. A low growling could be heard as Naruto suddenly turned to face a large set of bars. The bars looked wide enough for the boy to slip through them without issue, a large set of doors greeting him as he stared at what seemed to be a barely intact seal sitting on a lock. Naruto slowly drew closer to the cage, confusion filling him before he soon noticed the large eye that stared at him from the darkness. He also identified that the growling was coming from the cage as well, along with that menacing presence that struck fear into him so many months ago. What is this? Another human? No, you're not human, are you, boy? The animalistic voice growled out, the eye glaring down upon Naruto's small form. Just the gaze of the beast sent shivers down his spine. Yet these were pleasureful shivers, his head growing filled with thoughts of greed as he turned his attention up to the tailed beast. You're what I felt in my brother. All this time it was you who I was afraid of. A little foxy trapped in a cage he. Another loud growl sounded throughout the mindscape as the waters around Naruto grew more disturbed. Don't mock me, child. I could end your life easily. This brought a loud giggle from the lips of the mentally broken child, looking up at the cage as he stepped closer. Please, nothing can kill me, silly. I'm already dead. The statement brought more mad giggles from the boy as he soon doubled over in laughter. The Nine-Tails was taken aback. The actions of the strange boy before him confused him quite a bit. To the point where he was worried that if he continued speaking to the boy he might just lose his own mind. Not only was he not intimidated by him, but he seemed rather eager to confront the beast. As Kurama stared down at the laughing boy, he now began to take in his features. After seeing through his host's eyes for 5 years, it didn't take him very long to notice that this was in fact his host's brother. The one he watched his host abuse on more than a few occasions. What was his name? Naruto. The beast spoke out, catching the attention of the boy as his ears perked up. Ah, you know my name, how fun. Naruto bounced about in the water, his giggles now more like an excited child. Yes, answer me, what happened to you? Naruto suddenly halted in his enjoyment, turning his attention up to the cage with a dark look. The grin on his face was enough to disturb the fox slightly, yet he didn't show any fear. What happened to me? Well, haven't you been watching? You know my name after all, you should be able to see what mostly happened up until my brother's death, correct? This caused the beast's eye to grow wide, shocked by the sudden news. His previous host was dead. Yes, he felt his life force slowly be drained away until it was merely nothing, which is why the seal was so damaged, but it was soon replaced by a rather powerful force. He just assumed someone had used their life force to save the boy. If they didn't, he would have been able to escape, but he was still trapped here. His eyes soon turned to stare down daggers upon the boy before him. You, release me. The words were dark, the growl leaving the tailed beast. He found out. More giggles left Naruto, only for the cage to suddenly gush water, the water beginning to fill the room as it attempted to drown Naruto. Yet almost as soon as it started, it was also stopped. A darkness suddenly filling the room and soon suppressing the water and forcing it away. Naruto clicked his tongue, shaking his head disapprovingly as the shocked beast grew silent. Now, don't need to go starting trouble. I don't need your power like my family or these worthless villagers do. I just came here to strike a deal. This caught the attention of the beast, wondering just what the boy could offer him. Kurama stayed silent, Naruto taking this and assuming he was listening, so he continued. I'll give you freedom, in exchange, you work for me. Think of it more like a partnership if you will. I have plans to make this wretched world bow before the power of the strong. I'd release you if you make a pact with me. Kurama thought for some time. He didn't want to be some child's errand boy, but if he didn't make this deal, he would still be stuck here. If the boy wanted, he could easily call upon his power that is trapped in Naruto's body. Yet if he agreed, then he would gain freedom. What would this pact entail? The tailed beast asked, making Naruto grin widely at this. Easy, you help me keep this world in check when I take full control of it. I'll give you whatever land you desire, all you have to do is keep the nin inside of it from acting out. Of course I plan to kill off any and all village leaders or powerful influences. Any scrolls with knowledge on how to capture you once more will be destroyed. You'll gain freedom, but will ultimately be tied to me as a bit of insurance that you don't run off. The words that the boy spoke sounded rather interesting to the fox. He would be free, in control of however much land he desired, and would never be trapped again. This deal sounded like purely gains for the fox. All he had to do was provide a little coverage for the tyrant. Help him better control the world he wished to claim. He would end up on top, and he was gaining far more than actually losing. After all, with that previous display of power, he knew the boy could easily control this world. He just seemed rather immature, or more, unwilling to handle such a large task. The attempts on his life would be rather vast, and keeping anyone from running off by himself would be difficult. In other words, it sounded like the boy more wanted his help rather than needing it. Yet Kurama wasn't complaining, he was getting quite the luxury by agreeing to this. Alright kid, I agree to your terms. This caused Naruto's eyes to grow wider as his grin stretched further, if that was even possible. Good. The demonic tone sounded from the boy and caused Kurama's eyes to widen. Soon black chains were sprouting from the boy's back and lunging at the beast at surprising speeds. The fox, still trapped in the cage, could do nothing as the chains suddenly wrapped around every limb and slipped into every crevice the fox contained, only to dissolve into his red fur, slowly staining it black as pained growls left the beast. Kurama had little time, soon collapsing as his vision faded to black. The last he could hear was the mad laughter of the boy named Naruto. Chapter 36. Naruto watched on, glee filling him as the beast's fur began to change from the reddish-orange to a dark grey, almost black. He planned to convert every tailed beast he'd come across. This way, he would ensure their loyalty to him and the pact that he made with them. If they attempted to violate it, which, with the amount of control he had over their body and minds would be near impossible now, his aura and magic would kill them on sight. Traitors were not welcomed in the new world Naruto was going to be creating. Any who disobeyed would be slaughtered. With a quick flick of his wrist, the seal that held back the tailed beast would be torn to shreds, the paper disintegrating moments later as he snickered. Stupid humans. Such weak seals can hold back such great beasts. How pitiful. The words left him like a toxic poison. Soon he was stepping closer to the cage, only for a powerful chakra to burst from the darkness beyond. For a brief moment, Naruto was overwhelmed, his eyes growing wide as the molten red chakra poured from the confines of the cage. Naruto was a bit worried, wondering if the beast would overpower him, even for a moment. These thoughts were quickly cast from his mind. The once red chakra was soon being covered in a black aura, a sly grin appearing on his face as a black paw suddenly slammed down beside Naruto. Two red eyes peered out from the darkness at him, yet Naruto didn't miss the dark glow they had to them. He had tamed the beast, and now it was his to control. It's funny, even if the beast refused his offer, he would have taken control of it. Though he would have probably had much more of a fight if Kurama refused. Though Naruto merely shrugged the thoughts away, for they were of no use to him now. Turning his attention up to his newest addition to his crew, he would smirk. Come, you will stay by my side until we have fully taken over this worthless world. After, I will give you territory to watch over. You will kill anyone I tell you to, follow all commands, and strike fear into the hearts of others. Naruto took the beast's silence as an understanding, and without much more word, he slipped from the bridge between his mind and Kurama's. After all, Naruto's mind was black and empty. This space had only been created as a way for the two to meet. No doubt it's what his brother could have ventured into when he had the chance. If his brother was ever even able to tap into the power that lay dormant within him. No matter, he would keep this place safe in case he ever needed to visit the beast mentally. Naruto found his eyes slowly slipping open and soon he was staring up at the black sun he had created. The village had mostly grown silent. The lack of screams caused a frown to slip onto the boy's face. Soon, he slowly stood, dusting the dirt off of his clothing before looking around, only to notice a large black fox curled up around his form almost protectively. Yet when he noticed the 9 tails, a grin would appear on his face. Naruto would look around. The darkness that shrouded the village was still going strong and the village itself looked like a mess. He would have to do something about this when his takeover was finished. This way he'd ensure more loyalty. For now though, he would turn on his heels, humming to himself as he began walking through the broken village. He could feel eyes upon him as he left. Some people were clearly still alive, and rather upset that he had destroyed their little perfect village. Yet they knew they would die if they even chose to approach, so they kept hidden instead, cowering in his presence. Kurama followed Naruto like the perfect lapdog, so he cared little about making sure he was with him. Without much thought, Naruto would snap his fingers and in a moment, the barrier around the village dropped. He decided now was time for him to move on to the next village. The sand seemed like a good start. Every once in a while he heard his birth father and mother talking about the tailed beast that lived there as well. Once he made it back to the front gates of the village he began heading back towards his woods. Thoughts of the destruction he'd cause would fill his mind. Yet his mind soon went blank as he found himself standing in front of his adoptive family. Every last one stood there, along with Azar. This caught Naruto a bit off guard, wondering why they would have even come out of the forest to begin with. His barrier blocked any sounds from getting out, and from the outside, it would look like a large black dome had covered the village, so they couldn't have seen anything either. Instead, Naruto took up his childish and gleeful happiness. Mother. Father, what are you doing here? Naruto cursed inwardly, wondering just what his family was doing there. Silence, Naruto. We've heard what you've done to those nin from the village, and by the looks of it, you've done a lot more than just kidnap. The Alpha spoke, power radiating off of his voice. At the time, Naruto was moving closer to his family, but his words stopped him dead in his tracks. A few wolves growled at Kurama, who merely growled back. He looked ready to pounce on them at any moment, which brought a bit of worry to Naruto. What do you mean? For the first time in a while, Naruto felt at a loss for words. Did they know? How could they have found out? Would they be angry with him? Would they punish him? The thoughts made Naruto tremble, trying to force a smile onto his face even though he clearly looked like he'd burst into tears at any moment. His family, the one that had kept him, loved him, they were the only things that kept him sane at the moment. The thought of them being upset with him began eating away at his insides. Alpha would tilt his head slightly, nodding to someone who soon spoke to someone else. In a few moments a smaller wolf, an Omega maybe, would step forward. He still looked rather terrified, just being nearly Naruto made him tremble. Something that of course, made Naruto inwardly smile, but in his current situation he couldn't think much on those things. Tell him, came the soft voice of his mother, the Luna. It was a gentle voice that he now longed to be addressed to him. Yet his wide eyes remained on the wolf who had apparently saw him do something. I saw him. He dragged a group of nin into their shadows, saying that he'll destroy their village an. By now the wolf was cowering, shaking like a leaf as Naruto sat there, mouth agape. He couldn't even believe what he was hearing from his maw. Naruto remained silent, but his father soon began to speak. Staring over Naruto with a hard look, yet his mother seemed a bit upset, but she also tried to keep the same emotionless gaze. This kind of behavior cannot, and will not be tolerated. After a long discussion, we have decided you can no longer live within the pack. We will always think of you as family, but we cannot let you stay within the pack and risk putting others in danger. The words cut through Naruto like daggers, tears filling his eyes as the words settled in his mind. Leave the pack. Chapter 37. Naruto stood there, dumbfounded. He didn't know how to react to this information and every fiber wanted it to just be a bad nightmare. He was being told to leave the only family that had really cared about him. Though it was only a few months, he still thought of them as some of the best months of his pitiful life. Now they were trying to cut ties with him altogether. All because they got to see how much of a monster he really is. Tears flooded his eyes and soon fell to the ground, surprising the entire pack and the people he kept trapped within his mind. For a brief moment, Naruto considered changing. He considered fixing everything is done and making it right. He didn't want his family to leave him and he'd do anything to fix his wrongdoings. Even now, as he began to calm, he was able to think about and slowly realize just how bad things had gotten. He was a monster. He let his emotions get the better of him and he had completely destroyed an entire village because of that. He even killed his own brother. There was blood on his hands and Naruto didn't know if he'd ever be able to clean himself of it. Thoughts like these continued to fill the boy's mind as he stood for what felt like forever. Yet the voice of his biological father had broken the swarm of thoughts. This is what you deserve, you monster. You don't deserve happiness. You deserve nothing but death and misery. This is just the start of the hell you do. His words were cut off as the ward Naruto had set upon him earlier suddenly went into play. His screams of pain were rather evident to the boy. His word was falling apart. Naruto couldn't focus. He felt like he was going to break. The words of abandonment from his pack, then the words of hate from his birth father, and now his screams. The screams that brought Naruto so much pleasure, so much enjoyment. Naruto dropped to his knees, tugging upon his hair as he shook. Soon his birth mother chimed in, most likely out of the desire to suffer along with her husband. I hope you end your life, you worthless brat. You're nothing without us and you're sure as hell nothing without your worthless pack of mutts. Even they don't want you. Her screams soon filled his mind afterwards. Kakashi and the few other nin he had captured continued to remain silent, however, they had no real side in things and by the seams of it, were now just trying to preserve their own lives. Naruto's mind was breaking in ways he didn't expect. His breathing grew heavy and soon he was letting out his own scream. A powerful wave of his dark aura flew from his form and into the surrounding area. This wave hit trees and other life, killing them almost immediately. This same wave soon hit the pack that Naruto loved so dearly. As he tried to get a grip on his crashing world, he heard what sounded like multiple bodies hitting the ground. Turning his attention from the ground, he looked before him, his eyes growing wide as he saw their bodies begin to rot almost instantly. Blood pooled from their mouths and eyes, a sight Naruto was not ready to see. Naruto would quickly get up, rushing over to the bodies of his mother and father and attempt to get them to move. See, come on guys, this isn't funny, wake up, haha. Naruto already knew that they were dead, but to accept the thought crushed him. Laughter. That was the first thing that left Naruto, his form shaking violently as black tears dripped from his eyes and landed within the fur of his mother. His laughter only growing louder as the tears fell faster, senses overwhelmed and truly, Naruto had finally lost it. You see, can't leave me. IW won't let you. The words left Naruto through a distorted voice and choked through his laughter. His form glowed a dark green, that dark green nearly shrouded in a black muck. Yet still, it would slowly move from his form and onto his family, covering the entire pack and slowly turning the once pack of white wolves to a jet black. Naruto didn't care, however, he just wanted his family back. So even as the wolves slowly began to rise, blood still pooling from their eyes and mouths, he didn't care. He hugged his mother tight, a deranged smile upon his lips as he looked up at him hopefully. They all sat at attention, almost like zombies. Naruto tried to get some sort of reaction out of them, but when he didn't his smile faltered slightly. Please, love me. The words left Naruto as he grew more desperate. Yet almost as if on command, his mother turned to look at him, soulless black eyes greeted him before she gently licked his cheek. Though it was almost next to nothing, it brought Naruto great joy to see that they were alive and responding to him. I'm sorry about everything, but these nin don't deserve to live. You think so too, don't you? His voice was beginning to sound more recognizable, his family seemingly having calmed the boy to some degree. By now, most would expect him to disagree with the boy, it was why they even initially attempted at disowning him. Yet, like robots, they would all agree. Which brought the boy more joy as he slowly began creating his own deluded fantasy. Part of him almost knew that he was controlling them. Their spirits had long since passed and these were only reanimated corpses that could do nothing, think nothing, but follow the boy's orders. Yet that thought would shatter the fantasy he was creating that they are in fact alive. He couldn't accept any world that they would be dead and now he wouldn't have to. Slowly standing, he could wipe his tears from his eyes before gleefully looking towards his family. I'm so glad you all agree. I was just thinking about moving on to the sand village for our takeover. Now with my entire family there, it'll be so much more fun. The boy cried out. He really had lost whatever sanity he had. He was forcing the dead bodies of his family to walk about with him while he took a mind-controlled Kurama around as well. All while listening to the endless screams of his biological family, and he felt happy. Turning his attention to the great beyond, Naruto would giggle before beginning towards his next destination. Here comes hell, hope you all have your popcorn. Chapter 38. Dark watched on in fear and even a bit of disgust, surprised that Naruto had not only killed his family, but reanimated their corpses so he could salvage any of his remaining delusion that his family was still alive and loved him deeply. As the sun set he found himself slipping from Naruto's shadow. He didn't know what to do and he was almost certain he couldn't stop him. He either attempted to preserve what's left of his fragmented mind and body, or he used what's left of him to stop Naruto from destroying the rest of the world. Dark didn't understand why he cared so much. It's not like affected him much if at all, and if he stuck close to Naruto, he could even gain a comfortable life in the New World Order. Yet even then, something pushed him onward. He just couldn't accept the idea of letting Naruto do as he pleases. Allowing him to destroy the world just didn't sit well with him for some reason. Dark watched on as the group walked, weighing his options and soon coming to the conclusion that Naruto had to be stopped. This choice was reckless and he knew it would get him killed, but it was all he could do. Even if it slowed Naruto for just the briefest moment, he would be able to help prolong the happiness of the rest of the ninja world. Scraping up whatever courage he had left and soon turning his attention to the receding form of Naruto and his pack. Naruto, stop. The words left Dark's lips and he knew by now he had no other choices. He had to commit, and now he was worried he had made the wrong choice. Naruto would turn his attention to his shadow, tilting his head slightly. Dark, what is it? Though he seemed stable, Dark knew Naruto was everything but that. The continued cycle of insanity that lay behind his eyes was enough to scare any grown man. The thought that the beast before him would continue to destroy this world was enough to put him into motion. Dark felt like Naruto reminded him of the demon that destroyed his body way back when, which only made Dark realize that he really had no chance of stopping Naruto. I won't let you continue down this path. Dark felt as though he sounded like some self-righteous idiot. Naruto snorted, soon giving Dark a sideways look. A smile was beginning to form, stretching across the boy's face as he spoke. What? You're kidding, right? This made Dark shake his head, allowing his spear to materialize. Dark felt like it was ages since he had last used his weapon of choice, remembering back to when himself and Naruto had fought the first time. A shiver ran up his spine at the thought, yet he stood his ground. No, Naruto, I won't let you continue to do this. Don't you see what you've done? You've even killed your family. Those words jolted Naruto, his grin growing wider as he twitched slightly. My family is very much alive. You're the only non-living thing here. In fact, you're nothing but a leech. I bet you were using me to keep yourself alive, stealing my power away before I could ever come to realize my true potential. If anything, it's you who needs to be stopped. The area began growing darker, the sun seemed to disappear as clouds covered the sky. The wind picked up, leaving Dark at a disadvantage. Dark knew he would be fighting a losing battle, gripping his spear tighter. Black shadows seemed to drip from everything that could cast one. Naruto's own shadow had shifted from the ground and onto a nearby tree. Its laughing smile and eager eyes seemed to stare into Dark's soul. This was the end, Dark knew it. So without much thought, he lunged forward. His spear was aimed at Naruto's chest, but it came to no surprise to him that the boy would dodge it. Dark would turn his head to the side, before quickly using his spear to block Naruto's incoming dagger. A weapon choice that only further reminded Dark of the past. Dark leapt up, allowing more spears to materialize within the air, only to command them to attack. The weapons landing in the ground where Naruto once stood as the boy quickly jumped out of the way and soon into the air after Dark. Dark took this opening for an attack, arming himself with another spear that he quickly threw at Naruto. What Dark wasn't ready for was the black wings that would sprout from his back. With one quick flap, he was now far from the spear he threw and flying towards Dark. The rapid approach scared Dark quite a bit. Quickly throwing his hand up, shadowy chains would sprout from his back and leap toward Naruto. A move Naruto was unfamiliar with, and the brief moment of hesitation allowed Dark the chance to attach the chains to Naruto's arms and legs. Using his momentum, he quickly slammed Naruto into the ground. Leaving a rather large crater, Dark could hear the growls leaving from the pack and Kurama. Yet he did his best to ignore them, focusing on the boy that was now rising from the rubble. Naruto held up a hand, ceasing the growls that left the beasts. As Naruto took the moment to regain his bearings, Dark flicked his wrists, soon sending Naruto flying in the direction of the treeline. Pulling his wings open, Naruto slowed himself and soon flew upwards, gripping onto the chains and tugging harshly. Naruto saw what he wanted, which was Dark losing his footing on the ground. With little effort, he was soon throwing Dark up into the air, allowing wind to collect and soon sharply slice through the chains Dark created. Watching as Dark flew up into the air, Naruto grinned, once more calling onto his air tail to create gusts of wind to send Dark higher. Once Dark was past the clouds, Naruto quickly flew after him, easily passing Dark. Once he overtook him, Naruto would spread his wings. allowing himself to hover briefly and soon raising his hand. His hand was suddenly balled into a fist that was soon covered in metal and rock. Once Dark hit his peak, Naruto would send his metal-covered fist into Dark's ribcage. With the sudden force, Dark was sent to the ground at incredible speeds, soon smashing into the surface and creating a crater 3 times the size of the one Naruto made earlier. Naruto would close his wings, allowing himself to fall at increasing speeds until he soon landed upon Dark. Though he didn't have a form fully intact, Naruto knew that he was going to rip whatever was left to shreds. Dark coughed up a black substance, along with bits of some blackish meat. Once it landed on the ground, it would splatter. Naruto didn't care much for this though. Stepping off of Dark and crouching down, he soon gripped him by the hair. "Well Darky, Tilda, looks like this will be our last playtime. Let's make it fun, shall we?" Chapter 39. Naruto would grin down at Dark. He was now merely a new obstacle for him to overcome. He would make this world perfect, just for him, his family, a place where they could run free and be safe. To do that, he needed to get rid of the trash first. The boy giggling to himself before suddenly slamming Dark's face into the floor. A mini crater surrounding his face before Naruto pulled him from the ground once more. All you had to do was be a good demon. Just fucking stay quiet and everything would have been fine. But no, you wanted to get all self-righteous. Naruto spat the words out, angry and upset with the practically destroyed creature beneath him. Slamming his head back into the ground once more, harder this time. Only to pull back again, slamming his head back down once more. Naruto was just angry. Everyone was trying to betray him, but now he had the power to put those who did in their place. He could do anything now, which is why he quickly found it harder and harder to keep himself from just killing anyone who went against him. Even now he was thinking if he should even kill Dark. Yet those thoughts were quickly overshadowed by his anger, soon flipping the worthless demon over and settling himself upon his broken form. "Darky, Darky, Tilda, you let this happen to yourself." "Tilda," came the mad giggle from the boy, raising his hand up and allowing it to form a metal set of claws. These claws were coated in a sickly purple coating, glowing slightly as they were brought down on Dark's chest suddenly. This brought a scream from the abomination. Yet Naruto didn't stop, clawing at his chest and face, literally ripping him to shreds. Tearing apart the fabric of his being, the leftover shadows and pieces of power, destroying what was left of this bodiless creature. Ripping him to small pieces and using the strange purple poison to keep him from regenerating in any degree. Dark had long since stopped screaming. He had no face or mouth to scream with anymore, so of course he wouldn't make any more sound. Only the sound of imaginary flesh being torn apart, a mess of black blood staining his claws and the ground, and pure bliss was all Naruto felt. Getting rid of those who could betray him felt good. He'd make that a rule in his new world. At some point he had finally calmed down, panting softly and revealing his sharp fangs as he did so. His clothing covered in the black blood along with his pale face and skin. Yet he didn't care. Slowly standing up, he stumbled away from the puddle that was once someone he called a friend. Giggling to himself as he headed towards the first place he had in mind. After all, he had to go to each village to steal their tailed beasts and slaughter anyone that would dare oppose him. Plus time skipped several years later plus. It had been a few years since Naruto had taken over. He had fun destroying every village, keeping those who could barely fend for themselves. There were a few resistances here and there, to which he'd send out a tailed beast to take care of them. Turn their corpses into lifeless zombies that were then forced to serve him until they couldn't move anymore. Those who stopped being able to function were given a very public burial, to make sure that those living knew what would happen to them should they disobey their overlord. That was his new title, Overlord Naruto. He liked it quite a bit and often found himself calling himself it. Mainly because just saying it felt good. He had split the ninja world into 9 parts. His tailed beasts ruling over each part as sort of a governing force while he made his kingdom right in the center of it all. He resided in a huge black mansion, which sat atop a hill that he created. He wanted to be able to look down on those who were weaker than him. It brought him great joy to look out and see the destruction he caused. People often went hungry, mainly because if they got too much food or water they might start getting more plans to rebel. Only those who were loyal to him for a certain amount of years got the chance to have such. He also went out of his way to form an army, which he likes to call the Black Death. They're citizens who he helped train, before he put others in charge of training. They were fed well, got treated better than others, and were allowed to punish others when they acted out of turn. Anyone could join, Naruto randomly claiming those who were rather weak and taking them under his wing. The strong were feared in this world, but it is the weak who got to quickly become the strong. So you either treated everyone equal or you were going to be the lowest class of human. He kept things running to some degree. Classrooms where people were taught the basic needs for survival, and loyalty to Naruto was planted in early. He didn't care much for those who rebelled, since they were just going to be killed in the end anyways. Naruto always made sure they were, along with those who were closely related to them. He didn't want anyone trying to rise up out of spite against him naturally. So anytime anyone dared act out, they knew it wasn't just them getting killed. It was their parents, their children, their siblings, and anyone close to those people as well. It always resulted in a lot of bloodshed, but that's also why entire clans were the ones to start rebellions, also the ones who were slaughtered. Great clan names vanishing off the face of the earth because they thought they could possibly overpower Naruto. He watched from his throne, watched the world that he had turned black crumble and his own empire be built in the process. His eyes turning to the black wolf pack that laid around the room. His parents laying just beside his throne as if they were guarding him. Naruto had stopped aging, giving up his humanity to always be beside his family, to watch over this world to ensure that it would never get torn apart. That it would always look this beautiful. He would make sure all future generations got to see this until humanity was reduced to dust. Climbing down from his throne, which caused all of the wolves to perk up and look towards him. He began making his way from the main room and towards his bedroom. The rest of the wolves stayed in place besides a few, who followed along to lay in front of his bedroom door instead. His mother and father following inside before Naruto climbed into bed. They followed along, getting cozy beside their pup as they all relaxed. "I love you so much, Mum and Dad," he muttered out, though he knew he'd never get a response aside from him licking his face. His biological parents and the other nin he kept within his mind having long since perished, Naruto having locked them in a room within his mansion and refused to ever return to it. Without ever realizing it, Naruto truly had no one left who loved or cared for him. The world probably hated him, even those who pledged loyalty to him probably wanted him dead. There would always be someone out to stop him, no one to actually tell this twisted little boy that they were there for him. That he was going to be okay someday. In the end, he never found true happiness. Only the sick twisting madness that continued to consume and delude him every day until he finally ended it all. That was the pitiful life Naruto let himself get consumed in, one he would never return from, a dark path that will never be forgotten. The end.